I actually don't need this. I'm a good screamer, but. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. This is actually, on one hand, this is a really good room because you guys actually have more like leg room than some of the newer classrooms that are all like. On the other hand, you don't have a little aisle in the middle, so throughout the semester, just people are going to climb over each other. Everybody will get over it. And at least you're not in the staging seating where you think you're going to die walking down the steps. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So I can introduce myself and your TA and what class you're in. My name is Dr. Ariane Mays, and I'm a biological anthropologist in the Department of Anthropology. I study forensic anthropology, which is the class you're taking today. But in terms of like anthropology, what is anthropology? Well, anthropology, we study culture, past and present. We do it through different methodologies and different subdisciplines in terms of cultural anthropology and individuals who do ethnographic work and work with living populations, archaeology, linguistics, people who study languages, and biological anthropology, which we can even divvy up further. So for instance, in our department, we have 3 biological anthropologists. We have a primatologist, and she's obviously an expert in primate behavior. We have a human biologist, and he works with living individuals. He does a very biocultural with modern populations. So looking at that feedback between biology and behavior with living populations. And I am a skeletal biologist. And so I do the same thing, except for I work with people who are no longer with us. I work with deceased populations and often ancient populations. On a daily basis, I look at population health and subsistence and the origins of agriculture. I work in Oaxaca, Mexico, and the sites I work with are approximately 2,000 years old. And so you'll learn about them a lot this semester. I'm also a research associate on the New York African Burial Ground, which is one of the oldest population of enslaved individuals in the United States. It is in the heart of New York City, right in Manhattan. A lot of you, you'll remember during 9/11, or at least when you've seen it on the news, there was, the buildings, and there was a church where a lot of people ran to for protection, and that is the Protestant church that is associated with the enslaved cemetery right on the other side of the outside of the wall. And I've actually been on that project since I was a graduate student, and there's a whole team of us at Howard University, and several of us went all the way to the PhD. We're still we're professionals today, and we still work with our older colleagues. So that is in terms of, that's one of those historical populations that we can really talk about crossover when you're talking about forensic anthropology and looking at trauma and disease and daily activities and impacts on people's lives and what we can sort of interpret in patterns in people's lives. And if you talk about a historical population where there's more documentation, we can really see this. So at the African Burial Ground, I've seen every form of torture there is, and disease and trauma. And so we'll bring that in here and there throughout the semester. And then in terms of the forensic anthropology work that I work with the Forensic Anthropology Association in Guatemala. We're going to spend a lot of time in terms of this class and sort of individual cases, but we'll end the semester in human rights work, which is my real area of interest in working with individuals in human rights work. And so the project that I'm working on right now is actually a feasibility study in terms of a new methodology with age and season of death, looking at a known population so that then we can use this methodology in human rights work. So we'll make our way there throughout the semester. And there was actually something in the news just today on human rights workers in Guatemala being killed, and things ratcheting up again and people being very concerned. So we'll talk about that throughout the semester. So this is Anth360 From the Grave, Modern Forensic Anthropology, and is a GE Natural Science course. There are anthropology majors in here, but the real truth is the majority of this class, they're not anthropology majors. And that makes it a really fun class because you come from all over campus. And some of you know what you're in for, and most of you don't. And that's okay. But I like to bring in different experts throughout or talk about different expertise. It may surprise you that because you've seen TV a lot, and you're like, oh, a forensic anthropologist. But you can bring forensics into anything. I think my favorite's like forensic accounting, right? And so forensic anthropology is using anthropology within what we call the medico-legal context. So it's the same methods that I'm using when I'm looking at 2,000-year-old remains in Oaxaca, or a historic remains from New York City, or current cases. But it's sort of our interpretation, and obviously in a modern context, we do have more information. But we're doing it within what we call the medical legal context, right? And we're writing reports that will be used by legal authorities. The book, come on. Want my finger? You can yell at them. No, you can get it. Go for it.
Hi everyone, my name is Hillary. I'm going to be your TA for this class. Dr. Mays is my advisor, and I'm a second-year grad student in the anthropology department. My interests include forensic anthropology, crimes against humanity, genocide, human rights work, and also repatriation. My research is focused in forensic anthropology in Cyprus. That's an island country in the Mediterranean. I was there last summer, and I'll be returning this summer again to conduct my research. And my research is focused on cranial trauma from a biological and cultural perspective. And if you have any questions on that, you can ask me. My office hours are up there. Feel free to email me, and if those times don't work for you, we can set something up. Have a good semester.
Hillary's a really good resource. She's done a lot of really cool skills schools. And for those that no matter what your discipline is, doing internships and volunteering and doing any kind of thing you should. Because when you leave here and go get a job, they're going to go, oh, this looks really cool. Let's talk about that. So that's my plug for the day. Okay, so let's look at the syllabus. Everything, Blackboard is now online. I'm sure some of you already looked. The syllabus is up. The homeworks aren't open yet. They'll open later tonight and tomorrow. We'll at least get number 1 open right after class. And so let's walk through the syllabus. Again, here's our first. We, of course, have office hours. My office hours are, that's not Tuesday. Mine are Wednesday. I'll change that. Mine are actually Wednesday 1 to 3 or by appointment. And Hillary's are 11 to 1:30 on Tuesday. We hold our office hours in Storm Hall 231, and that is actually the biological anthropology lab. I do that strategically rather than in an office so that you guys can come over, because many of you are seeing something for the first time and you're seeing it in a book, and some things are a little hard when it's really, a full skull. And so we hold it in the lab so you can come to office hours and say, I don't really understand this picture or this concept. Can you show me what this trauma looks like? Or what does this bone look like? And you can work with a whole skeleton. You can work with disarticulated skeletons. We have teaching collections for this purpose, and we can really walk through things and help you out before tests. So, there is a phone. It doesn't have a phone number. It doesn't have a voicemail, so you just have to call us when you know we're there. This is the book. There's a certain number of copies in the bookstore now, and the rest are still on order. And then, of course, you can order online, but it's Introduction to Forensic Anthropology by Stephen Byers, and it is the 5th edition. And it is required for the class. You're going to need it. Let's see. I actually do not allow computers in this class. So this is your last day with computers, so that's fine. But from now on, pen and paper, pencil, notebook. So please bring your notebook. I do post partial lectures on Blackboard, so you can print those and bring those with them too. I don't print all of it because there are photos I don't necessarily want out there in the universe. And so I ask you to respect that and not sit here and take pictures of them either. And you know, it's particularly if I have a guest speaker, you know, they didn't sign on for having their stuff sent out. So just be respectful of that. Again, I don't allow computers. Promise you, I did my own little mini study and test grades went up when I took away computers. So I stick with it. Required homeworks, we're going to look at those in just a second. But they're all on Blackboard under assignments spring 19. They're all due. They're not all due on the same day, so make sure you pay attention. There's a weighting toward, you know, a lot of them being on a Tuesday or Thursday, but they could switch at any time. So make sure you do really pay attention. And they close. So we're going to look at them in a second, but it's basically like an online quiz. And you get to answer the questions and it grades automatically, right? And you actually get 2 chances. So you can do the test, and then you could be like, oh, I didn't get the score I wanted. I'm going to try again. And then you do the test again. And then those are your second chances. But then you also want to make sure you print them and use them to study with. I think they're a great little built-in flashcard study guide from the very beginning. Even before you ever get a study guide, you have the homeworks and those questions, and they're really helpful in aiding with coming exams. But remember that, you get 2 chances. No, you should not make a 0 on a homework, that's all I'm saying. Put it out there. Okay. So this course provides students an introduction to anthropology and human skeletal biology within the medical legal context. Students will be exposed to methodology used in the science of forensic anthropology, its interdisciplinary nature, and the authorities in related fields. Right? So something like forensic entomology. Right? Our objectives: introduce students to anthropological techniques used within a legal context, introduce students to the interdisciplinary nature of anthropology. Right? We're the original, we steal from everyone. We're really good at stealing from all the other disciplines and then making it work in anthropology. Introduce students to an alternate view of crime scene investigation, one which balances cultural interpretation with scientific fact. For example, not just cause of death, but manner of death. What was the circumstances around the situation? We do have guest speakers. We have a few guest speakers coming this semester who are professionals in the field. I like to remind people that when they come, they're taking time out of their busy schedules. They're not necessarily professors. And so I need people to be respectful of that. But the other side of that is there has happened at times when they've had to cancel or reschedule with us. If they get a subpoena and they have to go to court and they're like, it's on that day, then we have to be respectful of that since they're giving us their time. And I may move them. The only thing I don't ever move are test dates, right? Keep test dates, but if I have to move a subject around a little bit, it's interchangeable. Grading, the grades are weighted in this course, so the exams are worth 90% of your grade, and the homeworks, all the homeworks together, are 10% of your grade. However, many a person has, you want to do the homeworks. A, you'll do well on the exams when you do. You're ready for class, and also it is the difference between like that, A and A minus or B and B plus, those things that you really wanted that half more grade and it was there, okay? So make sure you do them and you're prepared. Disability services, if you have any questions and you need any accommodations, please contact Student Disability Services. If you have already done so, or once you have done so, also please bring me paperwork so that I can accommodate you. Academic conduct, Cliff Notes version of that. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Don't plagiarize. Don't cheat. I always tell everyone, so I always bring in grad students to proctor exams, and I remind undergrads that grad students think it's like a hobby to try to catch people. They think it's kind of fun, so I don't even worry about it. I just stick them on you there. Okay, course etiquette. Again, please, pencil and paper, leave the computers in the bag. I do ask people again, in terms of it's a tight room, people are going to crawl over each other. That's totally fine. That happens. Excuse me. If you need to leave, just don't slam the doors. And I say that more for like, I'm used to students, but it is disrespectful to other people. It distracts them. And more importantly, when we have guest speakers, I ask people like, if you need to leave early, and so sit near a door and just kind of quietly sneak out and don't let it slam. It's interesting. This is an old building, so I bet it doesn't do it like the new ones do. They're like, and everything rattles, and it's crazy. Extra credit. I know, first day and I'm talking about it. But a lot of the extra credits that are free come early in the semester. But I have already added it into the syllabus that you can do 2 extra credits that are worth 5 points each, and it's for a total of 10 that I end up adding to your exam 3. And then that's how it's worked into the grade. Here's a list of exhibits around San Diego that you can already go to, including the San Diego Museum of Man. I've also, next week is a Human Rights Film Festival in Balboa Park at the Photography Museum, and they've got some really interesting films coming, and that's a good way to like draw your friends into. And so I have that on there so that if you want to do something very early in the semester and knock it off before you get super busy, you can do that. I also got an email today for a flyer, and we'll put this up on Blackboard for you. And this is nice because it is a free option, and there is essentially a human rights talk on January 29th at 7 p.m. in Arts and Letters 201, and it's a screening and a panel discussion of a documentary called River of Gold, and it's on the illegal mining in Peru, which is a huge human rights issue, and that's a big thing for this class. We can talk about human rights from a lot of different angles, and for all you, and that's I think where we can bring in the GE portion of the class, right? Who's pre-law, who's interested in political science, things like that. Okay, we'll post that up for you. Oh, and for my LA people, or people who just need to go away for a day, I do put La Brea Tar Pits and the Getty Villa and the Getty Center. Right, so if you're home for spring break and you're like, I want to do it. Schedule's here, you're ready to go. Introduction today. What is forensic anthropology and the historical background is next week. You can see already homework 1 is due on the 29th. Homework 1 is very, very easygoing. It's the only one where you open 2 things at the same time. In this, you actually don't really have to have a book. There are a lot of online resources as well that you can use with the book next week for the first portion of the class. In terms of Gray's Anatomy is online and free because it's out of copyright, things like that. But what you do is you open this, just basically PowerPoint photographs. Asking you questions and giving you information in terms of measurements. So in other words, we're showing you how to do certain measurements, but you don't have to do them because it's online. And then you take the test and answer the question. Where'd it go? And as you answer it, you submit them, and then it automatically grades and gives you the option to take it a second time. The one I would want you to pay attention to for the entire semester is homework number 2. Homework number 2 is the longest homework of the entire semester. And that's because it's anatomy. It's the bones of the body and some of the features. This is not osteology. I actually am teaching osteology this semester, and that is a really in-depth, hands-on lab course. However, we can't talk about trauma and disease and variation unless you guys have an idea of where on the skeleton we're talking about. We can't talk about how you age someone, how you sex that individual, unless you know where the greater sciatic notch is on the innominate. And so the first homework is heavily in terms of that, the skeletal anatomy. It's a lot, but it's the only one. Most of them are about 5 to 10 questions. Gosh, how long is this one? Sorry. A lot. In other words, it is going to take you a couple hours, okay? But the rest of them, you'll be all right. I'll show you. So question number 1, asking for a cardinal direction. And you will need your book as well as any online materials you choose to look up, like Gray's Anatomy. And a couple of the rules: do everything in lower caps because you're typing in a name. The other homeworks, you're just clicking on a button like ABC. But in this particular homework, you have to type it in. So you want to make sure you use the spelling that's in the book and that you do everything in lower caps. If you do a capital and then also, there's one other refinement. If it says what bone, you don't have to write femur bone, just write femur, right? So don't add on, just say exactly what it is. That's the other one. And then again, you write them in, answer them all, and you can see each one. These are pictures of skulls, and they're asking for very particular features. And then, but it is a long one. It's over 50 questions. And you hit save and submit. We'll just do it for fun, even though it's going to say we didn't do anything right. Gives you what your score is, and then it allows you to try again. It actually gives you the answer as well. All right, any questions about that? Okay, good. Syllabus online. I do a lot of announcements online, and the course documents. We'll open the course documents to you for your Blackboard, back for the PowerPoints. Get all that up in there. Okay. And again, here's your schedule. You can see test 1 already is on the 21st of February. Test 2 is on the 21st of March. And then exam 3 is on May 9th. You'll notice that we have spring break right here. So spring break is the week of the April 2nd and the 4th. But the week before that, I have a national conference, the American Association of Physical Anthropology. And so that Thursday, I've canceled class, so it kind of extends your spring break. Yeah.
Can you explain a little more for the connection between forensic anthropology and human rights?
Sure. I mean, we're going to spend a lot of time on that. But in terms of forensic anthropology, there are different components to human rights work in terms of people who violate international law. The 70th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was a couple months ago in November. And this is a declaration by the UN that countries from all over the world support. And so it allows for actual protocols to take place in terms of investigation for violations against human rights, like crimes against humanity, genocide, things like that. And so we also have what we call standard protocol for death investigation. And within that protocol, a very crucial component are forensic anthropologists, because if you're talking about genocide, then you're not talking about investigating individuals who are still with us. You're talking about individuals who have been killed and who have been wrongly killed. And often you might be investigating, individuals, but you're very often investigating mass graves. And so forensic anthropologists bring the skill set to the table that allow us to age individuals, sex individuals. How old are the people in the mass grave? Is it the entire village? Are there women? Are there children? Is it just the men? Or is it all just young males? What is the demographic breakdown in terms of who is affected by this? And then who are they, right? And we have a lot of factors. One, we have to document it historically and for potential prosecution down the line. The other is to also return remains, because there are people looking for their people. And forensic anthropologists aid in that context of returning people to their families and communities from which they came, as well as documenting it for both historical means as well as for legal means. And so we're a crucial component in that. Certainly they're human rights lawyers and they deal with it at a different level, right? They deal with it in terms of they are the ones going to court. And there's a lot of people who do human rights work from sort of different capacities. And others are working with the living populations. But we, in this case, are working with the deceased. Now, that doesn't mean we don't work with other anthropologists. So teams like the Forensic Anthropology Foundation of Guatemala have a full, complete anthropology team. So the cultural anthropologists work with the living communities and do the interviews and about what happened. Because they're the witnesses. Well, a helicopter came in and loaded everybody up and they flew away. We never saw them again. A truck pulled up, loaded everybody up, and flew away. They started gunning people down. We ran for the hills and we hid for a year. Right? So they document the witnesses and information on individuals that will help us identify them in a mass grave. The archaeologists help recovery and excavate, and the forensic anthropologists specifically work with the human remains. And so in those cases, many, many teams now are not, we teach it like it's a single class, but we work in teams. And we have to be very familiar with what our colleagues do so that we can help them. And we'll talk about that throughout the semester. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I can't see you. Sorry.
Is the homework that's corresponds to the date, does that do that night?
It's due at 2 o'clock that day. The syllabus says it. So when you have to have it finished before you come to class. It'll shut down at 2 o'clock when I start lecturing. Yeah. A holdover from when I allowed computers in the class. Yes.
They're not timed, right?
They are not. No. You just got to get it done before it shuts down. So yeah, you can step away and come back. Okay. This is a one day you get to go early, so I'm going to let you go early. I'll see you next week. Have a good weekend. And we'll have the first homework turned on tonight. Okay. So let's keep going. I was under the delusion I was going to be able to open these doors so that we could all see sunlight at some point, but it's not going to happen. So sorry. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. And another disclaimer for today: I don't have any glasses, so if you're in the back room, don't bother trying to ask questions because I cannot see you unless you're like waving frantically, and then maybe. Okay, so let's talk about forensic anthropology, right? This applied area of anthropology. We talked about how biological anthropology, subdiscipline of anthropology, and further subdivided in terms of primatology, human biology, and bioarchaeology, skeletal biology. And part of that is also forensic anthropology. There are very few forensic anthropologists that only do forensic anthropology. There are a few. They work for the city of New York. They work for Chicago. They work for Boston, right? Or they do human rights work. But most people actually work for multiple institutions. And they carry out different kinds of research. They work for universities. They work for museums. They work for 8 different types of agencies. So we tend to wear multiple hats. And we use some of the same skills and apply it in different manners, right? So, excuse me. So it's part of both anthropology and the forensic sciences, right? We have colleagues throughout for the forensic sciences and other disciplines that are also working within their discipline in the legal context. So it's those fields of study that are both medicine as well as jurisprudence, so it involves both medicine and legal issues, and he's using it within this realm. Forensic anthropology is that branch of applied physical anthropology, or biological anthropology. Physical is sort of an older term. concerned with the identification of human remains within a legal context. Forensic anthropology focuses on the analysis of otherwise unrecognizable remains with a view of identifying the deceased and formulating opinions as to the circumstances surrounding the death. So we lend our expertise in skeletal biology, right, and use it within a report that's used within the legal framework. We have 5 main objectives, and one, and they're all, well, the first are about describing the individual, right? We want to describe the age of the individual, or determine the age of the individual based on analysis of the skeleton or what is presented to us of the skeleton, or preserved. So determination of the age at death. Was the individual male or female? Right? We're looking at actual biological sex. It's different than gender. That's a different question. Determination of age, sex, ancestry, population variation, and stature, right? So very descriptive. What would it look like if there was a missing persons report? How would those looking for that individual describe them? And then how can we discuss that from a biological point of view? Also, we want to aid in determination, is there any kind of trauma, or is there disease? Can we aid in the determination of cause of death, right? Post-mortem interval, how long has the person been deceased? Now there are different expertise that can help with this as well, such as forensic entomologists. I say they're a real primary role, but we certainly also aid in that, right? If we're looking at skeletal remains, we can talk about that. Assist in locating the recovery of the remains, associated pertinent evidence and material. So we have our skills in anthropology and archaeology that we bring to the table, right? We have this alternate lens by which we view landscapes, by which we recover evidence. And we are trained in that we use those skills in recovering both the human remains as well as any physical evidence associated with those remains. And then we provide information valuable in the identification of the individual, and we would provide those reports to the proper legal authorities. Just a few terms in terms of decedents, right? We're referring a lot to deceased individuals. An important factor in forensic anthropology and medical legal investigation is, if it's less than 15, we're looking at individuals in terms of, if you're talking about potential for a homicide, then in terms of prosecuting, you're looking for individuals 50 years and less. After the 50-year mark, it doesn't mean that investigations aren't done, but they become more of historical interest and fact-finding. And certainly brought in when decomposition of soft tissue no longer aids in identification. And we're going to talk about that in the next few weeks when we're talking about different stages that we work with. And so certainly during the decomposition process, there may still be soft tissue involved, but it no longer helps the medical examiner in identification. And so at that point, skeletonization needs to take place, and we're brought in. So let's talk about the different types of cases. We're going to go through each of these, so don't panic when I turn the slide real quick. We're going to talk about individual, mass disasters, war crimes, and historical figures, right? So individual cases, potential homicides, right? Looking at single or maybe just several individuals that may have, in terms of like something like this, like a missing person or a Jane or John Doe, right? Carrying out skeletal analysis, writing a report, and then working with or providing that report to legal authorities so they can begin to go through missing person lists and try to identify an individual, right? So even when you look at the picture of the X-ray on the right, each and every one of you has, right, we're all humans, we're all Homo sapiens, right? But we each have unique identifying factors about us. And one of those is probably one that's been going on the last few weeks, right? It's been raining and the pressure's been changing, and I've had a lot of headaches. Like on last Thursday, I was like, there's like this piercing thing going on right here for me when I was standing right here. So our sinuses, our sinus cavities are those areas that are unique to ourselves. We all have a sinus cavity, right? But its shape is like a fingerprint. It's unique to yourself in terms of how it's actually shaped. And so in this case, you can see that in an x-ray. Other areas are growth plates. We all have them, right? We all go through the stages of growth and development, but how they manifest and how they look in an x-ray radiographic analysis is like a fingerprint. It's a unique signature within your skeleton that is unique to you. And so we can, of course, part of our osteological analysis is radiographic analysis. How are we going to document the evidence that we need? And we do it both macro, micro, and through other technologies such as CAT scans and really starting with radiographic analysis. Other areas that we're brought in on are things such as mass disasters, right? 9/11 was so extensive that forensic anthropologists were brought in from all over the United States to aid, right? They certainly had individuals that were both locally in New York City as well as in Washington, D.C. But because it went on for so long, they needed to be spelled. So while there were teams on the ground running, they began bringing in individuals who would volunteer a couple weeks at a time to help in the investigations. And groups such as DMORT, there are groups that are also brought in certain cases as well. In Pennsylvania, groups of individuals were also sent to Pennsylvania to aid in the investigation, recovery, and analysis of those individuals. You can see here at the Pentagon. The truth is, at the Pentagon, the daughter of a very famous forensic anthropologist was working in the wing that got hit. She actually was dragged to safety by an admiral who was next to her when it happened. And they were, what a lot of people don't realize is that the area of the Pentagon that got hit, this was a building that was really just a file building when it was originally built. It wasn't meant to really house the most important people in the military. It was really just a file building, and it had never been reinforced. They hadn't sort of put the extra effort into it. And they had just begun doing it when 9/11 happened. And the area where it was hit was actually the first side that had already been reinforced. If it hadn't been reinforced, more people would have died. And so the outer band was the most affected. She was on one of the inner bands, but no one could see anything, and an admiral grabbed her because he knew the route and he dragged her to safety. But then, ironically, her father and his team were brought in within the following days to aid in recovery. Things such as the Oklahoma City bombing, right? We bring in the people who can help in all levels of expertise. You have your emergency responders, but as it continues in the recovery and analysis, we also bring individuals who are forensic anthropologists. In this case, they also brought in the dental school. Dental school, the Health Science Center was right down the road, and they were needed for dental identification. So forensic odontologists work very closely with forensic anthropologists and archaeologists in recovering individuals. So crimes against the humanity, or war crimes, or another component, a very serious component, of genocide, right? Victims of genocide and crimes against humanity. And these are the international teams that we often hear of, right? Individuals investigating crimes as far back as even the Holocaust, which is the 74th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, was it 2 days ago? Other examples are Saddam Hussein and Iraq. When mass graves were excavated in Iraq, it was international teams of forensic anthropologists who were brought in to carry out the analysis. The last person to testify in an international court against Saddam Hussein was a forensic anthropologist, Clyde Snell. We also do historical documentation. Sometimes it's just sort of curious and out of interest, and other times we're really setting the record straight. So looking at historical figures, you know, it certainly draws public interest to forensic anthropology and history. Individuals such as Mengele, Butch Cassidy, here we'll go through them. Butch Cassidy, that's one of everybody's favorite, and of course, everybody's mother here. We saw Robert Redford in the movie in the 70s. So Butch Cassidy, you know, they're still trying to find Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, i.e. Robert Redford and Paul Newman. And, you know, but they every so often they come up with claims that we found the final grave, and every time they test the DNA, it turns out to not be true. But it's one of those mysteries and something that was exciting, I think, in the old Wild West in history that people are still really drawn to. They really want to know. And so it comes about on the History Channel every 5 years. Joseph Mengele, or the Angel of Death, doctor from the Auschwitz concentration camp, war criminal. And he, you know, this is an individual that tested twins, right? Tested a lot of individuals in the concentration camps, but he was particularly drawn to twins. And so as soon as twins came off the trains, they started yelling, "Twins, twins," and they would bring them to him. And of course, in the immediate, people were like, well, maybe it's a good thing, but yes, they're twins, and let them, you know, take the kids. But what he was really doing was running medical tests. And he was particularly interested in having twins because then he had two people of similar genetic makeup that he could see what would happen on each one if he did something different or the same. He did escape, and he was identified in South America by forensic anthropologists. The Romanovs, another sort of history mystery. What really happened to the Romanovs and their remains? We're very fascinated with them, and I am as well. But you know, and I try to pull out some older photos of them, and these are actually photos taken of them in their last days when they were sort of in the interim. They weren't actually prisoners yet, but they had been isolated and moved away from the capital. They were sort of under house arrest, but it wasn't really called that, and sort of in their final days. And they were ultimately taken, led into the basement of the home that they were in, told that it was for safety. Even some of their personal advisors were brought with them, I believe it was a chef and another individual that was always with the family. And they were led down into this basement, and then they were actually gunned down. Now, what we realized later, and there are some accounts of it, is that the women all had jewels sewn into their dresses. So when they began to shoot them, it actually hit the jewels, and the men died, and the boy died relatively instantly. But the women did not, because the jewels were blocking the bullets. And so then when they realized they weren't dying, then they were stabbed and bludgeoned to death. But they've always been sort of rumors. Where did it happen to the remains? What happened to the remains? And actually, in the 90s, someone doing archival work, so hello, librarians in the group, or archivists, and someone doing archival work went back and was reading the old papers. And there were interviews of people who had been around and had been there. And an interview was missed, or maybe misinterpreted, that said, this is where we buried them. And so they've actually known since the 90s, maybe even before, where it was potential that the remains were. But at this point in the 80s. But when they discovered this, the Cold War was still, full force. And so they decided to hold on. They held on to it till the 90s. They held on to the information until the 90s because they knew that this would cause a lot of turmoil. that in fact maybe the powers that be didn't want to find them. And so they kept the information under wraps for a lot of years. Then there was a regime change, essentially, and they came forth with the information. And they did go and excavate. When they found the families, though, they were still missing a couple of people. They were able to look at the interviews again, and finally find the 2 missing family members. And the records had identified, ironically, a structure that was still standing, and said they're off, this many paces to the side. And they did, in fact, survey, GPR, and excavate, and they did, in fact, find the remains. Ultimately, they were able to identify both one of the middle sisters and the youngest son through both skeletal analysis, of course, with both of them looking at the skeleton, age, sex, and then ultimately they actually did final confirmations in recent years through the royal family and with DNA analysis. Prince Philip was a distant relative, and they were able to use his DNA. So what's the history of forensic anthropology? Well, in the United States, it starts in the late 1800s, early 1900s. To be honest, the French were right there with us, a little ahead of us. But in the United States, Thomas Dwight, we refer to him as the father of forensic anthropology in the U.S. He wrote the first professional papers on the use of skeletal remains. And so we'll see very early on some anatomists who, are using skeletal remains as well in terms of, taking this something that's used in one very traditional manner and using it in another realm. So he wrote the first professional papers on the use of skeletal. I love this picture because you can look really closely. It's a room like this, but way more Indiana Jones. And you can see a giant mold of a skull that he's lecturing osteology and anatomy with. I love it. I wish I had one the size of the wall. The very early period we refer to as the formative period. And this is that time period when those first inklings of using skeletal anatomy within the medical legal context. A well-known doctor, Dr. Parkman. Dr. Parkman was an anatomist in Massachusetts, right around Harvard. He was not an anatomist from Harvard, but he worked in town, probably did some lectures. Parkman was murdered in 1849. So he's a prominent physician, murdered by an anatomy professor. So you can imagine how scandalous this was for the time period. You had a very prominent doctor who was essentially murdered by another very prominent doctor, right? But Dr. Parkman was, he was independent. The other guy was a poor professor, to be honest. Became quite sensational. He went missing. Nobody knew where he was. But he was also very beloved. He was a very nice guy. He helped a lot of people. And people really missed him. Where did he go? And people became very involved. So before milk cartons and before the internet, we had just flyers. And so there were a lot of reward flyers. And $3,000 is a lot now. So you can imagine how much it was in 1849. The reward flyers to find Dr. Parkman. On the left is an old photo of the medical school. See how the windows are blocked off, some cadavers inside. So it turns out that he was murdered and then he was dismembered. And so the anatomy professor, I guess, did what came natural to him. He dismembered his friend who had loaned him money, and then he decided he didn't want to pay back, so he killed him and put him in the anatomy collection. There you go. That's kind of clever, really. But, so he places him in the anatomy collection and then he places him in the privy. But the janitor actually was really suspicious, right? This guy wasn't, Dr. Webster wasn't a very nice guy, not unlike Dr. Parkman. and his behavior had been suspicious, and so the janitor was actually suspicious of what took place. He snooped around and tipped the police off, and in an investigation they were able to find these hidden body parts. So here you can actually see a map of the anatomy lab in Dr. Webster's laboratory, and a drawing of some of the recovered remains. A list of items that were actually found in the laboratory, things, chests, knives, all kinds of stuff. So interestingly, what they did was bring in 2 other anatomists from Harvard to actually do the analysis of the skeletal remains and then be the expert witnesses at the trial. So Holmes and Wyman, they do the reconstruction. And they actually, I think, instinctually do something that we still do today, right? They recovered all the remains they could, they reconstructed it where they could, and then they inventoried, and they also mapped it. And if you look, you can see there's areas of this map that are drawn in, and the areas that are drawn in are what actually exists of the skeleton, what was left after the body was manipulated. And we still do that. We do that both in forensics and in bioarc, right? We want to map what actually is still present of the skeleton. And so they did something we still do today. Notice if you look at the skull, there's just little round areas, and that's because most of the skull was destroyed, but he didn't destroy enough of the teeth or the dentures. They determined that it was a male. The bones were of an individual who was male, approximately 60 years old. There were dentures in the fire. Not only did he dismember and put them in the collection and put body parts in the privy, but he had tried to burn it in the fire for the heat of the building. So they were able to. That's where they actually found the dentures. They hadn't melted. And really, if you think about it, forensic odontology is created because they were able to go to Dr. Partman's dentist and say, do you have his dental cast? Just like when we have dental casts today. And they did. They had the dental cast. They had, the cast that was made so they could do the dentures. And they were able to actually match it and say, yeah, these are his dentures. And you can see a diagram of what, the parts that were recovered here. He kind of knew to try to destroy the skull. He did a better job at that than he did in other areas of the skeleton. Flyers from the trial, because it was quite this, and you imagine it was really sensational. One doctor kills another doctor, and it's Harvard, one of the premier schools in the US, then and now. And so you can see it would have been quite sensationalized. He was convicted on the basis of his colleague's expert witness. But more importantly for you all, it is our example of the first time we really see skeletal analysis used as evidence and brought into court in the United States. Another individual of importance is Harris Wilder, 1864 to 1928. He wrote a book outlining work in dermatoglyphics, so fingerprinting. It's a book that's the basis for the work that's still done today, as well as, and really important for you, reproduction of the face from the skull. And this is definitely, his work was definitely the baseline for work that is still done today when we do facial reconstructions, forensic facial reconstructions. All right, we've updated a lot of the technology. We've added more information to it, certainly, and now we can even do it, on computers. But it really is the baseline for what is still used today. Going very far back in the history of forensic anthropology in the United States are the Smithsonian Institution scholars, who have all been on furlough for 35 days, so hopefully they weren't needed. They've always been a part of the tradition of forensic anthropology. They are federal employees, so a lot of people don't think about this, that they, a curator of a museum, the National Museum of Natural History, he or she is a curator, But they wear, again, multiple hats. They're forensic anthropologists, they're bioarchaeologists, they have huge research programs that they run, but they use their other way of using this expertise is in forensic anthropology. And as a federal worker, they can be deployed anywhere that they're needed, right? So, Pentagon, right? And they kind of divvy things up. One person works a little more for the FBI, another person works a little more for some, they kind of divvy things up. But they certainly at any time can be deployed to an area that they're needed by the US government. Other things that happen very early on at the Smithsonian, and then now we see other programs throughout the United States. There are these historical anatomy collections with matching medical records at the National Museum of Natural History. And these collections have been used from very early on to create and test methodologies, right, that we can use on individuals. So all those, how do you age a skeleton accurately? How do you say, sex a skeleton accurately? How do you describe disease processes and trauma accurately? Well, it's helpful if you have a skeleton with matching medical records that you can test it with. And so these collections exist. They exist in other places like Pennsylvania, a lot of the older universities. We see them everywhere. And now they've sort of transformed into this modern age of forensic anthropology, things such as the Tennessee body farm, which we're going to see in the next group. So hang on, maybe I shouldn't say that yet. The consolidation period, okay. Consolidation period we see from like the 40s through the 70s. In this time period, we see actual manuals, right? We go from sort of, this is what we could do with it, to maybe we should define it and make it where everyone has access to it and, write it up. So Guide to Identification of Human Skeletal Material by a man named Krogman. He wrote it to advise the FBI. So this is someone who's, working for the government, advises it, uses it, writes it up to advise the FBI. And then he turns it later from an FBI manual into something that's really accessible to everyone, which is the human skeleton in forensic medicine, right? He opens it up to people outside the agency. It becomes the first book just, on the application and study of bone and forensic sciences. So of course that's a really big deal, because he's really finally put it down in one place so that other people can use it. That's the most important thing. Certainly during all of this, world events help push this along, right? We have World War II, we have Korea, we have Vietnam, moving up to Iraq, 1 and 2. All of these, when these take place, you have people who are deployed around the world and not all of them come home. And so this really spurred an area of forensic anthropology in terms of identification and recovery of individuals. Originally there was a group called SILHI. It's now JPAC, but it used to be called SILHI. But either way, they're both located, it is located in Hawaii. And again, it's one of those areas of the military that we don't think about, because it's a group of civilians that work for the military, and they have to take all the same shots, which are pages and pages long, as many of you know, in terms of the military shots and vaccinations, so that they can also deploy to different areas of the world and aid in the recovery and identification of remains. Some of you may have, it's been, maybe 7 years now, but there was an individual, he was actually found missing here in California, up in the mountains, and it was from World War II. He was a pilot that had gone missing, and the family had never really known the story, just that he had gone missing and was presumed dead, and they never really knew, and it turned out maybe no one really knew. And as things get warmer and ice melts, his plane was actually identified in the California mountains. He was recovered, and instead of, the analysis didn't take place here in California, he was flown to JPAC in Hawaii, where the team of forensic anthropologists did the identification and analysis And then were able to notify the military and their families, what took place. And then they did return him. And his daughter is still alive and was, the family was stunned and both happy to finally know what had happened to him. But individuals, scientists that work, you were able to aid in coming up with some very crucial methodologies for questions such as how old was the person at the time of death? What is the sex of the individual? So individuals like Trotter and stature, that's another descriptive area. Coming up with a methodology using the skeleton or portions of the skeleton for how tall someone is. And then finally, in what we call the modern period, so moving from the 70s up to now. In 1972, we have a defining moment, the first section of physical anthropology at the American Association of Forensic Sciences, which is a very large membership. The American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and has doctors and medical examiners and law enforcement. It's a very large conference. But in the 1972, they finally came up with an individual section for forensic anthropology. And then mid-70s began the boards, the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, for better regulation of forensic sciences, of forensic anthropology. Also in this time period was the creation of the Body Farm in Tennessee, which is often on TV. Now there's several throughout the country, even just sort of in the last 10 years. A really important place in terms of human rights work taking place on the border is Texas State San Marcos, and they are doing very crucial work. They have a huge laboratory. They also have a body farm. They do things that are both, aiding in human rights work, aiding in individual cases, but they are a crucial center at this point in time for testing new methodologies, which is very crucial, which is why the body farm was created, right? Because you can't use something in court until you've proven that it works. And so individuals donate their bodies to science, and then they begin to test and document. So, for instance, the body farm, they will put individuals, out to the elements in summer, winter, fall, spring, and how long does it take for an individual to decompose in that time period? What if you put it in the trunk of a car? What if you put it in a tarp? What if you put it in a tarp in the trunk of a car? What if you put it in the water? And that actually took place where they were tying and throwing it into the water, because the body farm is near the river in Tennessee, and then every day pulling in and documenting the stages of decomposition, which was, I guess, fine until it went on the news and the people down the river found out about it. They weren't really that. One can't blame them. So, but this is done for a reason, because things like how long does it take is crucial in reconstructing the question of how long has it been, right? So all of these take place at institutions like this. Who else do who do we work with? Well, in terms of the medical legal community, we're simply providing one portion of information and a report, right? But if you're talking about something like certification of death, that's going to come from a medical examiner or a coroner. Might be surprising to you that coroners are actually elected officials. They do not have to have a medical degree. They may be a funeral home director that ran for the office. Maybe they bring a different type of expertise to the table. Whereas a medical examiner is a licensed physician. In San Diego, we have a medical examiner. Now, they're also still really a high-ranking individual. I think he's like number 5. The world went crazy and fell apart here in San Diego, and the first, the mayor's gone, or this gone, everybody, he'd be in charge at number 5, I think. Don't quote me on that one, though. Who else do we, so as forensic anthropologists, we cross with forensic archaeology, but there are individuals who just do forensic archaeology. They just do the recovery, survey and recovery. So in New York City Medical Examiner's Office, they have forensic anthropologists, and they have forensic archaeologists whose job is to do strictly the recovery portion. And this is an ongoing, and people don't realize, even though the Freedom Tower is up, but that area is still considered an active crime scene. The whole time they were building the Freedom Tower, they were still opening a manhole that had never been opened before, and they'd be like, and they'd have to stop and bring in the forensic archaeologists to go in first to make sure, because very often they did find evidence in remains that hadn't been found before. And so this took place throughout the entire time, and it's still something that people are actively doing. Less so, but the medical examiner's office is still very actively working on it, because they're still trying to DNA barges full of individuals. So the archaeologists, forensic odontologist. All right, so I'm a dental anthropologist too. I work with dentitions, an area that I'm an expert in. But in the state of California, you have to have a forensic odontologist do the identification. So I would still look at the dentition, describe everything I see, and write my assessment. But in terms of an actual identification, a dentist who is trained in forensic odontology would actually do the identification. We have a very famous forensic odontologist in San Diego. He's actually retired, but he's done like every famous case up until the 90s that you can think of, and then more. But he's not only is he a forensic odontologist, he's a bite mark expert, and he's a ligature expert. And that sort of fell one to the other. It was the being that he was a bite mark expert, and he would do these casts, and that it sort of led one to another, where then he became a ligature expert. Use your imagination on that. So, this is a protocol put forth by Clyde Snow, and Clyde Snow we're going to hear about him throughout the semester. One of the very early, very famous forensic anthropologists in the United States, one of my mentors, one of my husband's mentors. And it was actually because I needed a body for him. Anyway. But this is a protocol that he put forth. Now, there are a few places that I added in from other areas in terms of like our book and things like that in the red. But sort of like, how would we start? What would we do? What sort of questions should we ask as map to get through the answers that we're looking for? And, number one up there is, are the remains human? But truthfully, the first question is it bone? All right? People love to bring. My favorite was like burnt sugar smacks. That was my favorite. I was like, okay. Tell me again the story, and they're like, it was like 3 in the morning. You're like, stop right there. But is it bone, right? Is it bone? We live near the ocean. Maybe it's coral. That happens, right? Is it bone? Is it shell? Is it wood? But the first question is it bone? And then if it's bone, is it human? Or is it another kind of animal, right? That's the next question. So one, is it human? If it is human, is it recent? Is it of medical legal interest, right? Is that under 50 years? Or is it historical archaeology, or just ancient archaeology? Is it much more ancient? So we can kind of just put it into medical legal, or is it of archaeological context? Do they represent a single individual or commingled remains of several? So how many people do we have? Do we have one person, or do we have 2 or more? Right? These are things that we're going to walk throughout the semester. When did death occur? So how long has the individual been deceased? How old were they at the time of death? What was their ancestry? Right? Remember, we have a missing person. Someone's described them. How would they or their families self-describe? And what do we see in terms of population variation or evidence of? What was the decedent's stature? How tall were they? What's their physique? What was the potential body weight? Sometimes there's clothing involved that helps with this as well. Does the skeleton exhibit any significant anatomical anomalies, signs of old disease, injuries, or other characteristics which singly or in combination are sufficiently unique to provide a positive identification? All right, so is there a medical record somewhere that explains the broken arm? Right? Was there a disease, both old and new, that was taking place? Is there any kind of medical documentation that, from the life history that we're garnishing from the skeleton? Ancient, older trauma, older disease, maybe something that was ongoing at the time of death. Maybe something that had happened recently but was still healing. What if there's a pattern? What if there's an old fracture, a well-healed fracture, a healing fracture, and a brand new fracture? And they're all similar area. That's a real pattern and indicative of something that's taking place in that person's. But we just don't know what. What was the cause of death? Right? Was it blunt force trauma? What was the manner of death? What was the circumstances surrounding it? And then was a forensic anthropologist or archaeologist present during recovery? That is a crucial question. Right? Because again, we bring a different skill set to it than other legal authorities. We are not a legal authority. We just bring a different skill set to the table. And we're very detailed oriented with sort of this alternate lens, and we're trained in recovery of very small information. And so it is important. Around here, in San Diego, we have a full team, but there are areas of the country that are less financially well off, that it wouldn't be immediately apparent that a forensic anthropologist was a part of that recovery. I am going to show a video clip because it is the 74th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And this is a clip called The Rise of Nazi. It's like the history and the background of how the Nazi genocide took place and what was the platform on which it happened. And given the number, the types of genocide, both in the past and currently happening, you'll see that there's a lot of things that are similar. There are patterns that people in human rights now recognize when we look at this historical time period.
Paris, 1900. More than 50 million people from around the world visited the Universal Exposition, a World's Fair intended to promote greater understanding and tolerance among nations, and to celebrate the new century, new inventions, exciting progress. The 20th century began much like our own, with hope that education, science, and technology could create a better, more peaceful world. What followed soon after were two devastating wars. The First World War, from 1914 to 1918, was fought throughout Europe and beyond. It became known as the War to End All Wars. It cast an immense shadow on tens of millions of people. This is not war, a wounded soldier wrote home. It is the ending of the world. Half of all Frenchmen aged 20 to 32 at war's outbreak were dead when it was over. More than 1/3 of all German men aged 19 to 22 were killed. Millions of veterans were crippled in body and in spirit. Advances in the technology of killing included the use of poison gas. Under the pressure of unending carnage, governments toppled and great empires dissolved. It was a cataclysm that darkened the world's view of humanity and its future. Winston Churchill said the war left a crippled, broken world. The humiliation of Germany's defeat and the peace settlement that followed in 1919 would play an important role in the rise of Nazism and the coming of a Second World War just 20 years later. What shocked so many in Germany about the treaty signed near Paris at the Palace of Versailles was that the victors dictated a future in which Germany was deprived of any significant military power. Germany's territory was reduced by 13%. Germany was forced to accept full responsibility for starting the war and to pay heavy reparations. Too many, including 30-year-old former Army Corporal Adolf Hitler, it seemed the country had been stabbed in the back, betrayed by subversives at home and by the government who accepted the armistice. In fact, the German military had quietly sought an end to the war it could no longer win in 1918. It cannot be that 2 million Germans should have fallen in vain, Adolf Hitler later wrote. We demand vengeance. Many veterans and other citizens struggled to understand Germany's defeat and the uncertain future. Troops left the bloody battlefields and returned to a bewildering society. A new and unfamiliar democratic form of government, the Weimar Republic, replaced the authoritarian empire and immediately faced daunting challenges. Thousands of Germans waited in lines for work and food in the early 1920s. Middle-class savings were wiped out as severe inflation left the currency worthless. Some burned it for fuel. Economic conditions stabilized for a few years, then the worldwide depression hit in 1929. The German banking system collapsed, and by 1930, unemployment skyrocketed to 22%. In a country plagued by joblessness, embittered by loss of territory, and demoralized by ineffective government, political demonstrations frequently turned violent. Many political parties had their own paramilitary units to attack opponents and intimidate voters. In 1932, 99 people were killed in the streets in 1 month. Right-wing propaganda and demonstrations played on fears of a communist revolution spreading from the Soviet Union. New social problems emerged from the impact of rapid industrialization and the growth of cities. Standards of behavior were changing. Crime was on the rise. Sexual norms were in flux. For the first time, women were working outside the home in large numbers, and the new constitution gave women the right to vote. Germany's fledgling democracy was profoundly tested by the crumbling of old values and fears of what might come next. Adolf Hitler had been undisputed leader of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, known as Nazis, since 1921. In 1923, he was imprisoned for trying to overthrow the government. His trial brought him fame and followers. He used the jail time to dictate his political ideas in a book, Mein Kampf, My Struggle. Hitler's ideological goals included territorial expansion, consolidation of a racially pure state, and elimination of the European Jews and other perceived enemies of Germany. He served only a short jail sentence, and after the ban was lifted on his National Socialist Party, Hitler and his followers rejoined the battle in the streets and in the countryside. The Nazi Party recruited, organized, and produced a newspaper to spread its message. While downplaying more extreme Nazi goals, they offered simple solutions to Germany's problems, exploiting people's fears, frustrations, and hopes. In the early 1930s, the frequency of elections was dizzying. So was the number of parties and splinter groups vying for votes. Hitler proved to be a charismatic campaigner and used the latest technology to reach people. The Nazi Party gained broad support, including many in the middle class, intellectuals, civil servants, students, professionals, shopkeepers and clerks ruined by the Depression. But the Nazis never received more than 38% of the vote in a free national election. No party was able to win a clear majority, and without political consensus, successive governments could not effectively govern the nation. Adolf Hitler was not elected to office, and he did not have to seize power. He was offered a deal, just as the Nazis started to lose votes. In January 1933, when the old war hero, President Paul von Hindenburg, invited Hitler to serve as chancellor in a coalition government, the Nazis could hardly believe their luck. The Nazis were revolutionaries who wanted to radically transform Germany. The conservative politicians in the new cabinet didn't like or trust Hitler, but they liked democracy even less, and they saw the leftist parties as a bigger threat. They reached out to the Nazis to help build a majority in parliament. They were confident they could control Hitler. 1 month later, when arson gutted the German parliament building, Hitler and his nationalist coalition partners seized their chance. Exploiting widespread fears of a communist uprising, they blamed communists for the fire and declared emergency rule. President Hindenburg signed a decree that suspended all basic civil rights and constitutional protections, providing the basis for arbitrary police actions. The new government's first targets were political opponents. Under the emergency decree, they could be terrorized, beaten, and held indefinitely. Leaders of trade unions and opposition parties were arrested. German authorities sent thousands, including leftist members of parliament, to newly established concentration camps. Despite Nazi terror and brutal suppression of their opponents, many German citizens willingly accepted or actively supported these extreme measures in favor of order and security. Many Germans felt a new hope and confidence in the future of their country, with the prospect of a bold, young, charismatic leader. Nazi propaganda chief Joseph Goebbels planned to win over those who were still unconvinced.
Man muss nämlich gut regieren und für eine gute Regierung auch eine gute Propaganda betreiben. Das eine gehört zum anderen. Eine gute Regierung
Hitler spoke to the SA, his army of stormtroopers.
Deutschland ist nun erwacht. Die Macht haben wir nun in Deutschland gewonnen. Und dieses das deutsche Volk zu gewinnen.
The ceremonial reopening of Parliament, orchestrated by Joseph Goebbels, aimed to link the Hitler government to Germany's imperial past and portray the Nazis as saviors of the nation's future. The event was carefully staged to reassure the German establishment, including the military, that Hitler would respect their traditions. Nazi-controlled newsreels then gave the impression that the army supported the new government. Though Hitler walked behind longtime President Hindenburg for now, the new chancellor would soon be Germany's absolute dictator.
Day was dedicated to the new Germany, and more than 100,000 school children stood shoulder to shoulder as the car bearing the aged president and the chancellor proceeded through the crowd to the speaker's stand. Whether you agree with his doctrines or not, it must be admitted that the leadership of Hitler has united the German people for the first time since the war. Their almost fanatical enthusiasm is a marvel to the entire world.
Hindenburg remained president until his death in August 1934. With Hindenburg gone, Hitler, by agreement with the army, abolished the office of president, declaring himself Führer and Reich Chancellor, leader of the nation and head of the government. Now there was no authority above or beside him. Immediately, the armed forces swore an oath of allegiance to Adolf Hitler.
Schwöre bei Gott, diesen heiligen Eid, dass ich dem Führer Adolf Hitler unbedingt Gehorsam leiste.
All civil servants, including teachers and police, members of parliament and the judiciary, swore an oath of loyalty not to any constitution, but to Hitler as Führer of the German nation.
Adolf Hitler.
The economy had reached rock bottom when the Nazis came to power. They boosted its recovery with huge public works projects for the unemployed.
Eine halbe Million erwerbsloser Volksgenossen wurden in diesem Jahr an den Arbeitsplatz zurückgeführt. Seit der Machtübernahme ist die Arbeitslosigkeit um 61 von 100, also um weit über die Hälfte zurückgegangen.
Hitler christened new Autobahns triumphantly in a display of national will that would unite the country and facilitate the secret expansion of Germany's armed forces. In 1935, Germany openly defied the 1919 Treaty of Versailles by reinstituting the draft and increasing its military strength. The Nazis were delivering on their promises to restore and strengthen the nation. Their achievements encouraged many people to overlook radical Nazi policies, or even to support them. In September 1935, the Nazi Party gathered in Nuremberg for its annual rally. It opened with a traditional hymn that added solemnity and a sense of continuity with the past. It ended with a special session of Parliament far from Berlin. New race laws were introduced by Hitler and read by Parliament President Hermann Göring.
Reichsbürger ist nur der Staatsangehörige Deutschen oder Artverwandten Blutes. Eheschließungen zwischen Juden und Staatsangehörigen Deutschen oder Artverwandten Blutes sind verboten.
The Nazi regime aimed to create a racially pure Germany, whose so-called superior traits would make it ideally suited to rule the entire European continent. Nazism taught that racial struggle was the driving force in history. Superior races must battle inferior races or be corrupted by them. The Nazi concept of a national community was exclusive and based on race, as defined in the new laws and decrees. Heinrich Himmler and the SS led the ideological battle. Racist ideas were taught in schools. Some groups, such as Jews, Slavs, Blacks, and Roma, also called Gypsies, were labeled racially inferior. People with mental or physical disabilities were designated unworthy of life. Scientists and medical professionals applied pseudo-scientific theories for measuring and valuing racial characteristics.
Checking the color of their eyes.
Before the Nazis assumed power, Jews enjoyed all rights of citizenship in Germany. After 1933, the German government gradually excluded Jews from public life and public education. Newly established Jewish private schools provided a safe learning environment for some. By 1938, German authorities had isolated and segregated Germany's Jews, expelling them from the professions and eliminating most opportunities to earn a living.
We felt so, why can't we be part of it? Why can't we? Everybody said, Heil Hitler, like this. I did too. When I was 8 years old. So my mother said to me, you're not supposed to do that. I said, why not? She said, hadn't you been told that you were Jewish? I said, oh, I forgot.
Germany's Jews would get plenty of reminders.
Meine Herrschaften, hier ist der Gott in jüdischen Warner, da gehen Sie doch bitte weiter.
This sense of isolation that came upon us after 1933, gradual and increasing, it also affected us psychologically. We knew we were in a hostile world.
Between 1933 and 1939, the German government enacted hundreds of laws to define, segregate, and impoverish German Jews.
My sister and I used to slink by those huge banners that were all over the city, and we used to just try not to see them, thinking if we didn't see them, they weren't there. But they were there. That's just little by little, and really took them.
Wenn selig geworden ist, der weiß, ohne Lösung der Judenfrage keine Lösung der Menschheit.
The goal of Nazi propaganda was to demonize Jews and encourage Germans to see Jews as dangerous outsiders in their midst. After 1935, everyday anti-Semitism was a regular part of carnival parades and floats. Public displays of anti-Semitism reinforced a climate of hostility toward Jews in Germany, or at the least, indifference to their treatment. In March 1938, German troops moved into neighboring Austria. Germany shredded another provision of the Versailles Treaty as Hitler's homeland was incorporated into Germany. It was a disaster for Austrian Jews. Within a year, the Nazis achieved in Austria what had taken 5 years to carry out in Germany. On November 9th, the Nazi Party orchestrated an outbreak of anti-Jewish violence throughout Greater Germany. It was a lawless onslaught that outraged the world and provoked criticism of the regime by many Germans. Jewish businesses that had already suffered anti-Semitic attacks were targeted for deliberate vandalism disguised as spontaneous public action. Party officials directed the SA, SS, and Hitler Youth to destroy Jewish shops and torch synagogues. Over 7,000 Jewish-owned businesses were vandalized. Germans named the violent attacks Kristallnacht, Night of Broken Glass, for the shattered windows of Jewish-owned stores that littered the streets. The nationwide violence damaged or destroyed more than 250 synagogues.
After Kristallnacht, I remember driving through Berlin and seeing the synagogues in flames and all the glass on the streets and the people huddled and depressed. They walked around like the victims, like the hunted.
German police filled the concentration camps with thousands of Jewish inmates. The SS released them only if they agreed to emigrate. But Jews faced increasingly restrictive immigration quotas in most countries and bureaucratic hurdles in Germany. A new law, issued in October 1938, required Jews to surrender their old passports, which would be valid only after the letter J was stamped on them. 2 months later, another law prevented the flight of capital owned by Jews when the Economics Ministry froze all Jewish property and assets. Many, who had the means and somewhere to go, tried to leave Germany. Some families sent their children alone to other, safer countries. They could not know how soon the world would be at war.
So I thought, oh, that's just somebody rolling around on the floor above me. There's no way that's thunder, and then it's thundering. So, yeah, where I'm from, like tornado sirens go off, and then everybody goes outside to see what's coming, right? We don't actually run from it. Okay, so let's move into the skeletal system and skeletal anatomy. Remember that this is the longest homework, and you can start it and leave it and come back to it before you do a final submit, or you can step away for a little bit and come back. So it's the longest homework of the semester. Give yourself time to do it. It's the baseline for everything moving forward, right? So when I'm talking about blunt force trauma to the anterior frontal bone, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, oh, anterior, toward the front of the skull, toward the front of the body, posterior, toward the back, those kinds of things. Basic directional terms, the bones, and just some of the features, right? You're not really learning all the features. You're just learning features that are pretty important in terms of as we go along in the semester. When we talk about differences between sex, age, things like that. What are the area of the skeleton that I need you to understand and look at? Okay, so bone is a living tissue, right? We tend to forget this. We tend to not think of it in this way. We tend to think of it as very brittle, hard substance. We tend to think, a lot of Halloween. Obviously, Halloween is a national holiday for some of us. But anyway, so it is a living tissue. When we look at the skeleton, even though it is now this inanimate, harder object, we understand that it is reflective of a living individual, right? But we can look at the skeleton and discuss the life history of that individual as it's revealed in the bone. right? Now, everything that happens to someone doesn't reveal itself in the bone, but a lot of things do, and enough of us to have this discussion and talk about what happens to the individual during growth and development. Did they experience extreme malnutrition during growth and stress? Stress during growth and development. What sort of factors have they lived through? Does their daily activities or their occupation leave sort of scarring or a mark on the bone, right? These are the kinds of things we're looking at when we talk about what is a life history, right? It's the different stages that we go through. It's a living tissue, and it reflects this. So it's not stagnant. It's always in motion. And we can look at things, right? Those things that are repetitive behaviors, athletes, daily activities, an individual's occupation, right? Things that they leave these marks in the bone, that leave changes in the bone. We have bony buildup, right? It reflects the muscle mass. If you're building muscle mass, then you're going to build bone mass underneath it. And so this is how it leaves those signatures. By looking at that change in bone mass, we can think about the living mass, the muscle mass and the soft tissue around it. So it's not stagnant. It does reveal the signature throughout life. And then ultimately, at times, it also can tell us about an individual's death as well. So we're looking at it from beginning to end. Sometimes we're very focused on the end, but we're not going to analyze a skeleton and analyze an individual without talking about everything that we know about that individual from the skeleton. Talk about it from a full life history. Were there any disease processes at play at the time of death? Would those have contributed to the death? And what did they contribute during life? There is a method to the madness in terms of the overall skeletal system. It is a part of a system, right? You have of course, the articulated skeleton, but again, it is a part of an overall system that works together. I'm always think about it in terms of also sort of this, engineering and architecture. A really good way to look at the differences in the bones and learn the bones is think about it in terms of architecture and what is not only each individual's bone's job in the skeleton, but different parts of that bone. What is its actual job? And then the architecture begins to reveal itself. And so what you're actually looking at, right, is the inside here in the endocranium and the nasal aperture. So this is actually a lateral view. It's also an endocranial view, right? It's the inside of the skull, where you can see it's been sliced down the sagittal plane. You can see the meningeal grooves that are impressioning and leaving impressions on the inside of the skull that you won't see on the outside of the skull. So if you only had a single fragment and you were trying to decide, which one is the inside and which one's the outside, the features themselves, which are called meningeal grooves right here. That's not working. There we go. These grooves that are impressions on the inside, that tells us this is the endocranium, and that the outer smooth side is the ectocranium. So we can begin to sort of use that language of the discipline and think about it in those terms. So there is a method to the madness. It is a part of our overall system. It's the rector set of our system, of who we are, right? And so bones have multiple functions because they are a part of a larger system, right? One is protection and support. It holds us up. Without them, we just sort of be jelly. Right? My favorite in recent years of Disney movies is like WALL-E, where everybody stops walking and their bones sort of just become, they just aren't using them. So look it up, it's in WALL-E. So they protect, not only do they support us and they're our erector set, but they also enable protection, right? They protect our organs, right? Think about it in terms of, they protect our brain, right? The cranium, the skull, that protects our brain, our hearing, our eyes, throat. If you're talking about the thorax, in the vertebral column. It protects the spinal cord, the rib cage, and the vertebral column. That thorax region and the sternum, they all protect our internal organs, right? So they allow both structure as well as protection. They work with the overall system in terms of movement itself, right? They are what the muscles are anchored to, right? So the hard bone, the hard outer bone, layer of bone, is what the muscles actually anchor to and allows for that movement. Also those joint surfaces where the bones articulate with one another. It all works in sort of this lever and pulley system. Also, because it's a part of an overall system, right, is what is its physiology, right? So physiologically, they produce red blood cells. They produce red blood cells. I don't think I've ever heard thunder like while I was teaching. I'm like, what? But inside, right, you've got fat, you've got red blood cells, yellow blood cells. We store fat as well as calcium reserves. And this is a whole system in itself in terms of producing those red blood cells in the bone marrow, also producing storage for fat, which is needed very in growth and development, as well as the calcium reserves. And the calcium reserves are reserves, right? The bone itself is actually a component of the bone, but there's also reserves in that component, where if it's needed in the rest of the system, because calcium is necessary for other physiological functions, if you're running low, it can be released. And then when you're not, it stores back up again, right? But then as we age, those reserves get lower and lower, and so we have to work on that. We look at it, we spend most of the time in here looking at the skeleton sort of from the macroscopic view. But we can look at the bone from a microscopic view. We'll come back to this, but this is a segment of the long bone showing you the cortical bone to trabecular bone, timesing it by 40 and then by 10, but showing you that you can actually look at it on a cellular level, that just like as we look at other areas of the body, there are bone cells, right? The osteons are bone cells. And so we pay attention to it macroscopically, but we can look at it microscopically too. And one of the interesting things about sort of the layers in the bone, looking at it from both macroscopic to microscopic, is that all the way down to the cellular level, there's this flexibility that's built in. There's this layering effect that takes place, right? Because you have the hard outer cortical bone in all our bones. And again, that's where everything anchors to. But then you have what's called cancellous or trabecular bone, or easier to remember, woven bone on the inside. And think about that. Think about if we were solid, really heavy bone, we'd be really heavy in terms of our movement. But it's very clever to have this hard outer layer that's very secure, and then this cancellous bone that weaves amongst itself. And that allows for support, right, in this sort of honeycomb. It allows for support at the same time of lightening the load. But then also there's physiological functions going on in here with the marrow and the red blood cells. But if we look at it as we magnify it, we can see that bone cells themselves lay out in layers. And then the structure of the bone cell, the osteon, is also in layers. And these concentric circles all the way that surround a blood vessel, because they are living tissue and blood vessels feed the bones. They run into the bones, they run out of the bones. It's one of the primary features you're going to learn, which is called a foramina, which is a natural hole in a bone where the vessels run in and out. But even all the way down to the cellular level, it does this nice layering effect. And what's interesting is that each of those layers even go different directions from each other. So now think about it. How many times did you think you broke a bone and you didn't? Right? Like it really hurt and you're like, oh. But you actually didn't. And that's because there is a level of flexibility. It's flexibility that's built in the components that make it up. Right? It's not all mineral. Right? Because there's proteins, it allows for this flexibility in just the components that make up bone itself. And then the nature of how it's layered, both macroscopically and at the cellular level, allows for a little bit of twisting and turning and flexibility so that there is a breaking point. You will break a bone eventually, but you can go a little bit with it before you do. So all these together work for this system. Bone is genetically controlled, right? You're going to see the teeth are actually more genetically controlled, but bone is genetically controlled, right? We all have essentially the same bones. Some of us have extra bones, some people have fewer bones, but for the most part, we all have the same bones. So the genetic map is there, it's genetically controlled. However, the skeletal system and each and bones, they do react to the external environment, right? There is a break point, they can break. And sometimes that external and internal sort of get woven together because, again, there's factors in your daily lives, occupational stress, daily activities. The bone reacts to that, right? If it needs to build bone, it builds bone. If something's not being used, then bone gets removed. Other things are reactions to what I call internal environment, but it's woven in with the external as well, because like things like nutrition or malnutrition, right? If an individual isn't getting what it needs, just like other parts of the system, it's going to affect the bone and leave a signature. We're going to see it different ways at different points in life, right? So if a child is going through malnutrition, some of the factors that are going to happen are things like change in stature. I've seen commercials a lot lately. My child's not bringing up to the average, and they're feeding them protein drinks and stuff. But that is something that we think about. And so if we're looking at a child who's, there's one thing where somebody might fall behind, and then there's other times where there's really extreme malnutrition too. And you can see those differences in stature and differences in height. And they may or may not ever retain. There might be a point in the system where it's permanently altered versus a period of catching up. And we can see that. We can see where individuals are stressed for a period of time, but then they recover, right? We can see that both in the bones and we can see that in the teeth too. And then later in life, of course, it can also affect you. If you're going through periods of malnutrition, both either whether it be from diet or maybe it's parasitic infection, that can also affect, that remodeling of that new bone, because our skeleton regenerates always, right? Even after growth and after we've completely reached our developmental, or we're done developing, we're done growing, but for the rest of our lives, it does, parts of our skeleton continually regenerate. It's how they're able to do things like chemical analysis and say, well, this person was born in the old world, but then they lived in the new world after that. And they can actually do chemical testing on different parts of the skeleton, like teeth versus bone, and come up with different signatures and say, this is why. And that's because your bone continues to, grow. So, bones and dentition, right? We're going to look at the bones. There's 206 in an adult skeleton, 206 bones. Give or take. Now, if I ask you on a test, how many bones in an adult skeleton are in the skeleton, you're going to say 206. But the reality is there is a give or take, right? Someone could have an extra hand bone, or they could be missing a hand bone. They could have a little extra skull bone, right? So this is what's called individual variation, and it does take place. But if I'm asking you on a test, I want 206. But just know that there is some variation that can take place. Yes?
I learned that someone actually had an extra pinky while they were born.
Right, and that's that individual variation. And there are also sometimes familial variation, right? Sometimes, a lot of times, those are actually things that are inherited through families, and that's actually helpful, knowing information like that. Because what happens these days, it's one thing, we'll find that in the archaeological record, but now, a lot of times, people will choose to have things, like, they'll have something altered for whatever reasons they choose. If they want, like they say they were born with an extra toe, they may say, okay, I'm going to have that removed. However, it doesn't change the underlying DNA and the fact that they inherited that and that's something they could potentially pass on. And so sometimes we'll see these as familial traits. And so if you are doing an analysis on an individual who's a Jane or John Doe, and there's interviews from families on, if you have a list of people you suspect it is, those kinds of information, that is helpful. Plus, we would know if there was a surgery done. So we're going to look at bones, 206 bones, and features. Features are on bones. Features are the morphology, the shape, that architecture of the bone. So you have the femur, and then you have the femoral head, right? And the head articulates with the os cox, the acetabulum of the os cox, right? So those features make up that joint. So we look at bones, and then we look at features on the bones, that shape. A lot of times we'll talk about morphology and function in anthropology across, usually skeletal biology, but it can be across. You'll hear morphology, function in terms of just the use of the skeleton, the use of the body. But we like to talk about it a lot in paleoanthropology as well, and primate paleontology. Looking at the morphology of the bone and saying this is what its function was. Right? This was a biped versus a suspensory primate, right? And so by looking at the shape of the bone, we can talk about its function. And then we also talk about pathology as well. What are the disease processes? So you can't talk about pathology unless you would know what normal variation is, right? So all the bones might be the same, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a range of variation across populations, between populations. Stature's a good one, right? Stature's a great, range of variation that we have to be aware of. And then we can talk about whether something sort of falls into a different category of variation. So, but variation is also really important. And when we look at the skull and we look at the bones, right, we sort of want to change how we see it. We're used to recognizing each other face to face, and we're used to recognizing each other in photos or video. But when we're doing skeletal analysis, we're sort of changing our lens, changing our view. So I think sometimes it's hard for people to realize that they see like a skull. Whereas people who do skeletal biology all the time can recognize the individual variation in skeletal remains, right? I can look at a series of individuals and know exactly which individual I'm looking at. This is actually an inlaid skull from Mexico. And so you can see the teeth are coming through, but they have inlaid stones decorated. So, bone is the strongest biological material, really light, so that again, those layers, it's really, really strong. It's built to be very strong, and we also have gravity, we're doing all these things with it. But it's also really light, and it allows us to move about the world in the way we do, uninhibited, or limited, not as uninhibited. Composite material, in short, it's protein and mineral. And again, it's a living tissue that can repair and reshape itself throughout life. It does, right? It can be damaged and then over time repair. But along with just sort of the ability to repair if something's damaged is this ongoing process that 5 to 10% of your skeleton is resorbed and replaced every year. So it's a constant in movement, and then it has the ability to say that's a damaged area and target that area at the same time, right? Okay, to talk about some directional terms. Anytime we do any anatomy, in there, skeletal or gross anatomy, we always talk about the body in what's called the anatomical position, right? So that's face forward, palms up. Not palms backwards. If you're just doing this, that's not an anatomical position. It has to be palms forward, right? And we can always hold, if we decide a bone, we can always hold it up to ourselves in order to decide it. So if we want to talk about anterior versus posterior. So anterior is a side of the skeleton or the body toward the front. Posterior is toward the back. Lateral is to the side, so you have your right lateral. Remember, I'm holding it up to myself. Right lateral or left lateral. Superior toward the top, inferior toward the bottom, and then when we're referring to the feet, we can talk about plantar, just like with the hands, we can talk about palmar. And they're showing you the baboon, just to show you that you can do this, in terms of, again, this directional. And so here you have this biped standing upright, showing you ventral or anterior and dorsal for posterior. And they can do the same thing, even though this animal is on all fours. Toward the stomach is ventral, toward the back is dorsal. In this case, face forward is anterior, back side is posterior. Superior is toward the top, inferior. Proximal distal. Let's do planes first. We also try to section the body into planes. And the planes seem sort of arbitrary at first, but they actually, at least two of them, match the sutures. They match the sagittal suture and the coronal suture. So if you know those two sutures on the skull, which you're going to by next week, then you'll know that those sagittal sutures, which the sagittal suture, right, goes down the middle portion of the skull, as does the sagittal plane. The sagittal plane goes down the midline of the body, and it separates the right side from the left side. The coronal suture and the coronal plane actually go across, and they go all the way down the body, and they separate the anterior and the posterior half of the body. We can also talk about the transverse sectioning, right? If you think about like when they do like MRIs, they're going transverse all the way down. And so a transverse section, even though here it kind of looks like, oh, well, you're separating the top from the bottom, it's not a halfway through. You can do a transverse plane all the way. You can do like 1,000 transverse planes all the way down the body. It still does sort of separate inferior, superior, and inferior, but you can move it up and down the skeleton or the body. In terms of something like, well, how do you talk about directional terms in a skeleton, right? Think about it. You have the axial skeleton, the center of the skeleton, and then you have the limbs. And so there are terms that allow us to talk about directional within the long bones, away from this midline as well. And that's proximal and distal. So here's the midline of the skeleton. And when we look at these long bones, we always think about it in terms of what is the end of the bone that's closest to this midline, and what is the end of the bone that's farthest from the midline. So we can look at a femur and the lower legs. The end of a bone that's closest to the midline is called proximal, P-R-O-X-I-M-A-L, proximal, toward the midline, right? So the proximal end of the humerus, here you're looking at the proximal end of the femur, and the distal end. The distal end of this femur is the knee. Go down to the tibia, and it also has a proximal end and a distal end. So in each individual bone, when it's in articulation, which is the proximal end and which is the distal end. If you're holding it disarticulated, it doesn't matter which way you turn it, because you're always thinking about it, where would it be if it was in the skeleton articulated? And I can hold it upside down and still say this is the proximal end, right? Because it's where it would be in articulation. So proximal, distal, and you can do this all the way to the tip of the toes. Proximal, distal, all the way, right? So that your toe, your phalange is the most distal bone. All right, so proximal, distal, midline, proximal, distal. We can do it with the arm bones as well, all the way to the tips of the fingers of the phalanges. So again, we want to look at views. Now we looked at the views in terms of the entire skeleton, but we can do that even with just the skull. This is actually a lateral view, so it's a left lateral. It's a left lateral view of the skull. And what I'm going to show you is what's called the Frankfurt horizontal plane. So we all have skulls, but remember there is a little bit of variation. And so one of the things that we try to do in terms of, we have to ultimately record and describe every element, skeletal element that we see. We also have to, document it. So we map things, we draw things, and we photograph them. And then we also want bones to be in alignment so that when we do things like craniometrics and measurements. So the Frankfurt horizontal plane sort of allows for a standardization of something that has variability, right? And so instead of just laying the skull on the table and then, hoping that this yellow line is, even, when in fact there could be some variation because of muscle attachments in the back, male versus female, or just someone who is doing a lot of occupational stress or weightlifting, you never know. We actually line the skull up where the Frankfurt horizontal plane, we tip the skull so that the top of the auditory meatus, which is your ear, and the inferior rim of the eye orbit is actually even with one another, right? And so we actually will make those match and then center it that way so that when we are doing measurements, that allows for some sort of standardization. So that's what the Frankfurt horizontal plane is. It allows for that standardization in terms of measurements and archival photos. So again, we can see the bones of the skull from a lateral view, right? Here's your frontal bone. Frontal bone has multiple features, such as, it's one of the bones that make up the eye socket, but not the only one. So that's the other thing to realize, right? Your eye orbits are actually made up by several bones, and we want to be aware of that when we're reconstructing and incorporating that. So you want to know the bones, such as frontal, parietal. You want to know features, such as the temporal line. Right? The temporal line, you all have one, but it varies between you. Because this is a muscle attachment area. And so we're going to see variation from person to person with this particular feature, but it is there. So we want to look at bones, we want to look at the features, and then things such as where the bones articulate with one another. Because we tend to also refer to the skull as like this single item, but the reality is it's multiple bones, right? And they articulate together in a particular kind of joint that is different than joints in the other, than interlocking joints. And they call them sutures because think of the old sewing sutures, right? Where they actually sew together. Over time, they will actually fuse into a single bone. So eventually, as an individual gets older, right, the skull bones do fuse together. So 50 plus, and they're almost fused together. And so we're going to see that over time. It's one of those things that we actually use to age an individual. But very early on, they're separate bones: frontal, parietal, occipital. Right, your occipital is the back of your skull. You can feel it. The external occipital protuberance is that nice muscle attachment in the back. We all have one, but that is going to vary at the individual variation between people. The mastoid process, right? That's on the temporal bone. So right there, if I just see something and I say, oh, it's a mastoid. Oh, because I see the mastoid process, I know that's the temporal bone. I can use features to identify bones, particularly in a fragmentary state, right? So you can feel the mastoid behind your ear. Auditory meatus is your canal for your ear. All of these are part of that temporal bone. Nasal, lacrimal is in the eye. The ethmoid is behind the eye. The zygomatic is in your cheeks. The maxilla, the top of your holds both the dentition as well as part of the nasal aperture. Your mandible, well, it's a single bone now, but it wasn't to begin with. They fused during development. The sphenoid, I think that's a good one for the video. Sphenoid is most of these bones, all these bones are paired, right? But the sphenoid is one of the singular bones. You can see it on either side of the skull, both the right and lateral views right here. But the reality is it's a strut. It's like this architectural strut. And it's through the center of the skull, behind the eyes, and it's a strut right through the middle and connects both sides of the skull. More views. Right here is the superior view of the ectocrania. So ectocrania is outside of the skull, endocrania, the inside of the skull, and then a superior view. This is the lateral view you saw earlier. Here you can see the endocrania again. While most of your features are external, that's a good one, the meningeal grooves, in terms of knowing that they're on the inside of the skull, right? They're the arteries, meningeal arteries that leave impressions in the skull. So we talked about the fact that they protect and support. We talked about the fact that they anchor, right? They're the anchor for muscles and tendons and ligaments. They produce red blood cells, so they produce blood cells. They store fat and they store calcium. So both protect as well as function. In terms of that composite material, right, they're made of protein and minerals. And that sort of combination allows for that flexibility that we were talking about. We're going to talk about Wolff's Law again, but essentially, if you think about it, we go through growth and development, and so as we grow, bone lays down. We have to grow both in length, right? That's where our stature comes from, as well as each bone has to grow in size. It's kind of growing in two different directions, size as well as length. Thickness of walls, right? Cortical bone in children is very thin. It gets thicker as we get older. Makes sense because we have more body weight as well. But just sort of a general law is Wolff's Law. And that is that bone is laid down where it's needed and resorbed where it's not. Right? And so we go through growth and development, but then of course we're functioning the rest of our lives. We're using our bone, we're not using our bone. And so this is one of those rules that's outside of trauma, right? So if you're growing, bone is laying down. If there's a trauma like a fracture, bone will lay down to heal. But what about just daily activities? When we use certain elements over and over and over again, in other words, and there's a pressure almost against that bone from the muscles that are attached to it, then there's this focus on building the bone in that area, right? And so probably one of our favorites is like hand movements, There's a difference between the right and left arm, those kinds of things. That repetitive use over and over again. And so use and disuse can take place. So bone can either lay down or it can be removed. And honestly, both normal growth and pathological is pretty much, like we can go home now, that sums up the whole semester. But you can think about it, bone can only do so many directions, lay down or resorb. right? And so again, that pressure, right? If there are compressive forces on the bone, you're going to have that, it's going to thicken. You're going to have new bone lay down, but then at the same time, and so you can actually look at sides of bone, right? It's not necessarily that transverse that we're talking about, right? So when we do things like histological analysis, where we take a segment of bone, grind it down, and look at it at the cellular level, we can actually count the little bone cells and see differences from maybe, say, the medial side of the bone versus the lateral side of the bone. And that really is an indicator of actual movement, how the individual, that function, how the individual is actually using their body and moving because of the bone cells that lay down focused in one area versus another. But we can see it too. We can see it macroscopically. So again, we go through the stages. We're going to talk about those stages. We go through changes throughout life, growth and development, affected by their everyday environment, and all together, right? We don't just go through growth and development and then as adults be affected by our daily environment, right? We're affected by our daily environment the entire time we're going through growth and development and then beyond. And then as well as when we age. Sort of a segment we tend to not think about as much, but there's also, once you go through growth and development, it's kind of wear and tear on the skeleton from then on. We look at the skeleton in terms of variation, right? We look at the morphological variation of individuals and populations, cemetery to cemetery in the same time period. But we want to look at variation, things like differences, sexual dimorphism. As Homo sapiens, we're the least dimorphic of the primates. However, there are differences between males and females. And so we want to look at that sexual dimorphism. Someday I'll tell my colleagues. Variations in ancestry or population variation. Variation in age, right? Because if the skeleton goes through changes, right, we're not going to describe someone who's 55 like they're 22. You're not going to find out who they are, right? We want to be very accurate in that. We have to recognize that the skeleton changes with age. All right, Anth360 majors and all biology majors. Who's on the right? And it's Darwin. Exactly, Charles Darwin. And they revoked your anthropology degree at graduation if you do not know that that's Charles Darwin. Yeah. So variations in age. Stature, right, or height. Both these individuals have the morphology of their skeletons. Both these individuals have morphology that tells that they're male. But in terms of stature, they're very dramatically different, right? So this is just another range of variation. Individual variation, right? We talked about the other day that scalloping, right? That each and every one of us, we all have sinuses, we all have a sinus cavity. Thank you, Rainstorm. But they look differently in each one of us. They need little fingerprints in terms of this, how the cauliflower effect, the pattern that we see in this cavity right here, right? Other types of individual variation are also life history variation, right? So someone who's had a hip replacement, right? That's a part of their life history. It's causing variation within their skeleton. It's also easily trackable, right? Because anytime you have a medical implant, right? The company that made it put a serial number on it, and the company knows what hospital that they sold it to, and the hospital knows which doctor they sold it to, and the doctor knows which patient they put it in. So they're actually very traceable in terms of identification. But life history, and there's variation. Broken bones, all sorts of things. So we want to look at the system. We want to look at the 206 bones, the cranium. And the cranium is referring to, you have the crania and the mandible. We can also talk about the skull and the mandible. Those usually are taught separate. The parts of the axial skeleton. Hang on a second. Yeah, we're going to talk about the separated in a minute. But in terms of, remember that you have both an anterior view and a posterior view. Notice that even in the skeleton, they're doing that palms up, anatomical position. Sternum, your chest plate, the clavicle, your collarbone, your arm, which is humerus, upper arm, lower arm, ulna and radius. And then we'll talk about the hand, the sternum and the manubrium, the rib cage, the vertebral column in terms of the lower limbs and part of our locomotion, right? The pelvic girdle, which is made up of the right and left osticox as well as the sacrum. And then the leg with the upper leg of the femur and the lower leg with that knee joint, patella, and then the tibia, fibula, and then the feet. And then there's the teeth. We'll talk about that Tuesday. So again, right, in terms of function, right, we see support through the legs, through the pelvic girdle, that vertebral column. We tend to also just not think about that because we have support in terms of our locomotion, right, which is our legs and our pelvic girdle. But then we also have to hold up the upper body. So the pelvic girdle is working in two different areas, right, because it's part of the locomotion, but it's also holding up that upper body and supporting, right, the vertebral column, the ribs, the axial skeleton, and the skull. So allowing for that support of the upper body. Our mandible supports our teeth, right? So there's several areas that do support. Other bones, supports the rest of our organs and tissues. It also protects our brain, protects our internal organs, our lungs and heart. And then the vertebra, the vertebral column, protects that spinal cord, right? So both support, examples of both support and protection. Movement, right? Works as that lever pulley system, works with the joints. Again, it's a reservoir for both minerals and adipose. Adipose is fatty tissues. So 99% of the body's calcium is stored in the bone, 85% of the phosphorus, so that's minerals, and then we'll also find that fatty tissue in the marrow of the bone. We'll see a lot of yellow marrow in kids too, because it's during that growth stage. And then, of course, just a reminder in terms of the red blood cells, and the red, don't worry, just remember it's red blood cell production. 206 bones that we can separate out for easier sort of categorization into that axial skeleton versus the appendicular skeleton, right? So if we're looking at the axial skeleton, it's the purple, kind of both. Say it's purple and pink, okay? This just doesn't work very well. All right. So here's your axial skeleton, right? Including the skull, the vertebral column, the manubrium, the sternum, and the rib cage. Whereas the appendicular skeleton includes the shoulder girdle, which also includes the clavicle. Okay, anybody who's ever had broken the clavicle and you can't move the arm, okay? It's one of like the worst things to break is clavicle, because then you're like immobilized for months. So that shoulder girdle moving into the arms and hands, pelvic girdle moving into the legs and feet. We can also classify sort of shape of bone, type of bone. There are 4 types: long bones, kind of self-explanatory, short bones, flat bones, and irregular bones. We'll look at it. So flat bones, such as the manubrium and sternum, they lay, they're not very deep at all and they lie flat. Long bones, such as we see in the appendicular skeleton. Short bones, like we see in the wrists and in the ankles, right here. So this is wrist bones in here. So they're irregular in shape, but they're really short, and they can still be, we look at them in terms of proximal distal, just like the long bones. And then something like irregular bones. such as the sphenoid. This is the sphenoid. It's that strut in the middle of the skull I was talking about. Looks like a bat. Sorry, quad bone. Don't worry about this one. All right, so we talked about, again, looking at it from the macro to the micro, and the compact bone. So here you can see that cortical bone, that compact cortical bone that the muscles all attach to, allows us for that function. And then the trabecula, or the cancellous bone, a very light woven bone. Here's another one of those signatures, those individual variations right here. That's a growth plate, right? It's where the head of the femur was attached during growth and development by cartilage and then eventually fused into one bone. But you can see it in the cross section and you can see it in an x-ray, right? So even here, when we're looking at this transverse cut, this lateral cut of the bone, I can still talk about features as well as the anatomy of the bone itself, and then your medullary cavity. So here's a cross section in terms of, so this is a femur. You've got your cortical bone, you've got your cancellous bone. A really important factor for all of this is, well, where do all these bone cells come from? Well, the outside of every bone, there is a sheath called the periosteum. And it's this living sheath, and it's the very outside is sort of fibrous as it attaches to other tissues. And it is this membrane, and we don't see it when we're looking at a skeleton that's gone through decomposition because it's a soft tissue and it decomposes with the rest of the soft tissues, right? So, but it's actually the layer, both the periosteum on the outside of the bone, the sheath, can be like a sheath on the outside of the bone, as well as on the inside of the bone, even woven around each of these trabecular areas right in here. And that's this membrane that is laying down the bone cells, it's producing those bone cells, and allowing for that bone growth that's taking place. Here you can see a histological view. And then we have our structure, our diaphysis, right? So if we look, again, here we can talk about the proximal. Here's the proximal. The head is on the proximal end of the bone. The greater trochanter is on the proximal end of the bone. Condyles are on the distal end of the bone. The anatomy of the bone itself, showing the cortical bone, the woven bone, the medullary cavity, the blood vessels that feed the bone, that move in and out of the bone through the foramina, right, and allow for it to be integrated in that larger system. You have your red marrow, as well as your adipocere tissue, the yellow marrow, the fatty tissues. And here you have an example of that periosteum. See how they're peeling it back for you so you can see the sheath and how it would be laid over everything else. The shaft of a bone is called a diaphysis. The ends are called epiphyses. So I can be talking about, a proximal epiphyses, and I'm talking about it right here, or the distal right here. A nice view onto that periosteum, as it's a really important feature with the blood vessels going through that soft tissue and feeding into the bone. And those blood vessels continue further, right? It doesn't just go in and out of the bone, right? It goes down to the cellular level as well, because as part of those osteons is a central vessel, where, again, that material is being fed in and out. And now you can see that. Again, another view of going from that macroscopic to the micro and showing you the osteons and the bone cells. And again, I think it's important to note how they at each, both macro and micro, that layering effect that allows for that flexibility. Another sort of difference in terms of the bones, long bones versus the flat bones. The bones of the skull. You know, when we look at a long bone, we refer to that cancellous bone as, you know, the trabecula. But when we look at the skull, it has a little bit of a different sort of relationship, and we call it diplo, and it looks like a sandwich, where you have, you know, your ecto and endocrania, the bone, you have the cortical bone, very compact bone, very thin, and then you have the diplo in between, and it looks like a sandwich from a cross section. Determined to finish my video from the other day.
Aggression against Germany's neighbors initially succeeded without encountering armed resistance. It was the start of
There's only 10 minutes left.
World War. In April 1940, Germany occupied Denmark and Norway. In May, the German armed forces attacked France, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium. In June, Paris fell, and France surrendered. The swift and unexpected victory over France avenged Germany's defeat and humiliation in the First World War. It propelled Hitler to a new level of popularity and trust among the German people. In June 1941, the German army, with more than 3 million soldiers, invaded the Soviet Union to wage a war of annihilation that targeted tens of millions of civilians. Under conditions of war and military occupation, the Nazi regime could pursue its political and racial goals with more radical measures. As German troops advanced into Eastern Europe, Germany's power extended over millions more Jewish inhabitants in the occupied lands, where German authorities could exploit existing anti-Jewish attitudes among local populations. Across Eastern Europe, German authorities forced those identified as Jews into tightly packed areas called ghettos. Separated from the non-Jewish population, Jews in the larger ghettos were imprisoned behind brick walls and barbed wire. The German drive eastward was cast as a crusade against Judaism and communism. In the Nazi view, two aspects of the same evil. German soldiers and police officials treated Soviet prisoners of war as subhumans, either shooting them or deliberately causing their deaths by exposure to the elements and by starvation. Millions died in German captivity. On the Eastern Front, racial political instruction was part of regular training for all types of German occupation forces. SS Chief Heinrich Himmler referred to the war against the Soviet Union in an address to his men. This invasion is an ideological battle and a struggle of races. Here in this struggle stands National Socialism, an ideology based on the value of our Germanic Nordic blood. On the other side stands a population of 180 million, a mixture of races, whose very names are unpronounceable, and whose physique is such that one can shoot them down without pity and compassion. In July 1940,
form the underlying structure of the face and support for the teeth. With the exception of the mandible, the bones of the skull articulate with each other through joints known as sutures. Throughout the skull, holes known as foramina serve as passageways for blood vessels and nerves. Bones on the surface of the skull encase the brain, protect sensory organs, and serve as attachment sites for the muscles of the head and neck. These bones include the occipital bone, parietal bones, temporal bones, and the frontal bone, as well as the nasal bones, the zygomatic bones, the maxilla, and the mandible. Other bones become more visible only when looking inside the skull. The sphenoid bone makes up the anterior base of the cranium. It is a butterfly-shaped bone with a central body and two pair of laterally projecting wings. These wings form portions of the orbit. The body of the sphenoid features a depression known as the sella turcica, which houses the pituitary gland. Located between the orbits, the ethmoid bone makes up a portion of the cranial floor and also the roof of the nasal cavity. An inferior projection, the perpendicular plate of the ethmoid bone, forms part of the nasal septum. The crista galli projects superiorly from the ethmoid bone and serves as the attachment point for the falx cerebri, a dural fold. Extending laterally from the crista galli is the cribriform plate, a perforated area through which the olfactory nerves pass. The two L-shaped palatine bones form the posterior third of the hard palate, part of the nasal cavity, and a portion of the orbit. The small, thin lacrimal bones make up the anterior portion of the medial wall of each orbit. A groove known as the lacrimal groove helps to form the nasolacrimal canal, which contains a duct that allows tears to travel to the nasal cavity. The vomer is an elongated, plow-shaped bone that forms the inferior and posterior part of the nasal septum. The internal and external skull bones articulate precisely, forming an intricate structure perfectly suited to its functions.
Okay, so let's talk about dentition today. If you think about it, I mean, in terms of the skeleton, the teeth are the only external portion of our skeleton, right? Everything else is covered by soft tissue, and the roots are. But it's the only part of our skeleton and skeletal system that is actually external and sort of exposed to the external environment throughout life. It's part of our smile. It's part of how we recognize each other. Even we each have a unique smile, and that part of that unique smile is our teeth, the shape of our teeth. People will recognize, dental work, shape of teeth, and unique features. These are just part of who we are, and we can see this, when we speak to people. We're going to look at, the dentition, both, maxillary as well as mandibular. If you're going to take my camera, then you're in the field, then you're going to end up in my lecture. So that's so obviously, even just there, we can see some unique features. See how her teeth actually are perfectly in alignment with the movement, right? We can talk about, that's actually part of the variation. It's not just the shape of the teeth, it's also the placement within the alveolar bone that allows for variation. So why do we study teeth? There are, one area of my expertise is dental anthropology, really focused on dentition. And trust me when I say not all skeletal biologists like teeth. They may do them. They don't really love them. They're like, it's like when you're in the field with an archaeologist, and I'm like, you don't understand how you spent like 6 hours on that one portion of the skull. And I'm like, I don't know how you spent 6 hours on that portion of the wall. We just do it at a micro level. But why do we study dentition? This is one of my favorite slides, one of my favorite personal research photos. Because when I look at the dentition, I can immediately tell you something about this culture. and this individual, and their burial practices. So why do you think the teeth are staying blue? That's not the photograph, that's the actual teeth. Why do you think they're staying blue? Yeah.
Frostbite or frostbite?
Now, if we were talking about soft tissue, then, maybe, but it'd have to have been really like, happen right then and no decomposition. Diet? No. Get closer. That was yours. No, but I like it. No. Go ahead.
Native and burial?
Say it again.
Native on and burial?
Okay, that's the closest. What did you say? You're very close. It's copper staining from a burial mask. So 2 things. First of all, it had copper. Right? It's actually cold hammered copper. It's not smelted copper. It's cold hammered copper. And there's no copper in this region, so it's been traded from the Great Lakes to Oklahoma. So long trade network. They had copper, and it was a copper burial mask. So the copper burial mask, the copper, oxidizes and turns that blue, and it stains the teeth, and it stains the bones that color. So you guys are really close in terms of it has something to do with burial practices. Now remember, this is something that's post-mortem. The soft tissue around it has decomposed, and now we're just looking at how did it affect the bone directly, and that's how it did. So we can tell about that right then, and you can see it's staining the enamel, staining the root, the pulp cavities, and even staining some of the alveolar bone around it. So why do we study teeth? Teeth are really important. And there's 2 top reasons why. One is archaeological sturdiness. It is the hardest tissue in the body, and therefore it has the best preservation of anything else. And there's a reason why there's whole dinosaurs named after a single tooth, or early primate fossils, right? Because it survived and then was able to mineralize, right? So it has the greatest archaeological sturdiness. A burial, the taphonomic changes to a burial from soil and time can leave it where the bone has decomposed, and maybe it's just a shadow, we can see it, but then as soon as we try to excavate it, it disintegrates, but the teeth will still be there. So it has the greatest archaeological sturdiness, and it's also highly genetically controlled. So the more we know, the better off we are in terms of talking about the individual variation, population variation, diet, things like that. It is exposed to the external environment throughout life, so external forces do have a play on it. Right? It is very sturdy, but it will, of course, if you're eating a harsh diet or you're using your teeth as tools, it's going to change to that. The teeth wear over time. Right? Younger individuals have unworn teeth. Older individuals have worn teeth. Even in our population today, where we have really soft processed food, it's still a process over time that's going to take place. That can be sped up or slowed down, though, given on what behaviors individuals are doing. So we can make inferences about past populations or about even current populations. We like to use it across anthropology. We can look at a change in diet. We can do chemical analysis. So the best area of the body to do DNA is actually the dentition, right? It's nice and encapsulated. You have that hard enamel. Then you have the dentin and the pulp. And so it makes it a really nice reservoir. And so when I go into the field, I harvest samples for chemical analysis across the board, DNA, isotope, right? So you are what you eat, right? And we can do isotopic signatures on dentition, and it tells us what the person was eating while they were going through development. But remember, your bone changes throughout life, where the teeth don't. So we can actually make comparisons to something an individual ate or lived through as a child compared to something during adulthood. So when they were doing analysis of, say, the Jamestown burials, right, the earliest colony in the Americas, or this area of the Americas, anyway, North America, U.S. Anyway, British colony. Okay. And when they were doing analysis, right, they could tell, like, this individual was born in the Old World, they were born in Europe, this individual was born in the Americas, and this individual lived in both because they have signatures that fall in between, and they've been here long enough for a new bone to lay down, but not fully, right? So they could actually measure different individuals and talk about how long they had been here before they died. And that is important, but we can, move that to the current time period. It's something we do now in forensic analysis, right? If we are working to repatriate Jane and John Does to area or country of origin, a really important fact is to know chemical signatures, perhaps throughout Latin America, right? And be able to do chemical signatures and tie that to a region and begin having discussions with embassies. These are techniques that we're able to use now in forensic anthropology. But dentition is a great reservoir to do this analysis. So we look at what reasons in anthropology that we like teeth, right? One thing is we look at the shapes of teeth. We use it in primate and human evolution, right? In what we call paleoanthropology. We can look at the shapes of teeth and talk about diet. Or we can talk about it across species, so we can talk about a frugivore versus an omnivore. We're omnivores. We have very generalized dentition, fully anything, versus a frugivore, with big front teeth, scooping out pulp, versus an insectivore, with sharp teeth, or a carnivore, right? So we can talk about tooth shape. We can actually do measurements and do a little formula and come up with body size across species. In terms of modern human, we can talk about population movement in terms of different shapes or dental characteristics. We can do statistical analysis and look at population variation and population movement. I use this a lot in terms of I'm very interested in trade networks and not just the movement of goods, but the movement of genes. And we can also look at familial affinities, right? So some dental characteristics can show up in higher frequencies in some populations over others. There are also characteristics that are what we call familial. They're inherited in families. You'll see a high frequency, right? So it's interesting if you have an Jane or John Doe with one of these rare traits, the odds are high that someone in their family has this trait as well, which is helpful when you're doing interviews. We also look at dentition in terms of patterns of change because it is exposed to the external environment, right? We can talk about diet in terms of how the teeth are worn. What kind and how many cavities does an individual have, right? Is it a high sugar diet? We expect cavities to show up in little crevices and places, right? But we start seeing them on the labial or buccal surface, those smooth surfaces, right? You sit here all day long, you drink nothing but sodas with high sugar. How do your teeth feel at the end of the day? That coated feel, right? Well, other diets cause that too. And so we start to see changes in cavities or how the teeth are worn. Is there front loading, what we call front loading? The front teeth are really worn compared to the back teeth, or are they all even? And then there's just, because teeth wear a natural pattern over time just because of how we eat and how they occlude. But some things, again, are speeded up or slowed down. So then we look at disease, any kind of biological stress, occupational stress, so using teeth as tools, right? Basket making, using the teeth, pulling fibers, working hides, seamstress notches, people clamp needles in their teeth, causes notches. Other cultural behaviors, I would put it, and they cross over with each other sometimes, right? We do think of cultural modifications as very deliberate, but at the same time, they can be secondary, right? So pipe smoking. And we can see this particularly in historical bioarchaeology. Individuals who clamp, these pipe smoking used to be very common, and people clamping the pipes in their teeth, and they have notches, right? So these are things we can look for in that reconstruction of an individual's life history. So in terms of the anatomy of the dentition, right, you have your external portion that's exposed the environment, and then you have the cemento-enamel junction and the root and pulp chamber, and that is encapsulated by the alveolar bone of the maxilla and the mandible. So externally, we can see what we call the crown, which involves that harder enamel shell, a hard but yet softer layer called dentin, and then the pulp chamber with the nerves, right, that feed down into the roots of the tooth, and then the blood vessels that go out the apex of the roots and down into the alveolar bone and that jawbone. Where they meet, where the crown and meet the rest of the tooth or the root is called the cemento-enamel junction. You got it right there. Yeah, there we go. Right, where they actually meet with one another. You don't need to know all of that. In terms of just directional terms, right, we have the directions for the whole skeleton in the homework. But we also have, again, sort of a focused area in terms of the dentition, in terms of the mouth. And even though you see it as an arch, when we talk about it, we think about it as a straight line. Think about that arch as being straightened back out, right? I think it helps in sort of visualizing that. And so what you can see here, really important in the descriptions is the midline, or the median, right here in the center. We do have anterior and posterior, but important is labial. Labial refers to the side of a tooth toward the lips, and we use that for both the incisors and the canines. Buccal refers to the side toward the cheeks, so we use that for the premolars and the molars. Lingual makes sense. Lingual, language, tongue. So the lingual surface of a tooth is the side of the tooth toward the tongue. Where the tooth, what's not on this picture is the occlusal surface, O-C-C-L-U-S-A-A-L. And that's where they occlude, right? The surface where your teeth hit with one another. That's the occlusal surface. So it doesn't matter if you're talking about the mandible or the maxilla, you can use all of these terms equally. And then we also talk about in between a tooth, interproximally, or mesial and distal. So mesial is the side of the tooth toward the midline. So again, this is where that straight line helps. So it'd be mesial, 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 mesial. And distal is the side of the tooth away. Distal, 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 all the way to the very back. All right, so this is the smaller version of proximal and distal that we looked at in the long bones. Buccal is toward the cheek. Buccal or buccal, it's a tomato, and buccal or buccal. We look at both permanent and deciduous. Deciduous is our baby teeth, the milk teeth. And we're born, it makes sense, a little small, born with zero teeth. We have 20 deciduous teeth and 32 permanent dentition. Right? Even so, they cluster, the permanent, we see incisors, canines, premolars, and molars. Some of the variation can be in teeth. Some people are what we call congenitally missing teeth. Right? Some people can have extra teeth. So it's that same thing we were talking about the skeleton at 206. Some people have extra, some people have fewer. That's something we'll see in families a lot too. So the deciduous dentition has smaller roots. they're very bulbous looking. They're smaller, but really bulbous looking. And they have shorter roots, and it makes sense, right? Because you don't keep them as long, right? They develop, they erupt, and in your bone cavity, the crowns of the permanent dentition are already forming, right? And so, it's a really beautiful, I can't believe I forgot my, see what happens when I tell Hillary she doesn't have to come. Here's the pan signal. Okay. So it's a really nicely timed, if you think about it, in terms of your deciduous dentition, forms, they erupt. And at both of them, the first stage that happens is that crown actually forms, right? So all teeth form from the occlusal surface, finishing at the apex of the root. That's a good extra credit question for a rainy day. All dentition form from the occlusal surface and then finish at the apex of the root. So in the bone, you have a crown forming. And it begins to get larger and larger and larger, right? And then, because you don't have that much room in there, so then it begins to erupt and break through the soft tissue, erupt through, and as it's erupting, it finishes growing. This root is finishing growing while it's erupting. So this is happening at the same time. So then the deciduous dentition, it's time for them to shed so that the permanent tooth can erupt. So that same process takes place, right? Except for the deciduous root has to actually resorb, right? It begins to resorb so that it can easily fall out. If you think about it, right? If you go to the dentist and have a tooth pulled, you had a full tooth, right? But when the tooth fairy came, you only had a crown. Right? And you're playing with it, and it finally fell out. All you had left was a crown, and that's because that deciduous root resorbed back into the body, and then it was loose, and the little ligament let go, and it fell out. So then the permanent, it pushes through, cuts through, and finishes growing in the alveolar bone. And so it's this really nice timed ballet, but it's that timed ballet that is very genetically controlled and allows us to use dentition in aging individuals. It makes it where we're very accurate aging children and more accurate than aging adults.
If you have permanent teeth, what's the...
Well, think about it in terms of all your development of your skeleton, right? And it's also forever. So you do want, it's biologically helpful to go through a certain stage with one set of teeth, and then because it's forever, and this allows for that sort of an extended period of time for those other teeth. So we have what's called a 2-1-2-3. We may have 32 teeth, but if we're just looking at dentition, we're only looking at half a dental arcade. So we have 2 incisors, 1 canine, 2 premolars, and 3 molars in an adult dental arcade. Note this third one, it's not all the way in yet. Probably a little bit impacted. The person was a little younger, I'd say they just weren't fully developed yet. Okay, so distinct anatomy and physiology, and again, it's unique because it's exposed to the environment at the time. He has some unique dentition. He has a rare trait on the labial surface of his incisor called a talon cusp. It's like a talon, an eagle's talon. Actually, a very trait. So, in dental anthropology, we study variation of size of teeth, shape of teeth, we like to do measurements. We look at dental development, right? Wear, so dental wear over time, differences in individuals, differences in populations, differences in time periods. We collect information on dental disease, and then we also do biochemistry, and we also do histology. So each of these takes very specific and different types of training, but you know, I don't do isotope analysis. I have students who do, and colleagues that do. I may harvest the tooth for them to carry it out. I need to know what they do because I have to help them, but it's not my area of expertise. I do, however, do dental histology here at SDSU. And we can look at that. So dental histology, histological analysis, we've done histological analysis for a long time. We did, you know, one of my mentors was a histologist. On long bones, right? Looking at cross sections of long bones and counting those osteons or those bone cells and looking at behavior based on bone load, which reflects muscle load, right? How are people using their skeleton? So dental histology, though, actually looks at the root of an individual. And so how does, you know, dentition stay in for a lifetime? Well, there's a layer called cementum, right, that anchors that root to the alveolar bone. And it lays down twice a year from the time it erupts to the rest of the individual's life. And we look at teeth, we pull them, harvest them, and then we actually put them in a resin. Then we take the resin and we put it through a saw, and we come out with what's called a wafer. Then we take that wafer and we adhere it to a slide, and we polish it down to one cell depth. And then we look at it under a microscope, right, a really high-powered microscope. And it's basically like counting tree rings, right? Because it lays down twice a year for the rest of the individual's life. And so it's one of these methodologies that what if there is only a tooth left? Trust me, there are many forensic cases where there's like one fragment of bone and one tooth. And they were, you know, how do you identify who the individual is? And they talk about how old they were. Because what you can do is, based on the time period the tooth should have erupted, then you count the tree ring, you count the cementum rings, right, to a year for the rest of the time, and then add that together and come up with a really accurate age at death for an individual. We've been doing this in Zoart for a long time, and finally someone said, well, my colleague said, why don't we do this with humans? And so it's become a very positive application, particularly in forensic anthropology, and now we're doing it in bioarchaeology. So it's one of those, often things start in bioarchaeology go the other way, but this is one of those that goes back. The other thing that's really super cool, right, is that each of these bands doesn't just lie down twice a year, they lie down in two different light bands, dark bands, light band, dark band, light band, dark band. And so it represents fall, winter, and spring, summer. So even another really interesting factor is that, of course, whatever the last band is that laid down is the season of death for the individual. So we can come up with a really accurate age of death as well as a really accurate season of death, which I think is really cool. Very interesting and multiple applications. Really interesting if you're reconstructing a life histories of an ancient population. Are people dying in the rainy season more than the dry season, or is it vice versa? Or is there difference in time period? What environmental factors changed over 100 to 500 years that affected the population? In terms of forensic analysis, think about the news. How many people we heard of in the last 10 years that were held for a long period of time? They disappeared at one point, they're held, and then ultimately they're found deceased. Did they live well past the time period that they disappeared, or did they die in the season that disappeared? These are questions we can help answer. Okay, so dentition helps when we're looking at age and sex, so describing the demographic breakdown of the population. We can look at population variation, because there are traits that are at higher frequencies in some populations over others. All traits show up in every population, but how their frequencies change. Again, diet, health, and simply life history or way of life. Behavior. Think of that as behavior. It's a really good way to talk about biology and behavior. All right, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. Well, no, okay. All right, so let's just talk about, I don't need you to do verbatim on the next few slides, except for like your but in terms of just talking about the shape of the tooth and its placement and its job, just like with the rest of the skeleton, everything has a job, right? Everything has its placement for a reason. Everything has its function. Incisors and canines are what we call spatulates. They don't occlude directly. Some people they do, right? Right, and that's, you know, they occlude directly, and then the dentist always wants to move your teeth. But as a general rule, they overlap with one another. They don't hit one another. They overlap with one another. They're spatulates, so think of it in terms of like cooking, scooping, have a very scooping shape about them. And that's because, you know, historically, you know, our ancestors were herbivores, so we have these teeth that want to scrape things out. Premolars and molars are on the sides of the mouth, so think of the incisors and canines, they're your cutters, right? They bite into food, they cut into food, and they tear it. The broad molars, the premolars and molars have sort of broad surfaces, and they're the pulpers, the chewers, the grinders, right? And so that's their jobs in terms of the front and back of the mouth. Incisors, particularly, they're single-rooted, so as a rule, they may fall out of the skull much more easily, particularly the maxillary. Of course, also depends on the placement of the remains. But, you know, we'll see this particularly with the maxillary incisors, but the lower incisors can fall out really easily too, because again, they only have a single root, right? So it's much, they're anchored as well. In this area of California, in terms of pre-contact populations, cremations are very common in the Native American populations in this area of Southern California. So we do pay attention to a lot of different, you know, how do different burial practices. So how do different burial practices affect bone, as well as just different means of manipulating the body post-mortem. So fire can certainly affect the crowns. They can break apart. They may fracture right at the root and fall apart from the root and have to be reconstructed. And again, you know, when this happens, the maxillary roots have this very drum-like roundness to them, and the lower incisors are much smaller. There's not as much room in your mandible, so they have very thin, compressed roots. Just to show you that rounder, this is maxillary, and then how they can wear. Just understand that how a tooth wears its attrition can help us identify what the tooth is, because we can recognize how it changes as it loses its crown and wears all the way down to the shape of the root. And even though, and it also can tell us something about the morphology of the tooth. Canines also, in terms of dry bone, can fall out of the skulls. They also frequently break at the roots and fracture in sort of a similar drum-like segments, especially like the central incisors. Notice how the incisors wear sort of this band, this line across that spatula, whereas the canines come to a point, so they start to wear at a point. Premolars, Upper premolars sometimes not always have double roots, where they tend to have double roots, so you're going from single roots to double roots. So it means they're anchored a little bit sturdier. They're doing a lot of hard work. Because in cremation or any kind of sort of manipulation, the roots are more distinctive because they have the double roots. And they also will what we call fractured and hourglass outline. Let me show you what that is. If you look at the premolars, notice that they're what we call bicuspids. There are two lobes where these are a single cusp. You can see 1, 2, 1, 2 with a space crevice in the middle. So they're bicuspid, and they actually wear in sort of a figure 8 configuration, and they can also crack easily in that configuration, particularly when exposed to fire. And you can see that even in the wear here. We have that separation between the two until the half gets all the way down to the pulp. The lower premolars, single rooted. So the upper premolars have double roots, but why do we see more roots in the premolars and molars on the maxillary? Really obvious reason compared to the lower teeth. Think about how they sit. Right? One's sitting, one's hanging. So what's it doing? We float into space. We're just walking along. Thank you. Right? It's fighting gravity. Right? See. Oops. Upper molars, same reason. Upper molars are really identifiable because they are larger. They are, multiple cusps, right? 4 to 8, 3 to 8, depending on tooth of the person. They have 3 roots, right? They're nice and anchored. Right? They're anchored in that alveolar bone. They have 3 roots, but those 3 roots also can snap. When one of the roots snaps off and is separated from the others, it can actually resemble a central incisor. So you have to do these reconstructions and be really aware of the morphology so you do an accurate identification, right? Because we have to do an accurate identification, right? It's the very first step in our protocol of what we do. After identifying everything in situ, when we begin to do an inventory, we have to inventory all the bones and the dentition, right? Because then we need to use those elements in the rest of the description of the individual. So we want to be able to do that accurately. So, just like with cremation, we'll see some of the roots may break off into that drum-like shape. The crowns themselves, because they're bigger, can fracture into multiple fragments. And you don't live until you can start to teeth with tweezers a lot. It's like an option in here. If you move the wrong way, I think we're going to and so enamel flakes away from the dentin, so may pull away from the dentin. Roots break in sort of this drum-like links that can, if not paid attention to, can mirror some of the other dentition. And if you think about it, right, we're not looking at a single tooth. We may be looking at a whole skull that has been burned and crushed and manipulated in a fire. And we're discerning between the sphenoid bone, the alveolar maxilla, the root of a molar, the crown of a molar, the crown of an incisor. We need to discern between all of that. It's a part of the overall morphology. But just like it everywhere else in the skeleton, understanding its job and its function allows us to do that. And this can give you an idea in terms of burning, how different segments can break off on their own. This, of course, is the dental attrition. And we also can use that pattern. Here's that root, that lingual root that can break away and look very similar to incisor. In terms of the lower, Don't worry. They are much more compressed. It's a general rule with all the lower teeth because there's not a lot of room in the jaw. They're much more crowded together. Just like you have these sort of compressed roots on the incisors and canines, you're going to have, you may have the multiple roots on the molars, but they, instead of being like prongs, they're going to come together and be very tight to one another. Hard to get them out. See, there's not a lot of room back here. So much so, it's crowding the anterior teeth. That would be unique, all right? That's a unique signature for that individual and how their bite marks. Van Dam murder was back in there. Van Dam murder. So when I was telling you about the forensic odontologist who was done a lot of famous cases, the literature expert, he also did the Van Dam. Making tangents like that. Not really. Okay, so why do we study teeth? We're going to talk about culture modification later in the semester, but just like we talked about that very first slide, right? Again, we can look at variation. We can talk about individual variation. We can talk about population variation. And we can talk about cultural behaviors of individuals. These are really nicely done. Right? Two on the central incisor, one on the lateral incisor. That's a very nice job. Done with stone tools. Crack a tooth in antiquity, you die. Right? An abscess, infection all the way up, could be a problem. That's a really nice job. So one of the things that I could talk about, each tooth has its function, but they also have really detailed morphology. Let me just give you some examples. Don't worry, I'm not going to give you every one of them. But I just want to show you how we can look at this variation, right, collect for it, and actually run statistical and distance analysis and talk about relationships. We talk about close relationships, we can talk about familiar relationships, we can talk about population relationships, and it's how we can look at even, population movement. So we can look at overall things of just dental crowding. We don't really think about that as like, oh, is that a variation? We think of it as an annoyance. Right? We look at all the medical journals that are like, but it is actually a variation. Some people don't have a problem with crowding. So crowding can be one. But generally we're looking at specific variations in the teeth themselves. So one could be something like shovel-shaped incisors, where it looks like a coal shovel. Think of the old coal shovels. This is kind of here when they were their names. Or your fireplace, if you have a fireplace shovel. Right? Where the mesial-lingual margins wrap, mesial and distal margins wrap lingually. But these aren't traits that we do as present or absent. They used to talk about things like either you have it or you don't. But now we understand the variation in terms of rural population variation. And we really actually score them from like slight to trace, like a score 1, or really 0, they don't have it. They have spatula-shaped incisors, but they don't have this particular trait. All the way to 8, which is a barrel, which I don't even have a picture of. But this is close. It would be where these two margins wrap all the way around to each other, all the way up to the occlusal surface. A really rare form of this particular trait. You can see it frequently in Native American populations. So when we look at things like lingual shoveling, right, we can see it in different variations. All of these traits show up in every single population. They just show up in some higher frequencies and some than others, as well as higher exhibited forms. So lingual shoveling, we'll see it in almost 100% of Native American populations. See it in very high frequency in Asian populations. Double shoveling, a similar trait, but not on the lingual surface, on the labial surface. An eruption groove. This little mark right here, a tuberculum dentale, a really exaggerated area of the tuberculum dentale on the lingual surface. Deflecting wrinkle. You're not going to see this in a population that has a really harsh diet, because the tooth, unless it's a really young individual, right? Because it just wears right off, right, very early on. Hair-belly's trait. Hair-belly's trait's a really interesting one. We can watch this trait change around the world. We used to say, oh, hair-belly's tough. Either present or it's absent. But it's not. This is one that we can see in a gradient as we walk the world. So hair-belly's cusp is very common in European populations. It is a full cusp on the lingual surface of a molar. This isn't trait, this is a pit. So it would be the same place where this pitting is, but it would be a full cusp. Maybe like you're looking at that right here, added on. So there's probably people in here who have them. People love, you know, the dentists tell them, oh, you have to have all this cusp. So we'll see it in European populations with a full cusp. And then we'll see it change from like a cusp to a cuspal. It's like you can walk the globe with it, to a groove, and to in Native American populations where you see it like this with a pit, a very high frequency of pitting. So the same trait exists in sort of different forms, right? And that's that is controlled. The next word. Peristyle, which is like the hair bellies on the opposite side. Protostylid, not this thing in the middle, that's a cavity. It's this little pit right here. So it's very nuanced morphology, but it allows us to collect all this information and run the stats against each other and talk about distance analysis between populations and even between groups, right? So I may have multiple cemeteries in an area, and I'm going to run the information. I'm going to see who's kind of related to who within a cemetery, as well as who may be related to who between cemeteries. Changes in tooth size, so peg-shaped teeth, molars and incisors that are really small, what we call peg-shaped teeth. And you can see a reduction here in those lateral incisors. Directional changes. As the one odontome. This wears off really early, so it's hard to find this one. It looks like a little volcano in the middle of a molar. Because remember, it was a bicuspid, but not this guy. Gal. Oh, wait, I worded that, sorry. Wait, supernumerary dentition. So you can, just like you can have congenitally missing teeth that never erupted, born with. You can also have extra teeth, right? And then you can also have displaced dentition, right? So a canine may not erupt where it's supposed to, right? In its map. It may erupt somewhere else. So here you actually have both. You have a canine erupting out of the palate, and then a little supernumerary tooth bud right next to it. And then here you have dentition, irregular dentition that's also erupting outside of the dental palate. You don't do anything. Often dentists will pull those now because they either bother people or they just do it for aesthetic purposes, but really it's not. Here's a little tooth bud, an extra tooth growing right off of a molar. So these are, a tooth coming right out in the front of the maxilla. Extra ectopic enamel, so enamel extensions and enamel pearls, right? It's supposed to go straight across here, but if you have enamel extensions, so we'll change the morphology. Also a little pocket that allows, if you're not taking care of your teeth, to allow substances down into that, below that gum. And then things like enamel pearls. This is only going to show up in an x-ray. I have had students say, my dentist said I have enamel pearls. Then I'm just doing this really well. But if you look at this individual right here, here's a great example of how that tooth develops. Right? Here's, is it just erupting? Here's that crown of the molar, and only a part of that root was formed. That enamel pearl was forming right on the root when the individual died. So you can see the root had not finished erupting. Not only did it not finish erupting, but it hadn't finished developing. right? So remember, a tooth develops from that occlusal edge to the apex of the root. Here you can see it again in a better way. You can have superior teeth, you can have fused teeth, just like someone's front incisors can be fused together. There's that talon cusp from our handsome fella. You can see it looks like an eagle's talon. Tooth within the tooth. If you did a transverse section of this tooth, you would see that you actually have the enamel rim and then an inside enamel rim. Okay, believe it or not, that's not all the tricks. This just to give you an idea of some really obvious ones. So we would run distance analysis and then talk about population variation and relationships, right? So a really good example, which you'll see, I'll talk about throughout the semester, is my area of what I do with the New York African burial ground is to look at relationships of the individuals interred in the burial ground and where did it come from? Does it match historical reference, or do we see a different pattern, right? Are we seeing a relationship to West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa? What about the Europeans that enslaved them, in this case, the Dutch? And so we look at those relationships and we can support the historical records or the historical records well. We do it with other means as well, including chemical DNA. All right. If we also look at pathological changes, right? We can talk about diet, lifestyle, life history, things that happen during growth and development, things that happen throughout adult life by looking at pathology. So something that happens during growth and development can happen during growth and development, right, is linear enamel hypoplasias. Now remember, teeth, they develop and they erupt, and that's it. Essentially, they don't change, whereas bone lays down throughout life, right? So when dentition is forming, if you look at this, see this band right here? That becomes a permanent scar in the dentition. So the individual's enamel matrix is laying down, laying down, laying down, and then they go through a period of biological stress that is severe enough to disrupt this process. It disrupts it for a period of time, and when and if the person recovers, then it slows it down, moves energy elsewhere, and then picks back up. But in the meantime, it left this permanent signature that we can look at and talk about, hey, this person, when they were a child, went through this period of stress. We can measure it. We can measure it from the SEJ to the top of the band and to the bottom of the band, do a nice little formula, and tell you how old the individual was. What if they only have one? Well, maybe it happened around 3 or 4. Maybe we see this as a very common pattern and it's related to the age of weaning. What? Maybe they have like 6 and it looks to be like, every 6 months or every year, right? And this might, and we can look across the dentition, right? Because each one erupts at different times and we have to do different formulas. And see if we see a pattern, maybe it's seasonal. Maybe there's some environmental factors. Maybe they don't recover. Maybe we find the skeleton of a child in the garden in a backyard. And their development is stunted, right? They're too small for their age. Their dentition tells us how old they are, because that timing for growth and eruption and development is pretty strong, even if there are signatures such as this, right? So we kind of an idea of how old they are, but they didn't reach the stature. They're small for their body size, right? They have some other signatures, such as anemia, that tells them maybe they were malnutrition. And they have hypoplasias. Maybe we have a pattern of a child who either lacked resources or was not given resources. Right? right? So we can talk about this in the present, and we can talk about it in the past by using this information. Yes, ma'am. To the cement, no. No, the signature only shows up here. Because the cementum only lays down once it has developed and it fully, once it's erupted, right? And it's fully developed, so you have to have that section of the root already. So once you have a fully erupted tooth, then the cementum is doing its thing. So this is just during crown development. Canines are super sensitive. Dental nutrition, right? How fast do teeth wear? What are they eating? This is a population who, even the kids, the children have really worn teeth and then they shed those teeth, which is a good thing, but more nothing. Because they had a really harsh diet. But here you can see this brown. This is the crown is, all you have left is the rim of the crown, and you have that soft dentin and patches of pulp starting to show through. Very, what we call cupping, so the gritty diet. So once it hits that softer dentin, it kind of cups it out. So we can look at diet. We can also look at dentition in terms of, like, we really can break it down, right? What do you mean by diet? Where does it? Interestingly, while we think about like hives and such, which is true in terms of occupational on the front anterior dentition, high protein diets actually wear faster in the molars, right? Showing in the back, it actually wears faster. Cavities, right? So we want to look at not just do they have cavities, which is important, but where are they? Where are they located, and how big are they? Is it just a little one in a crevice, right? And that's all they've got? It could be, or is it like really big on the occlusal surface? Does it involve multiple surfaces? Is it somewhere on the labial or buccal surface, one of those smooth surfaces? What about the cemento-enamel junction or in between teeth, or all the above? Right? So there's cavities all over the place. Something going on. And this one, they also have periodontal disease, so you have to think about those factors. The bone has resorbed to the point where it's exposed the root. So you have cavities forming on the root of the tooth. So there's multiple things going on. So how they associate with each other, talk about different, whether it's disease, whether you're talking about diet, combination of both. Occupational stress, this is kind of a combination of both in terms of diet as well. But if you look at the dentition, it's actually polished. This is worn all the way. This is root, full root exposure. There's no crown here. The alveolar bone has been exposed so long that the root itself actually has polishing on it. So this is using the teeth as tools and causing pathological changes over time, overusing it. This is really anterior dentition. There's an ethno-historic documentation of individuals, doing lithic analysis, so working with stone tools, making stone tools, and every once in a while, we all do it, right? We're like, what is that? And you're using your teeth, you shouldn't do it. But actually refining little breaks or little pieces of stone tools with teeth, and then you can crack your tooth when you do that. Abscessing. So think about, here you go, a very smooth, hollowed out apex of the root, erupting through the bone, erupting through the soft tissue. They're breathing that in. There is infection and pus coming through that hole. And they're breathing it in, right? It's not just that this is excruciating pain, but now you're breathing the infection in, right? Affecting the rest of you. So if you have individuals, we know that if individuals have 3 or more abscesses, this is a sign of systemic breakdown. right? So you might be looking at the tooth, and you might be talking about oral health, but you can talk about what's going on completely with an individual. Because you're like, this person has 3 or more abscesses. This is a sign of a real systematic breakdown, a systematic problem. There's something else wrong with this individual. It's actually sort of a signifier of something else. Kind of like a combination, but anti-worm tooth loss. There were actually 2 teeth here, barely hanging on. Now go through the front. But look how all, remember, bone is a living tissue. So the teeth are gone. Remember when your tooth fell out? Right? You play, or maybe you had your wisdom tooth pulled, and you play with that little hole for a long time, and then one day it's just gone. Right? That's because the bone resorbs. It's a living tissue. It filled in. Right? So you can see they lost all their teeth. They had 1 left here, and then these 2 were just barely hanging on. They would have fallen out. Not sure. But you can see that's severe periodontal disease. Probably had a whole bunch of abscesses. So then all this, again, together, right? This is actually an older individual, it's a young woman. Chipped tooth. That happened during life. Well, no, nobody remembers it being there, so very mortem, around time of death. Tooth, calculus. Demonstration, a little bit of periodontal. Crowding going on. Of course, in a case like this, there's, I have journals or volumes of both coffinware as well as, we have a history of dentistry too, right? We know how different types of substances and techniques were used over time. So certainly part of the variation in this individual are the fillings. What kind of filling was used tells us different sort of time periods as well. Maybe we can all that. So here you can see filling in those cavities. It's caries. She doesn't have shoveling, she just has normal spatula. What are we really working with? This is a full skull. It's 2,000 years of rainy season, dry season, rainy season, dry season, rainy season, dry season, and compressing the skull. It's all there. Compressing the skull down to 2 inches. And then the soil has this very cement quality to it, and holding it together at the same time. But we would still, I can still say, well, here's the frontal bone, here's the supra, look at the eye orbit, here's the zygomatic, here's the nasal aperture, here's the alveolar bone, there's the dentition. Right? We still want to be able to describe it and describe what happened on top of the taxonomic changes. What view is this? I'll give you a hint, it's a skull. Here's your bone, here's soil. This is actually the mandible right here. And that's the occipital. There's the occipital protuberance, right? That leg right there. Feel it. Hard to see when you've never seen it like this. If you've never seen it like that. I'm the lab. Okay. But also note that the soil does have a similar color of the bone, right? And so your eye has to change to like what's bone and what's soil. They both look the same from that, which makes that look round, but that's actually the bottom back here. Same thing, here's the mandible crush, there's the mental eminence, it's an inferior view. There's the mastoid process right behind your ear. Here's a lateral view, a little more recognizable. Right? Here's the frontal bone, here's the parietal, there's the occipital, temporal, here's the mastoid process, crushed, the zygomatics. The small bones are all crushed. Anything like the sphenoid, the ethmoid, the lacrimal, All right, it's all crushed in the face. Mandible, but the dentition, there it is. Different view. Oh, that's my favorite brush. Here's the mandible taken out of the matrix. Still getting clean, so you can still see even right away. Here's the enamel rim. That's dentin, so the teeth are quite worn. They're worn in a very specific direction. So here's one for you because we haven't done long bone. What do you think we're looking at? Kind of hard. Focus on this right here. Huh? No. Here's the arm. It's the lower arm. This is the arm. Here's the radius and ulna. They're broken down into the hand, the fingers. And this is actually the iliac blade. So this is the os. So this burial individuals on their side, right? And their hands were in front crossed. So what you're looking at, essentially, is that arm, lower arm with the hand crossed in front of the hip bone, right on their side. Starting to change the view. So I'm asking you, what's the whole bone? So, radius, ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges, and then this is the os, and that would be the iliac blade. What bone is this? Close. It's the humerus. Yeah. So the arm, there's the head of each of them. They're broken, they're fractured. Right? Actually, it's arthritis. So there you go. It's actually a posterior view. That helps. Ooh. What bone? Huh? Everyone wants things like this, so don't feel bad. I'll give you a hint. This is the acetabulum. Right. I got hand signals. It's the os. Right? So it's the hip bone. And this is where the femur would articulate into the rear side. Fragmentary. Okay. All right. What area? Skull, limbs, or thoracic? Huh? Skull. Okay, now what bone? And what feature? And then you know the bone if you know the feature. Didn't know what you said of that. Like that, you enumerated it. No, but I'll tell you why. It's really thick. And remember, the sphenoid is a butterfly. Well, it is a golden rule when in doubt, call it a sphenoid. It's a really thick bone, and this is a shelf-like feature. Everybody reach the back of the skull. Feel it? That occipital protuberance. Right? Everybody's different muscle mass, so it's exhibited in different ways. So this is the back of the skull, this is the occipital, and that's the occipital protuberance. It's a little tilted to the side. This is not whole. I can't, I'm fire in the shade on this is the squamosal suture. That's a hard one, which is the temporal bone. And here you can see the inside with the meningeal grooves. And that's actually the section title. Okay. What bone is this? It has a mastoid, it's an inferior view, has a temporal mandibular joint, which articulates the mandible, and has a mastoid process. And it has the auditory meatus, or bone of it. It's the temporal, yeah. It's the temporal. It's the side, your ears, right here. It's an inferior view. Here's the auditory meatus, the ear, going to the canal. Here's the TMJ, and here's the mastoid process that's behind, posterior to that ear. So it's a temporal bone. Oh, you guys have clock. I don't have clock. Okay, good. All right, we'll stop there, and that's today. Today, right, in terms of when human remains are found, what categories they fall in terms of interest, and how do we tease apart, whether we are looking at contemporary or modern versus archaeological remains. All right, are we looking at something that's within that first 50 years? Are we looking at something that's of historical interest, sort of falls into historical bioarchaeology, or are we looking at something even older in terms of ancient archaeological remains? And how do we sort of discern that from context as well as the remains themselves? So again, one of the most important things really is context, right? Where do you find remains, right? So when you come across human remains in something like a large archaeological site or a burial mound, such as this one, this is Spiral Mounds in Oklahoma, right? This has, not only do we see different types of burials through time at this particular site over 1,000 years, but different types of artifacts and material culture and associated funerary objects that are also very telling of, is this archaeological context, in this case, pre-contact context, right? When I refer to the New World, you'll never hear me say prehistoric, because we weren't here doesn't mean they don't have history, right? I'll refer to it as pre-contact. So this is a pre-contact site, Spiral Mounds. And not only do we see, individual interments, individuals who are buried at the base of the mound when the mound was first started. Then as burial practices change through time, we'll see cremations in some places, and then what we almost would think of as mass graves in terms of ossuary, where individuals have been taken from other burials from other places, disinterred, and then reinterred together in the mound, right? So there are different types of burial practices that we can look at. But of course, also with them are the associated funerary objects. And that is actually shell that's been carved. What has it been carved to look like? Any idea? Yeah?
A temple burial mound?
Say that again?
Temple burial mound.
Well, not just the burial mound. And it is, you're right, it is but the shells, these right here, what they've been carved to look like.
Pyramid?
Bones, yeah. They actually look like phalanges, right? So that's interesting because that tells us something, about the culture and the burial practices. And at this time period, we'll have individuals who are buried in cemeteries in other places. And then we have sort of ethnographic records, ethnohistoric records around contact with other cultures who have did similar practices of individuals who were buried in cemeteries in the area, and then about every 5 or 10 years during ceremony disinterred and then reinterred together in the mound. So when that takes place, they are working, they're handling human remains, and they're very familiar with the skeleton. And then that's reflected again in the fact that they have carved these shell beads to look like that. So, but you can have these ossuaries in the burial mounds, right? But then you also have mass graves, right? When we see situations where large numbers of individuals have been, have been killed, and sometimes they are killed and buried on the spot, right? They might be actually killed right where the grave has been dug, or they've been killed somewhere else and then loaded onto vehicles and moved to a place to hide them in a mass grave, right? But you're still looking at large numbers of individuals in the same place, but with sort of slightly different contexts and different periods. And so certainly items that are found with the individuals also tell us. Trauma can also tell us as well. So in terms of looking at remains once they've been discovered, right, one of the things that we look at is position of the body, right? What's the position of the remains in the ground? Are they in fetal position, right, curled up? Are they a bundle burial, which is that taking an individual that's already been buried, disinterring them, collecting the bones together very specifically and bundling them, and then reburying them elsewhere? Ossuaries, not necessarily bundling them together, but moving the main remains, are also burying large numbers of people in the same place over and over again. When we see these sort of burial types, we look at them in terms of archaeological. Extended burials, we would look at the position. So if we're looking at an extended burial where individuals are laid out, certainly this can, cross more readily in terms of time periods. But we would also look at, items that are with the individual, also the placement of the remains themselves, right? Are they laid out, or is there evidence that the remains were bound? Are their legs bound, the hands bound? We're certainly going to investigate all of them, but investigate it in different ways. Often, as long as that we have development, we tend to have a situation where even if we aren't deliberately seeking out sites, we have usually surveyed for them. We usually have an idea of the cultures in the area. Or we hope we have an idea of the cultures in the area. But certainly, as long as there's development and construction, archaeological sites are found on a regular basis. And with that, when sites are found, often human remains are found as well. So here's an example of burials, two burials. On the left, you have two individuals who are laid out and extended, but they're actually on their side, right? They're two individuals on their side. And when we investigate further, we can see that the items that are with the individuals really sort of signify time period. So you have a deer femur flute that's incised. It's actually the only one of its kind for the time period in all of Mesoamerica, 2000. And there are also really early glyphs in terms of the writing. And then the pectoral piece, which was a clay pectoral piece with hematite. And the hematite would have been, before it oxidized, reflective. And in many Mesoamerican cultures, it's a portal to the underworld. So this is a very, signifying in terms of time period and in the culture. On the left, or on my right, on your right is two flexed burials. And actually, you do have to sort of change your eye, right? Can you see the second person? See the child? So she is buried on her side, flexed, and the child is buried with her. Right? So we have to begin to really discern and begin to change our lens and our view when looking at remains. Cremation, very common burial practice in Southern California, but certainly we talk about cremation as modern burial practices, as ancient burial practices, as well as just burning bone as a means of destroying evidence, right? So we'd be looking for fire damage in different levels. And so in this particular case, you are looking at a modern context. So you're looking at burned bone. It's been exposed to heat in different degrees. It isn't a sort of wholesale burning process. There are different pits. It's been exposed to heat in different ways, and everything that's found in the fire is very modern in terms of we're talking about metal, mattress springs, metal throughout the house, pieces of rug, the clothing that's found is current and identifiable within a few years. And so it really gives us the context in terms of burning and burned bone. But certainly we want to recognize it. It is a burial practice across time periods. So we would look at buried remains, look at their context, how are they placed, what are the items placed with them, is there a degree of manipulation? And I think that when if you're looking at an extended burial that's been placed, as well as, are you looking for an individual who has ligatures before they were even dead, versus when we're looking for surface finds, right? Looking for individuals going across the landscape. We're going to see this, and it may seem also, we tend to put this in the category of this is obviously something more recent. You should be aware in desert climates, such as California, and there are certain areas of California, that you can find older remains on the surface. But generally speaking, we're looking at surface finds, we're looking at historic, and we're looking at recent in terms of, is it under that 50-year, and is it of interest to us in terms of forensic anthropology. But noting the location, the parts present and missing. So when we look at surface finds, we always, photograph, map everything in situ, document it, and note its positioning. You can see the condition of the bone. The individual is skeletonized. There's bleaching, which means that it's been exposed to the sun for a period of time. It's begun to bleach the skull and any other exposed bones. Notice that they're scattered, right? The shoes are not with the rest of the remains. There's been scattering, probably animal activity, moving things around. Note that there's a light leaf cover. There's a light leaf cover. So he's been there for a little while, but not super long because it's not years and years of leaf cover, just sort of one season's worth, but long enough for the decomposition to have taken place. And then also, of course, in terms of the items with them, we've got these modern tennies, which of course we can look at the brands, we can find out what years they're made, helps us narrow things down. So, surface finds, going across landscapes, and surface finds often, unless someone's doing a search party, are generally accidental. Items that are found with individuals, right? Presence or absence of personal items, right? And what kind of personal item? Does it give us a time period? Does it signify to us? Things like rings. Now, certainly rings can be handed down. Some things people inherit, and they're items that are handed down from generation to generation. But at the same time, we can look at styles. Coffin, this is coffin nails, but it's coffin ware. Like I said the other day, I have volumes and volumes of coffin ware that describe different kinds of coffin ware over time, so that we can look at time period. Because if you're looking at particular time periods, the wood itself can decompose, but the coffin ware can still be in place. And so being able to identify, from the old catalogs when a certain company was making that or a style was in style, is pretty handy for narrowing down time periods. Belt buckles, clothing remnants. Is it polyester? Is it cotton? Is it hand-woven cotton? What is it? The belt buckles really kind of goes along with the button that you're looking at. So the button is a Civil War button found with the remains of a Civil War soldier. And so when we can look at certainly items from military uniforms. We know what companies, what factories were making the buttons during particular time periods during the Civil War, so that helps us even narrow it down even further. Of course, we also know by the end of the war that people were so desperate and cold and hungry that you could have a Union soldier with a Confederate jacket on and a Confederate soldier with a Union jacket on because they were freezing and they needed whatever they could to stay alive. But it does allow us to tie it not only to the Civil War, but a particular time period in terms of its production, of when it was produced during the Civil War. That can go along with other items like belt buckles as well. And then of course the medical related artifacts, right? Technology changes over time. So this also tells us, is this a historic period? Is it fall into that era of historical archaeology, or is it, has it been within the 50 years? What's our time period? Or is it even older? Money, right? Different types of coins tell us years. At least gives us a minimum year, right? Because we all have like a 1962 penny somewhere, right? But at least we know that it's not, before that year, right? We've got at least a minimum year. Personal items, right? We have glasses. Everything goes through styles, right? So you have glasses here. You have the sweater. Is it polyester? What's it made of? What's the tag? What's the brand? Brands do allow us to contact companies and find out, like, what year did you make that shirt? What are the years that you made and sold that shirt? It kind of allows us to at least narrow it down in terms of that time. Plus, of course, materials do that as well. And then, again, example of the medical implants. Because remember, the factories, they know, they put serial numbers on them, and you can just track them to the serial numbers. So the company that made that knows what hospital they sold it to, and the hospital knows what doctor they sold it to, and the doctor knows what patient, essentially, they sold it to, right, that they put it in. So that's all traceable through serial numbers. So all medical implants are traceable. Here are some examples. Levi's, right? The buttons, the jeans, the material used is changed over time. Right? This is a very recent in terms of their style. So here you have the button, the different shoes, right? So shoes themselves, right? Is it leather? All leather, including the sole. A few years ago, I excavated some materials for Dr. Valios, and they had it was covered, and they knew part of it was leather, but they didn't know what it was, and it was so caked over time in the soil that they couldn't fully see it. So I think they thought it was actually a moccasin and just a full sort of leather shoe, but we x-rayed it, and once we x-rayed it, we could see the holes for the nails. So we knew what it was or what it wasn't. And so doing radiographic analysis, we don't always just do it on bone. We do it on artifacts as well, or material objects, and we'll do it to help each other and help clarify what we're looking at. So it allows us to see through. Some knowledge of local history is super important. What's the local culture? Who lived there before? Who moved in? So, a little less here. The Civil War soldier, he'll come back up again. That was in Virginia and DC when I worked at the Smithsonian. So certainly that was an area where everywhere you turn there's some sort of battlefield, and from Revolutionary War on up. But certainly a knowledge of local history, knowing what kind of conflicts took place in different areas. Certainly here, where this area of California wasn't always California. Things have changed. We have a long history. And of course, it goes farther back before it was even U.S. or Spanish territory. So that brings us to Native American occupation, who are the local cultures, and things like unmarked family plots over time. There's a lot of rancheros here, right? And this is very common throughout the country of, family plots. People used to have large tracts of land. They had family cemeteries on their land. And sometimes over time, usually the courthouses in the area have records of these, but in terms of the landscape, they often disappear, right? The headstones fall over, and just sort of natural sediment over time may sort of, you know, not really obliterate them, but essentially in terms of just looking across the landscape. And so having a knowledge of going down, doing, you know, people should, when they're doing development, they need to do this work in terms of, you know, what has been there, what should we be looking for, what could we possibly find. And so family plots often, but then they do often sort of disappear from the records as well. And so this is another area where during development, a family plot can come out of nowhere, seemingly, and be found. So knowing those kinds of records, who lived in the area, and then other groups which may or may not have recorded cemeteries or burial information, right? Not everything makes it into the records. So a really good example of one that sort of crosses over to both is the New York African Burial Ground, located in Lower Manhattan. And this area of Manhattan was a landfill, right? When they were redoing the towers, they found whole ships, right? Because many areas of Manhattan are actually landfill areas where they keep finding these large items. But in this particular case, there was a ceramic factory nearby, and over time there was like this landfill taking place. But the history records did say, you know, the African burial ground this is where it is, and this is where it exists. But there was another building located right by it and over it. It was only about 4 or 5 stories high. So everyone convinced themselves that that meant that the burial ground was gone, right? Well, there's already a building there. It must be gone. Never mind, there is a pauper cemetery across the street where they had found remains. Apparently nobody made that connection. But when they were building the federal courthouse in Manhattan, they sunk 60-foot pylons. And once they went deep into this landfill, they started pulling out human remains. And to the surprise of the construction workers, they didn't stop, right? They just kept going. The foremen were like, keep going, keep going. And so it was really upsetting for them. So they actually leaked it to the press and said, we're pulling out human remains and no one's doing anything. So they leaked it to the press, and then it became, you know, hit the newspapers in New York, and people were just outraged, as they should have been. But it still didn't stop. It took an act of Congress, because it was a federal courthouse, to get it to stop. So it took an act of Congress, and they finally said, you have to stop, you have to investigate what's going on. So here you can see where they're beginning to do the construction on this building, going really deep. And then they went in and excavated. They covered everything up to protect it. And they made the decision to only excavate where the pylons were going, because this was going to be a tower, a large courthouse. So they made the decision to excavate where the pylons were going, and they brought in, you know, archaeologists and conservationists, so that when they removed them in pedestals and boxed them in very carefully in conservation boxes, and then removed the human remains to Howard University in Washington, D.C., which is traditionally African American university, and the artifacts stayed in New York. So they carried out the analysis, and here you can see, you know, context. And keep in mind, because of the soil, and it was a landfill, and that a lot of the coffins had actually, if they were buried, many people were buried in shrouds. This is the colonial cemetery. I guess I should say, this is the oldest cemetery of enslaved individuals in the United States at the time. Now there's been ones, but now it's a little bit older. But it's definitely one of the oldest colonial cemeteries that's been fully excavated and analyzed. And so you're talking, you know, 1600s, 1700s in New York. And so a lot of the graves have disintegrated. And you can see the outline of them. And so they excavate, you'll notice they're excavating the outline of them, but the wood itself is gone. And there are very few items found with individuals who are enslaved, because individuals who are in the burial ground, the majority of them were born in Africa. It's not the African American burial ground, it's the New York African burial ground. And that's because so many of them were actually born in Africa and then died here in the United States. Oh, actually it wasn't then. It was New Amsterdam, which is the Dutch. So here you have an individual. You can see he's excavated an outline of the coffin. In this particular case, a pretty complete individual. If we're looking at context, so this is a grave marker. It's not a gravestone like we think of. There's no writing, there's no dates, there's no identification of who you're looking at. But there's certainly a grave marker, right? You can see the outline of the grave. There's multiple ones here. Other grave markers. In some cases, they circled the graves with stones because they still want a means of identifying. These are individuals who were stripped of everything they had. If they survived the Middle Passage and got here, then when they came off the ships, they were stripped of everything. Well, they were just literally stripped. But they were stripped of their name, their identity. They were allowed to sort of have their language, but then there was an uprising. So they outlawed the language, and they outlawed anyone going out with more than two. So you could only have two individuals who were slaves at any given time out with each other. So you couldn't have people gathered in groups. The only place they were allowed to gather in groups was the burial ground. And that's why it became so important, because it was the place that they could all meet. And they were from different cultures. They weren't, there were different cultures in Africa being placed right here. And so they were allowed to gather and meet in the burial ground and exchange information and exchange ideas. So it became really important to them in terms of their survival in New Amsterdam. So here you can see different burials, again, markers. Here's a map, right, in terms of mapping the graves. And you can see the body placement, the extended body. This is an outline of an actual coffin. And then there's beads in the map. There's items with this individual. There you go, the rings. So they're copper rings. So again, anytime we found any item, it's really important because it gives a little bit of a window into that colonial period, but also the fact that there were very few personal items with individuals. And many items were clearly given, like some individuals had buttons from the captain's buttons. They had items that people had given them. Shroud pins, people buried in shroud pins, because any time in the colonial period, no matter what group you belonged to, you had limited resources. So it was very common for people to say, well, I'm going to take that jacket because I need that jacket, and then wrap people in shrouds and bury them in shrouds. This is at Howard University. This is Joe. He's a professor at William & Mary now. We're on a team together as grad students. But Dr. Joe here, he is excavating the thorax region, right? So he's got the vertebral column and the rib cage, and we had to mask up, glove up, one, to protect, try to limit our DNA on the material, and then two, because many of when they removed the pedestals, when we had to open them in special suits, because some of them were covered in mold, and so we didn't know what we were being exposed to, so until we had it tested, that we had to here's your example, those ship's uniform buttons. Here you can see, this is a child, right? So this is actually a child. So when you're looking at and doing the homework for the osteology, I'm only having you look at adults. You have a fully formed bone, and we're going to look at development in the next couple weeks. But here, if you look, it mirrors the femur, but where's the head? Where's the distal end? See, the proximal, all you have is the diaphysis, the shaft. And so you have cartilage right here, and then the epiphyses was forming, and it would have held it on. Carrying out, this is at Howard, carrying out anthropometric measurements, looking at stature. Dental anthropology. collecting that dental morphology that we talked about the other day. Collecting everything in terms of their information. You know, are we looking at trauma? Are we looking at disease processes? Saw every form of torture there was, right? Blunt force trauma, sharp force trauma, projectile trauma, crushings, hangings, all the above, and one person. Crushing, that's a particularly pleasant one, where you lay someone down, force them down, and put a board on top of them, and then you pile rocks on them. And everyone stands around and watches in this town square, and you pile rocks on them until they crush to death. So area of blunt force trauma through the whole skeleton. Shackling for so long, right? Leg and ankle and wrist shackles, where someone's been shackled so long that you have periostitis, which is an infection in a band on the wrists and ankles. And you have to think about that, because that means first the infection affected the soft tissue, but then the individual was shackled so long that it actually went through and affected the periosteum, which laid down irregular bone and left a permanent mark in the skeleton in the form of the shackles. So here you see blunt force trauma. This is an arm, this is in the legs. This is individual has blunt force trauma to the face, and it's hard to see, I think it's right here. The projectile, the musket ball in her rib cage. So, you know, not just shot to death, not just beaten to death, but a little bit of both. And we see this across time. I'm going to see it in Guatemala. I'm going to see it in the case here. I'm going to see it in the past, right? It's not uncommon for multiple types of trauma to take place. A spiral fracture, blunt force, here it is closer. So same individual, she's got blunt force trauma in the face, she's got blunt force trauma in the arm, probably defending herself, and then shot in the chest. So you'll hear about the burial ground throughout, but that just gives you an idea of like, what are we talking about with context, right? The history record said it was there, so why did they just plow through it? Why did they build the building? Well, you know, they've learned some lessons since then in terms of believing the historical records and the historians when they say, you know, you should think about not doing that. But as archaeologists, and a lot of people work in what we call, you know, cultural resource management, CRM archaeology, that's part of their job. They look for those records when they work for environmental companies that also work in, you know, going through and they develop areas that haven't been developed. And look and help look for those records to say, you know, you need to mitigate. You can't just start taking tractors through there. So we look at context. We look at what are, you know, items that are with the, you know, remains. Look at the remains themselves. Also with the realization that just because something is recent, right, just because it is under that 50 years also doesn't mean that you're looking at something that's a result of the homicide. You can have something that's still kind of illegal, falls into a different law. So like trophy skulls. Happens a lot. That's one of, I think, like medical examiner's favorite phone calls. I found something in my grandfather's trunk. So people who've served, particularly, not so much anymore, but particularly in our grandparents and great-grandparents' generation, individuals who served around the world in different places, and sometimes they bought items and brought them home. Other times they were literally trophy skulls, something picked up off of a battlefield. However they acquired them, they have ended up in that chest in the attic or the basement, and now the family person is probably either gone or in a position where they're letting people go through their things, and this item is found. And they're like, what do we do with, what is in this chest? And so they usually call the legal authorities and the medical examiner and have someone come look at it and make an identification in terms of what is it. Now, in the past, it sort of fell into this gray area of we will take care of it and for you. But we don't have any idea where it came from. And you can tell us where like your grandfather or grandmother told you, but we need a little more, may not be exactly accurate information. Now we actually, with forensic anthropology, are working actively to try to narrow areas down of the world down and contacting embassies and working with them and saying, we believe these remains came from your country, and trying to repatriate at least them back to the country of origin. Biological supply specimens, only said institutions, only formal institutions or doctors' offices, things like that, can actually purchase these. You're really not supposed to be able to go on Craigslist and buy one, but anyway. And I just made that up. I have no idea if that actually happens. But the point is, institutions, like if I'm going to say I need new anatomical specimens to teach with, I have to prove I am with San Diego State University before they allow the purchase to take place, right? But again, those laws have changed over time, and so we'll find anatomical specimens in personal collections, and my grandfather, my uncle, my aunt, she was a doctor. She was a doctor and she didn't need it anymore and gave it to me because I was taking anatomy. That happens, I hear that so much, I get it all the time. It happens, and they again show up, but we can tell the difference, right? Because they have hooks, and they have metal, and they have things tying them together because they're anatomical items to be taught with, people who donated their bodies to science. Cadavers do show up. Again, individuals who have donated their bodies to science, but other times, sometimes things like burials at sea, individuals float back up, get unanchored, and come back in, and those get identified. Other thing, recent religion-based materials, right? So do I have that here? No. So religion-based materials. Well, you can have items that are used in different religions like Santeria, but so it kind of depends on how they were acquired. We had a case in DC where the remains were absolutely illegally acquired, right? There was grave digging involved, and this big lead pot was found buried in a public park, way in. They never thought someone would find it. But it had 3 different femurs, which were actually the hip replacements, and 3 different people. They were recent. Clearly, so there's like certain elements to it. Sometimes, it doesn't mean it's homicide, but it's illegal to disinter remains from a graveyard. So it does fall into a different kind of law. Going right here to the cemetery remains. So looking at bone itself, looking at the actual physical bone, right? How does bone change? Well, on the right is mineralized bone, right? When you have a fossil, when you have fossilized bone, that's bone that was once living, that the organic material is replaced by integrity of minerals that replace the minerals in the bone, and it turns to stone. And it goes through a process, right? You can hold, and it doesn't happen. It also has to be the right conditions for fossilization to occur. But it's interesting to even see bone that's sort of even part way through that process. I used to work with the Mesolithic collection from Nubia in Colorado, and they were heavy. They had begun to mineralize, and so when you held any bone of the skeleton, they actually had this added weight to them because they had begun to mineralize. So it's that replacement of organic with inorganic. So older bone contains little organic matter and shows breakdown of cortical periosteal surface. All right, so we're going to kind of jump back and forth between slides to give you like a comparison. But when you're looking at this picture, what you're looking at is bone that's, the bone itself has begun to decompose, right? We've gone through the other stages of decomposition, and now the bone is breaking down. That the outer layer has a flakiness that looks like wood, right? It's weathering like it's wood, and it's flaking off, so it doesn't have that smooth surface, so it's older. If we look inside, there's dirt, there's roots, right? So it's been in the soil, it's been covered by soil, grass and things have been growing inside the medullary cavity. It also has a green stain on it. Versus when we're seeing very recent remains that have recently gone through the decomposition process, you may even still have some soft tissue. If not, you still have moisture. That's really what you're looking at, is the moisture in the bone, why they refer to it as greasy or greeny bone. So bone can stay in this state present in surface fines for months to approximately 1 year, depends on the environment. And it just depends on the environment and on how long, whether it's just a few months at this stage or whether it actually lasts even longer, but up to about 1 year. But present in buried bone up to 5 years. I always love this part because people will bury remains to hide them, but yet they've inadvertently saved them. Your soft tissue is still breaking down, but it preserves it this level in terms of the green bone up to about 5 years. And so again, that's just where you still have the proteins, it still has a moisture level to it. Surface exposed bone can become cracked and chalky in about 2 to 5 years. Right? Now you're really looking at, over 100-year-old bone, but Civil War. But it can happen within 2 to 5 years, depending on the environment. Desert environment. Fine sand and dirt, so you can see the sandy loam. So you have the coracle bone, and you've got that woven trabecular bone. But notice that it's got fill, essentially, and that's that sandy loam that has filled in between the bone and inside, because it's been there long enough, as it sort of washed in over time. These weren't really buried. If they were, it was a very shallow grave. Very likely they are where they fell, and then over time, the sediment just sort of washed over them in the battlefield. But you've got grass, you've got sandy loam, and this fine sanding that goes. So this is that sign of antiquity. There's also a shovel bit right here where someone nailed it with a shovel when they were illegally using. Here's those green stains. We saw it in the African burial ground too, right, where the shroud pins were. Little green stains all around the body where the shroud pins were. In this particular case, you can see the green staining. That's that copper stain. You've seen it before when we talked about it, right, in the teeth. That copper staining right here. Probably it's from the buttons on the uniform, and his head fell to the side, and then it stained during decomposition. The skeleton. Look at that. 1, 2. Third molars aren't in. Yeah. Very common in the Civil War, right? Not 18. He's a teenager. But there you have the green staining, and look how it looks like weathered bone. You can see that a little better in this one compared to the other picture. Examination of teeth, as we've talked about before, can aid in determination. Presence or absence of quality fillings or restorations, so any sort of modern techniques in the dentition can give us time to know what are we looking at. In this case, we're looking at hematite inlays. So another mirrors again. This was a set of grills, like ding. Right, beautiful, because they're oxidized now. They would have been shiny and pretty, and that was a fabulous smile 2,000 years ago. but it tells us, you know, we'd be looking for something different if we were looking today in terms of materials. And then even things like wear, right? We have such soft diets, our teeth don't wear that quickly. When we see really severe wear, unless it's someone specifically doing something, we know that it's their older remains. Older in terms of time. We also can use other techniques, right? We can look at chemical methods. We can look at DNA. We use other types of techniques in terms of chemical methods. But remembering that, you know, certain things take a long time, they also are really expensive, and there may be something that we use as we continue an investigation to help in identification if we haven't done it sort of right up front in terms of just an initial identification. Like, what's the context? Also depends on how much of the remains is actually left. They be investigated on what kind of methodologies we can use. But we certainly do also carry out like radiographic analysis, right? In terms of we can see inside the bone, we can see how the decomposition of the inside as well as the outside. Is it just taphonomy? We can of course then see disease processes as well as trauma through radiographic analysis. So here you have blunt force trauma, both on the thoracic vertebra as well as the ribs and the rib cage. Here you can see it without the radiograph. You have these perimortem fractures, and then you can see with the radiograph how it broke all the way through, and then just a slight break. You're going to see this one again, but that's it's a blow, blunt force trauma to the rib cage, right? Completely broke one rib, bent the other, fractured the other, and then the energy dispersed and it cracked where it articulated on the vertebra, on the backbone. All right, so just dispersed around the rib cage. But you can see really clearly here the full extent of it. Weathering again, bleaching. It's bleached, it's been there a while, right? It's sun bleached, it's been on the surface, it's been exposed. So it's been there for a while. It's changed color. Weathering, it's lost that moisture, it's lost the organic material. And then the outer portion layer of the bone, the cortical bone, is breaking down. It's weathering like wood. Those are all signs it's older. Okay, let's see. This is actually, I think it's sometimes hard for you guys to see, but this is actually recent. It actually has sort of a sheen to it. It's brown because it's got soil adhering to it, and there is, in other places, some soft tissue. But it actually does have a real sheen to it that tells us that it's more recent. It doesn't have the weathered look to it. What it does have that might trick your mind is this and this. See these punctures? What do you think those are? Animal activity. Yeah. So it's animal activity. So if you look at the bone itself, it's pretty sturdy. It's recent. It's got that, it's green. Not super green. It's not like weathered. But it has manipulation. It's got animal activity. It's been chewed on. So it kind of gives it a trick. If you've never seen it before, it makes it think maybe it's older, but it's not. Versus this, where everything is weathered and flaking off and there's grass. Huh? I'm going to stop here today. Okay. We'll do human, non-human on another day, because I want to bring stuff in. So, I don't have time to get on Blackboard today, so I feel like I'm really loud. Am I really loud? No? I'm going to do spots. But I got a thing in the email today, and there is a brown bag. I think it's in a decent sized room for at least some of you want to go. Nicaragua's current human rights crisis. There's anything on campus from any perspective from different motives, political science, there are different departments on campus that will all have sometimes people who are experts in human rights from different perspectives. And so that always makes my list of things you guys can do for extra credit, especially for free. So if you want to write this down, there's a presentation on February 25th, Monday, from 12 to 1 in Arts and Letters 132. And it's obviously on Nicaragua's current human rights crisis. So it's an hour lecture. It's free, and that can be beneficial. So if you'd like to choose to go to that for an extra credit, remember, it's never too early in the semester to do it. So take advantage of the free ones. Because as the semester goes on, there's like this crunch of a whole bunch, and then they all go away. And you have to go to the museum. Yeah. Okay. So just want to put that out there, February 25th, 12 to 1, Arts and Letters 132. So let's talk about recovery today. Real quick, a little announcement. I know I said so the first day, but it's, we've all slept since then. And so I have to limit my conversation after class because I have to leave here and get across campus and teach a lab class right after. So that's why I try to limit and I have to make a run for it. But a reminder that my office hours are 1 to 3 on Wednesdays and Storm Hall 2:31. And so you can always come and talk to me there. And then you also, of course, can come, and especially before the first test, I encourage you to come to my office hours, come to Hillary's office hours, and spend time in the lab where you can actually look at a skeleton instead of just looking in the books, right? Because sometimes it's hard to understand a concept if you've never even dealt with it from like this 2D, right? Versus coming and actually seeing the skeleton, and then everything that you've read in the book of, oh, yeah, that makes more sense. So I encourage you to do it. If you want to go to the lab, you can do it throughout the semester. Right? Because when we get to trauma, we have examples of trauma and pathology and things like that. So today we want to talk about locating remains, who locates remains, who can be involved in it, and how we go about it, and how we approach our situation. All about the visuals, you can go see. All right, so in terms of when human remains are found, of course, we're going to talk about decomposition. It's Tuesday. Next week, no, Thursday. Sorry. So last Thursday, just to give you a little context, last Thursday while I was lecturing, my dad was in heart surgery. So we're human people just like you guys. So when I'm like, where am I in my 24-hour period? Pump me up. So initial finds, right? Well, often, especially when you're talking about skeletal remains, because we're only called in at certain points, right? To be called in, for a forensic anthropologist to be called in, we're going to be talking about skeletonized or partially skeletonized or at the point of needing to be skeletonized remains. Right? So, particularly, initial finds are often accidental, right? They're just sort of chance discovery. You got a hiker, you got somebody out hiking in the woods, and they're like, whoa, and they come across something that's suspicious, and then they call for the legal authorities, and we're called in. Other times, we're asked to participate immediately. We'll talk about the different reasons, but certainly, there's a reason that they're searching the area, whether an informant told them, this is where we think the remains are. you know, they have direct information, and so will be actually asked to be a part of the recovery from the very beginning, be a part of the search party, and going along with that, of course, is informants. So the initial call when we are invited, right, because we never just sort of show up, right? We're professionals, we work with other professionals, legal authorities invite us, the medical or examiner's office or the coroner's office, they are the go-to in the legal chain, and they would give us a call. They would call us, the police would call us, the sheriff would call us, the FBI would call us. Someone in an official capacity of agency will call us and ask us to join in a search, a recovery, and analysis. So usually it'll come from a coroner, the medical examiner's office, again, maybe the police or the sheriff. It depends on the jurisdiction, right? It depends on jurisdiction. Media, that shouldn't really be on there. Media may call us, but we're not going to talk to them. Right? We're not going to talk to them until the ME says we can talk to them, or the sheriff says we can talk to them. I'm not going to talk to anybody unless they say, I am not a part of this, but from what I know, I can give you a quote. We've all done that. And Florida calls it a quote. Because I'm just the only forensic anthropologist still awake in the country. All right, like, who's on the West Coast? We need a quote. You know, and so that happens, but I'm not working with that case, so I can comment about it, but I'm not going to comment on something I'm actually a part of. Until given permission. But we still do get phone calls from landowners, right? People don't know who to call, and they're like, hey, I took the anthropology to San Diego State once. I'm going to call that person. And then I am going to call the legal authorities and say, I'm going to direct them to the legal authorities, and then it'll come back to me after that, right? It should have always this change. So in terms of, and we're going to come back to this several times in terms of search variables. And actually, let's just come back to that. All right. We do have to look at context in terms of remains. We do have a lot of search variables in terms of whether it's an accidental find, whether we're doing an actual planned search for remains. We always have to take the landscape into consideration. We have to take in terms of, are we looking for surface find? Are we looking for clandestine graves? And, you know, are we looking for changes to the landscape? But if we are, we're also dealing with that landscape, right? We have to be able to invest that landscape. So we do have to deal with things such as what kind of vegetation, how heavy is the vegetation, is there debris? Is there debris because we're looking for remains at the dump? Or is there debris because someone is trying to hide remains or hide where the body is? You know, so are we looking at it in terms of part of it like natural situation, or is it camouflaged by a perpetrator? So we have to deal with those. And also if you think about the turning in San Diego, right? We have all these canyons. We have to be able to get up and down canyons. Searches just don't happen magically on flat surfaces, right? We have to be able to take in all of the areas. Also with the realization that maybe someone died up top and they rolled to the bottom. So these areas have to be included in the search, and they have to be still systematically looked at. But certainly we have to deal with different kinds of context and vegetation. Some good examples just moving into this. An example of remains that are found, blunt force trauma to the legs when examined in the lab. And so this brings out also another sort of situation where sometimes remains are recovered and then brought to us. And then other times we're part of the initial recovery. And that's really helpful because we do know the context, right? So if we just have the remains and we are unaware of the context, we are going to just describe the trauma that we find, right? It's blunt force trauma, it's not sharp force trauma. We're going to describe those things. But certainly it does matter if the body was found by the side of the highway, or if we found the body, you know, underneath a cliff. Happens a little less around here. In Colorado, it happens a lot. Right? A lot of rock climbing going on in Colorado, and a lot of people having really bad accidents and disappearing and needing to be found. And that is not, that's an accident, it's not a homicide, or, you know, but it still has to be happening. We're still part of the search and recoveries. And also with the highway, you know, so but the other thing is just because it's by the highway doesn't mean it was an accident either, right? You can have vehicles can be used as weapons. And the other thing that can take place, of course, is that an individual can be killed and then dumped, and they just happen to be dumped by the side of the highway, right? But we would be looking for patterns of trauma as well. But we do have to sort of initially take this into context. Because blunt force trauma to the leg does happen frequently when an individual is hit by a car. Arm bones missing, one arm, and grave is disturbed by scavenging. Right, so finding human remains, an incomplete skeleton, not everything is there. Right, are we looking for dismemberment, or is what's missing like the hand, and we can tell that there are animal paths nearby, dens, that we can follow those and find those smaller bones, find those other remains. Maybe there's tooth marks. Come on in. Maybe there's tooth marks on the actual bones that tell us that scavenging has taken place. Maybe it was a small animal, maybe it was a large animal, right? No scratch, bite marks on the bone can tell us those things. Okay, so we always work with the proper legal authorities, right? We work with a professional team under the direction of law enforcement agencies. In San Diego, it's the San Diego Medical Examiner's Office, but again, we work in large regions. The sheriff could call us, the police could call us, but they're going to still give you a medical examiner. Remember, in San Diego, it is a medical examiner. It's not a coroner, right? It's a medical examiner. He's a medical doctor, a pathologist. Coroner's offices, they don't have to be actual doctors. But in San Diego, we have a whole team of them. Also remember, you know, when we are, so the reason why it is a sort of a large search is that we are well aware that we do have certain rules that we follow that help us find areas of disturbance, particularly if we're looking for clandestine grave or shallow graves. But we also are well aware that just because an area has been disturbed doesn't mean that you're talking about a grave, right? So we're going to investigate systematically each of these areas and set aside the ones that we deem do not be of interest to us, right? But we are looking for both surface deposits and clandestine graves. Surface deposits, we may have more animal activity. We may have scatter, we may be different, you know, we may actually not only have remains on the surface itself, but you know, what if you have remains in a tree and then as the body decomposes, part of the remains are on the ground. So on one hand, I'm referring to the lower level of the surface. The truth is, there may be multiple levels of the environment that we're looking at. And then clandestine graves, you know, as we're going to look at, they follow sort of a particular pattern. This is a depiction of one from your book where decomposition has already taken place, so it's sunken in, right? It doesn't have the raised, the old West, you know, movies and all the old Westerns, and the burials are really high and raised, right? That would be early on, right? You dig a hole, put a body in, and then put the soil back, you're going to have a raised area. But as decomposition takes place, that area is not going to flatten out, but it's going to sink in. But it's still going to be very different than the rest of the landscape, right? It's going to have a defined border, it's going to be sunken in, it's going to have sort of a core depressed area, and it's sort of reflective of what's happening in the natural decomposition in the soil. So when we're doing these search and recovery, when we're surveying, what we call surveying areas, right? So walking across the surface. And you think about, this is a great picture for you guys here in San Diego, because you think about, all the wetlands and before you move it up to the ocean. And when those areas are sort of dug out, they really are changed. And so when we're looking from the surface and crossing the landscape, we want to look for a bare spot, right? We want to see sort of a patch, essentially, the bare spot in the landscape. Right? You may have all your natural your normal vegetation that's usually there, and then suddenly you have like just sort of a patch that shouldn't be there. Like, why is that there when everything else is perfectly filled in? So that's one indicator that we look for. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's a grave, but it's a great spot to start, right? A gray surface, right? So where it's actually been cleared off, grazed off. A mound, if it's a recent clandestine grave. Sunken, if the decomposition has set in. But these periods, of course, this natural landscape has its own life cycle, and so things will change over time. But it's kind of interesting because it really takes longer than people think for it to go back to the original foliage. So for a longer period of time, so say we're going in years, right? Maybe an informant years later says, well, so-and-so said this is where he buried or she buried he or her. So we'll look for regrowth of area not consistent with previous foliage. So what happens is you may have this foliage that's been there, this is sort of the natural habitat of this area, and it's been like that for a long time. And so when you dig something out, yes, there's regrowth. But what grows first is stuff that grows really fast, right? So it fills in with sort of these quick growing things. So they still stand out from the rest of the landscape. It's kind of this patch that is what we know to be sort of quick growing foliage. And so therefore it's just not consistent still. It's still sort of a red flag for the rest of the area. Arid environments will take years to recolonize, right? So southern San Diego, it's going to take a long time for that to actually recolonize. Particularly the farther out you go, the more arid you get for the desert, right? And then, especially when it hasn't recolonized right away, we can see that tribulation because you're going to see roots and things that, have been churned up, and so the soil isn't sort of that compact soil that we would expect. It's been moved around, and all of a sudden you've got, roots and maybe even dead grass and roots that are sticking up that are no longer growing because they were dug up and put back. When we do searches, we do surveying large areas. And this is one of those things that, there's a standard across the agencies. We would be doing surveys if we were looking for living individuals, deceased individuals, suspected deceased individuals. But we do quite readily, actually, in anthropology. Right? In archaeology, we do surveys all the time because we'll survey large, huge areas in terms of looking for archaeological sites. And this is sort of a very systematic shrinking of that. So we'll do things such as, setting people up in grid patterns, walking across landscapes, also circular patterns where everyone rotates all the way out. So therefore you're doing, and in each of these, what you're looking at are overlapping lines of vision, right? So you have teams of individuals set systematically, distance apart, right? And the point is that we're far enough apart that we can move forward and go across a large area, but we also have overlapping lines of vision, and we're moving together the whole time. And so as people move forward, right, they can see over each other's line of vision, it crosses, everybody moves together at the same pace. If someone sees something, everyone calls out, Everyone stops, they flag that spot, and then they keep moving. So maybe here, somebody said, hey, I found a comb. Does that mean it's the person's comb? No, but it's interesting. It shouldn't be here. We're in the middle of nowhere. And so they'll flag it. Or there seems to be a suspicious area, like this area, you know, it looks grazed compared to the foliage around it. So they'll flag it, and then keep moving forward. And if they find anything else, they'll keep flagging. So we'll do this, right, and identify these different areas. And then we'll begin to test those areas, which we're going to talk about in a minute, in terms of it's an area of interest, but have we actually found what we're looking for? Have we found any material evidence? Have we actually found the remains that we're looking for? But when they're identified, there are these parameters by which we work in terms of the boundaries of that area. One is the inner core area, and this is where evidence is concentrated. Right? So say you find remains, clothing, right? We're going to protect that area. This is the inner core area, right? The next one is the crime scene perimeter, right? This is potential area for the crime, because maybe with that animal activity or scavenging, something has been sort of moved away, and we're going to still be having to check the whole area to make sure we have found everything. Or maybe there's a shovel hidden behind a tree, or a weapon, or some other, an ID, something else has been found. So we're going to have this, protective barrier that still could potentially reveal information to us. And then the third one is the outer perimeter. And the outer perimeter is to keep everybody out, so we don't mess up the crime scene, right? So the outer barrier keeps the public out, it's supposed to keep the press out, and it protects those two inner barriers where we have the potential for evidence and information. Now it seems really simple, but I'm going to show you a picture in a minute, but it seems simple, like, well, that makes sense. But now we have the crime scene tape, and we can really mark these. This is one boundary, this is the second boundary, here's the third boundary, stay out. And really what they'll mark is down there the most. Keep the public out and the press. Now Dr. Snow, who's forensic anthropologist, he's recently deceased now, but he actually spoke in this room in 2010. It was the last time I was in this room when he spoke. So, I'll tell you very sure. And he said, he talks about, he's like, in the 70s and the 80s, we had horses. Many of us, the little fashioned wooden horses, saw horses. Like, you'll even see it on TV, right? The old, 1970s movies, and it's a crime movie, and they set out the horses to keep the press out. He goes, well, we would put physical horses in front of people. We would physically put this wooden item in front of people and say, don't cross it, and they would just go, and just step around it. And he goes, it was a constant battle. It was a constant battle. I remember one day somebody invented yellow crime tape, and we put it up, and everybody was like, ooh, and he goes, and nobody ever crossed it again. He was like, I don't even know the psychology behind that, but it worked, and he's like, I don't understand how they would just go ahead and go past the physical barrier. But in terms of searches, again, we have other, we have surveying when we're looking for remains. We have other techniques in terms of looking for graves, particularly when it's been a long time. Techniques that we'll use in terms of identifying graves and remains. So as we cross that landscape, and we have different areas flagged, say you do have an area that looks grazed, maybe it does look churned, you can see those dead roots, it doesn't look like the vegetation in the rest of the area. One thing that we'll do is called probing. And it's just as simple as it can be in terms of being a metal bar, a metal probe, and pressing it into the soil. when you cross a probe onto hard, compact soil that's hasn't been dug up, right? It'll sink for a second, it'll sink, but then it hits pretty soon, and it's because it's really compact, and it won't sink any further. But if you do the same thing to an area that's been all churned up, then it'll really sink, right? Because it's essentially been aerated, right? It's fluffed it, and now it doesn't have, it's not compact, it hasn't been like that for 1,000 years, and it's going to sink when the probe gets to it. Now that doesn't mean it's automatically a grave, but it's certainly really suspicious in an area that we may want to now do a test pit in, right? So it helps us limit in terms of if you're talking about a large landscape, you're talking about a forest landscape, and we have 10 spots and limited resources, where are we going to start? We're going to start with the one that fits the profile, right? If it sinks, something's been moved at some point, let's start there versus the area that didn't move at all, right? So another thing that we would do is ground penetrating radar, which is what this little lawnmower thing looks like, or it is. It looks like a lawnmower, but it's actually ground penetrating radar. And it sends images, it sends pulses, comes back with an image on the screen, and allows us to see what is beneath the soil. It can be really accurate. It can actually be really accurate. I have a colleague who's for years been using it in Suren in El Salvador. And it's, they can actually see details of the structures under what is a volcanic eruption. So it can be very, very detailed. And so sending that image back, allowing us to see if there's anything that's changed of interest to us, or are we just going over a rock, right? Aerial photography, satellite imaging, we've added that to this, right? And you find whole archaeological sites in the jungle using satellite imaging, right? We used to just do but aerial photography is still very handy in terms of, getting a closer look. But now we would also use, and it's also a matter of resources. So aerial photography is an easy one, especially if you're looking in a smaller area. But we also could use satellite imaging for looking for large changes. Trenching goes along with sort of test pitting, right? Having that probe that sinks and saying, okay, we're not going to just start excavating the whole area, but let's do a test pit. Let's see if there's a change in the stratigraphy. Let's see if human remains come out and there's something of suspicion that we want to continue to excavate, or we can find the boundary of the clandestine grave. And then cadaver dogs. I haven't had dogs here in a few years. They're fun when they come because they wear bells and all things love them. But so cadaver dogs, and they are specially trained. So there's search and rescue dogs, and then there's search and rescue dogs that are then taken to another level. And they're trained for looking for decomposition, human decomposition, right? Generally they're search and rescue first. They go through that training and certification, and then they start adding on the decomposition. Using Katrina, and they've been used they're used all the time, but in Katrina, just like the humans that were brought in, it got very exhausting. They were all really depressed by the end of the day because they weren't finding anyone alive, and there was just house after house finding individuals who were dead. And it does wear on them, so they were having to bring in teams from around the country of cadaver dogs to spell the other ones. So specifically trained for search and rescue of deceased individuals. I've helped with search and rescue dogs here before. I've had students who've been interned and helped, and it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I've had students lay the trail. They have to go out on like Friday night and hike a specific trail, and then they have to mark where they end, and then they get out there early on Saturday morning, walk that trail, and get back to the end. And then because as part of their training, the dogs have to practice over and over again. And then the dogs have to come and find you, and they have to do very specific things, like we found you alive, and so even though we all train our dogs not to jump on us, these dogs are supposed to, because they're kind of checking you out, pick you. And then they're start, telling their human, like, I found a human, I found a human. And it's actually a lot of fun to watch. My favorite though was watching the police dog. They actually set it up where there was a family there volunteering, and their teenage son, there was a police dog that was also there doing training for search and rescue, or helping, a little unclear. And they were like, oh, we want to see him really in action. Let's see him really in action. And they had brought all the padding, and they volunteered their teenage son, it was the funniest thing ever, volunteered their teenage son to get attacked by this dog. And this dog, he was like gave the call, and the dog was attacking this kid. And I felt so bad for him. He was like, I'm fine. But it was kind of scary to watch. But I was like, I can't believe you just volunteered your kid for that. But anyway, but he was fine. I think it was more of a shock to see him in action. But these dogs just tap you and say, I'm glad you're okay, and start calling your human and say, we got you. But they are useful. Think about, especially going up in mammoths and, anytime there's foliage, they can get places we can't. They can also get up and down terrain quickly that we can't. So if people are, looking out doing the search and rescue, particularly for a living individual, they're trying to get, move fast. The dogs can go really quickly. They also need to go early in the morning. So all the smells are close to the ground early in the morning, and it's easier for the dogs to track. And so this would really be true whether they're looking for decomp or looking for a living individual, that they need to get out early to get those teams up and going and get them out early so that those smells are close to the ground and they can find people very quickly. And they're very good at what they do, and they actually can track. They can find clandestine graves that have been there for years. They're very good at what they do. The little sniffers are really good. I love that. So in terms of, sometimes recoveries take place without us. Sometimes we're a part of them. Depends on the jurisdiction, depends on the agency, depends on who's in charge and who thinks, what point someone's invited in. So certainly we may be there from the very beginning. Other times the search and recovery takes place. They're successful, and then they call the forensic anthropologist in. In any case, certainly we're going to make sure we have our proper identification, that we display our proper identification so that people know who we are, and that we are in fact invited there. We don't talk to the wrong people. We want to find out who's in charge, what jurisdiction are we in. Could be multiple jurisdictions. Think about where we are. Here, we're the police, the sheriff, and we're a military base, right? There can be multiple jurisdictions involved in this situation. So finding out, or letting them work out amongst themselves who's in charge and who's asking you, telling you what to do. Particularly Anth360. We do want to know how the body was discovered. If we aren't a part of the discovery, right? We aren't a part of that initial survey. We do want to know, how was it discovered? Was it disturbed? This is important in terms of what are we going to expect? We always have all our equipment with us, but it's helpful in terms of what are we about to anticipate. How long will you have to clear? Now it seems like you might have all the time in the world. That's just not necessarily true. We don't know what other circumstances in terms of that are taking place. Maybe it's tornado season in Oklahoma, and there is a tornado coming. So you're like, well, there's going to be a rainstorm in 3 hours. Let's see what we can do, and then we'll have to protect the site and either come back later. or we lock the site down now and leave security, you know, or there's something else. There's can be different reasons why you really do need a time frame. Who will be doing natural recovery? You know, hopefully the anthropologists and their team are doing natural recovery. We're trained in excavation, survey and excavation, so hopefully we are, but it could be again that a recovery is already taken place, or is taking place. Maybe you're returning to a site where remains were already recovered to make sure everything has been recovered. We've done that, where they thought they had recovered everything, but again, we're trained in this for this specific reason, and so recovering items that were missed. And then, of course, how do you enter and exit the scene? Right? Because again, you have those perimeters. But everybody's coming in and out the same way so they can retrace their steps, and they're not bringing in further evidence. They're not contaminating the scene. Because everything has to be photographed, photographed, mapped, documented in situ, right, before it's even removed. And so you don't want to add additional disturbances. You want to keep it as minimal as possible. So, of course, photography, right, documenting the entire area, photographing in detail, really important. You think you do analysis one day and you're in court the next? Years later. Years later. So not only do you need to have the evidence for everyone, right, because you're going to have an official report that is disseminated across all the proper groups involved and legal authorities, right, but you also want that documentation for yourself and as you move forward. Because also once it's moved, it's sort of a golden rule in anthropology anyway, right? Once you move it, taking it out of its context. So you have to document the heck out of it so that you can reconstruct that when you take it away. So certainly documenting it. Avoid getting into theories concerning victim or crime. Try not to listen to people. Because that happens. There's usually teams of people. There's always maybe different officers around you. People that have their own ideas and they're talking. But it's best to sort of tune them all out because you're there to systematically analyze everything and say only what you can see with what evidence you have. So trying to tune everybody out is a really important aspect of that. You don't want to limit your bias. Follow general rules of crime scene investigation and recording. Of course, here you can see again, you've seen this picture once before, surface scatter. Partially skeletonized, had animal activity, so you have this, spreading across the surface. You've got leaf cover, right? So everything would be photographed, everything would be tagged in place. We put little flags where everything is. We would photograph it, we would map it before we moved anything. But then we still have to see, even though this is a surface recovery, we still have to systematically remove everything. You have to get rid of that leaf cover. In this case, there's not a lot of leaf cover, right? So, not a lot of leaf cover. Probably only been there one season. So the individual hasn't been there that long. There have been several years. This is in the woods. It's not in an arid desert with hardly any trees. It's in the forest area. So several years of tree and leaf cover should, and it's not fully covered. It's not fully covered. So it's only probably been there about one season. Systematically, once we've identified an area of interest, we're going to, again, systematically, we're going to continue systematically surveying that area. If you look at this picture, this is Rock Creek Park in Washington, D.C. And if you look, here's your crime scene tape. These are the outer two perimeters. So here's the outer perimeter, the potential crime scene perimeter. The one you don't see is the inner perimeter. But notice out here, look at all the police cars and ambulances, different people from, you've got somebody standing outside, but that is security. You can see an officer, but You know, it could be a neighbor. This is actually not far from my house in DC, and so that could be a neighbor. But you know, then of course, but you're going to have to systematically look through all of this, right? Because this is all debris that fell this season or recently. Flagging surface finds, right? Using our little archaeology flags and flagging surface finds, so we can come back and map. Locate, reference, describe, and photograph every piece of evidence in situ, in place, in its original context as we found it, in situ. There's like a number one archaeology word in my case. But in its original context. And so here, I'm photographing a comb. May or may not have the evidence, you know, be a personal item of the individual. It may just be, this is an area people hike through. Maybe somebody lost their comb. But it was under the body, and that's decomp on it. So it's a particular interest. The trowel is actually our scale. So trowels, we know how big trowels are. We should have a scale, but in this particular case, in a pinch, the trowel is the scale. We know how big it is. Removing that excess vegetation, right? We're going to begin to remove it once everything is mapped and photographed and drawn. We're going to begin to move the vegetation. We want to clear off the body, clear off the remains. We are going to establish a grid system. Plot surface finds, right? We also may begin to identify the outline of a grave if it's a clandestine grave, and the position of the body, whether it's on the surface, as in this particular case, or whether it's a clandestine grave. Now, the position of the body, this individual. Now, if you look at this particular picture, notice that there's greenery. Like, notice there's a lot of dead foliage, but then there's green. Right, so we've gone through winter and it's the very early spring. Again, not a lot of leaf cover. He was partially skeletonized, which is why we got called, but then he was actually not fully skeletonized. I think that on Thursday, but anyway, and so the position of the body originally was suspicious. People thought that he had been executed on the spot, but he wasn't. It just turns out he was killed somewhere else and the body was thrown there. But the position of the body was somewhat suspicious. So in terms of field excavation, right, we're going to go slow. We do have maybe a time frame, but we want to be systematic, we want to be steady, but we want to be careful. We want to document. Once you move it, you can't put it back, right? So we want to just lots of documentation, very careful and systematic removal for analysis. We'll do some field analysis, particularly if the remains are really delicate and we think, well, if we move that, it's going to fall apart. And I won't be able to get that stature estimation back at the lab. We'll do some field measurements, but I mean, most of the analysis we'll do elsewhere. And certainly we have security, right? We do, those little yellow tape doesn't really work, right? You have to have security to still keep people out. And maybe there might be, well, certainly in human rights work, security is there for you. In terms of recovering the remains, right, it's not just about the excavation, it's about what's going on around it too. Right? We've surveyed the area, we've identified a grave, or we've found the remains, a surface find. We're going to read the land, we're going to look at what could be taking place in the natural environment. So looking for scavenger paths. So in that case with the photo a minute ago, you saw the shoes sort of spread apart. Definitely some animal activity. But it is common that something like even a small animal, like some sort of rodent, they'll take little bones, right? They'll take the little bones and off they go to their nest. And so you want to be aware of paths, animal paths in the area in case we need to follow them to little dens. That's happened in a lot of really well-known cases in the news. Chandra Levy, the intern in DC in the early 2000s who disappeared and showed up in Rock Creek Park. Right, the initial investigation, they did a recovery, and then the family paid a private detective, and he went back there like, I don't know, the next day, within that week. Went over into the area where her body was found. He actually followed the paths and found remains of the initial recovery mist. A little bit of a scandal. But he did do that, and people were, but so whenever you hear like animal activity, well, it was animal activity, but an animal came along and disrupted the remains. Check downhill. Decomposition process. It's a natural process, right? So if an individual, this also happened with Chandra, this is how she was found. Terrain in the woods, these are running paths. And during the decomposition process, particularly like the skull, it's a round globe, and it had separated from the rest of the skeleton and naturally rolled down the hill and was found in the stream. And a runner was jumping across the stream, and he was like, "That's a strange-looking rock." And then he was like, "Oh, that's a rock." And he identified it and called the police, and that's how accurate. They had already surveyed. They'd done a search and recovery in this area. They had already looked for her when she went missing, because everybody knew she was a runner. Everybody knew she was a runner, and so they'd already done a search and recovery just days after she went missing in this area. But they didn't go all the way in the park. They went so far into the park, like, oh, maybe you should probably, the main trails are along the edge, right? So they did those main trails, because Rock Creek Park is massive. A lot of people, unless you've ever been there, you don't know how big it is. And so they did sort of the edges and didn't go through the center, right? And she was inside that cover. So they'd already searched the area, they just didn't go far enough. They missed her. So a runner cut across and they found her. Initial accidental find. So again, those scavenger paths, check the rat's nest, bird nest. They'll pick up even other, like, ooh, that's a nice piece of something from their clothing. They want that, and they take it to their nest. And so you might find other items that are of interest as well. There's, again, that terrain, right? That really rough terrain. Lots of vegetation makes it hard to get through. So once we begin to, we've documented everything, right? We're going to slowly begin to remove things. We inventory in the field. We're going to do another inventory back at the lab, but we're certainly going to inventory in the field in terms of every skeletal element. What have we found? And then every item, what have we found? Everything has to be numbered, identified, bagged, and tagged. During the excavation, one of the things that we do, we identify that, walk through it, the outline of parameter of a grave, right? But as we begin to excavate down, we tend to pedestal the remains, right? Often in archaeology, we kind of go, straight down. We still do that, but we pedestal the human remains, and so that we can delicately remove them as we inventory them one by one. So we'll pedestal them out, sort of an outline of the body, as we're taking off the topsoil. We can see it, we've exposed it, and we're going to pedestal it around sort of an outline. We're going to expose that burial before we remove it. Again, we're going to photograph it because we can see the position of the body. Right? We can see the position of the body. Were they laid out gently? Were they just thrown in? Are they bound? Truthfully, you could have an individual who was bound, but maybe the rope is decomposed. Who knows how many years it's been or what the rope was made out of. But the arms might still be in a position, right? We want to look at the position of the body and other items found with it. We And we want to get that in situ before we remove it. So just carrying out our careful bioarchaeological techniques, just so we get that. Because that's what we're training. We're really training this alternate lens by which we can call a lot of information, a lot of what seems very small and insignificant to others. We can garner a lot of information out of it. Okay, so definitely back to, identify the grave. One thing, when we look for in terms of have we found a grave, is there disturbance in the soil? Did we do a test probe and it sunk, and then we tried a test pit, and we did find, yes, there's a change in the stratigraphy. The layers of soil have been churned up and changed. The bottom's on top, the top's on bottom. Things aren't the way they should be in normal geomorphology. And you might have organic layers. And again, maybe you've got soil on top with nothing in it and dead roots lower because it's been dug up, churned up, and put back. In terms of excavation, right, we use techniques where we want to reconstruct both vertical and horizontal associations between artifacts or evidence, features. Right? We want to be able to look at it both vertically and horizontally and make a determination of the relationships of items that are found to each other. That's essentially what notes. Here's a good example in terms of stratigraphy, right? Showing you the different geological layers of the soil, but also anthropogenic, right? Do you have evidence for a site and then years of just natural sediment coming in, right? A more recent topsoil. Here you can see a new boundary here, and then the evidence of the site here, like the wall, much lower, right? But if we see these layers churned up and changed, especially compared to the area right next to it, we know something has happened. It's not in its normal trajectory. We aren't experts in everything, but we have to work with other people who are experts in other things, right? Forensic entomology. But the forensic entomologists, we actually help them a lot because they may not be there, and they usually aren't. And so we're going to collect samples. We're going to have our little jars with us to just collect samples for all these other experts, right, as we recover. So if we need to collect this white foam or the bugs themselves, like we want to be able to help the forensic entomologist so they can see what life stage a fly is in and say this is how long it's been since the individual died, right? So these things can help, particularly more recent deaths and time since death. So we're going to collect that. We're going to do soil samples. We're going to take samples that will help different experts. And then we're going to continue in terms of our excavation and our recovery. We have to screen everything, right? Because little pieces of evidence and little pieces of bone can be hidden in that soil. So we have to put everything through very fine screens, including the topsoil debris, right? We want to start with the leaf debris. What if there's a shell casing in there? What if we need to get that, right? What if there's any kind of evidence just sort of in those leaves? So we start there, but then as we go down, we still screen everything, separate the soil from any other items and say, oh no, that's a rock. Oh, here's a small piece of cranial fragment that blew out and projectile hit it. So we want to be able to make sure we don't miss those little pieces. So screen everything for any kind of evidence, material evidence, and right? Just always we have to be careful, right? Very safe handling of the remains. We want to make sure that we maintain evidence, that we don't cause any damage. We are working with metal tools and wood tools, and so we you're working with something that's already gone through an event and is delicate, and then so we have to be very careful in terms of our recovery. We never, if something accidentally happens, we document it. You don't just be like, whoops. You have to document it. Yes, there is a scalpel mark on the bone when we were disarticulating it. Right here. Photograph it, document it, describe it. It is not a part of peri-mortem trauma. We caused it. You want to make sure you differentiate. But we're very careful to make sure that that's minimal and doesn't happen. You don't have to write all this down, but in terms of once we do our identification, right? We always want to locate where we are with the GPS, identify, mark our site. We always have. I travel with this equipment no matter where I go. I mean, not to the grocery, but I fly with big suitcases to Mexico, to Oaxaca, and. Last time I couldn't get on the airplane, I had to send a grad student on a collectivo down the mountain with a suitcase because it was too heavy to go on them. But certainly we do have our standard equipment. And it's very similar, of course, just to archaeology in terms of our tape measures and our lines and our shovels and our brushes and our pails and our trowels and our screens and our, of course, site forms or our documentation inventory forms and map forms. We always have all of this with us. We have our ability to, so we can set up a grid, set a data point, so we can by which we can make all our measurements of where we have found the remains and the depths of the remains. Here, we can see them creating these lines. You can see this nice depression in the soil, by which then they'll look for the outline of the remains. So identifying this area, you see the depression, removing all the debris, setting a data point to a secure area, a tree that's on a map, something that's been there forever. Thereby you can do systematic measurements and then establishing a grid. We will establish a grid, but even within that grid, we'll excavate the pedestal. Here you have an example of them, this is like crime scene investigators and the police, helping and everybody removing the debris, working together in a team. Again, you can see emergency vehicles. And this is, doing the leaf cover, right? Getting rid of all that leaf cover and making sure there isn't evidence there. Finding boundaries of the grave, identifying it very carefully, removing, because you don't know how deep it is, right? Even checking for material evidence or small bones, even on the surface. Any kind of trace evidence. Again, you don't know the full situation, what took place. Right? Was the person executed on the spot? Were they killed on the spot? Maybe there's evidence that's outside of the actual grave. Probing those edges and then beginning to excavate down. There's a lot of people, to be honest. Here you can see a grave that's being excavated on a grid. But even within this large grid, you can see they begin to pedestal it down, taking off the top cover, right, removing that soil and brushing and beginning to come down around it. They're staying within this grid, but they're coming down around it. And in this case, they're going to remove the pedestal and lift it out from underneath and finish the analysis elsewhere. Both can take place. So excavating graves, again, can't reiterate enough, just documenting everything to the nth degree, particularly in situ, and then, of course, because you're going to have much more time in terms of lab analysis. Right? Again, you may have very limited time, depending on the situation in the field. Here you can see as we begin to excavate, so first doing the leaf cover, and then, screening other material, the soil itself. drawing and mapping, it's a skill. Everyone in my family is an artist, except for me. Like, woo, jump photo, on the skill. Like, I'll do maps for one of my archaeologists, and she's like, what is that? I'm like, no, you can see that it's a skeleton. So some people are way more talented at it than others. But certainly carrying that mapping, here you can see the context, bodies thrown into the pit. They're not laid out. This is a map of the surface find, and there's a lot of scatter. You have the legs and thorax here, but ribs and skull, things. It's been a lot of scattering going on, a lot of animal activity, and this is a clandestine grave, but it's 3 individuals. So plot and draw, right, and make sure you're mapping and photographing everything. And it's important to do both, right? We take advantage. We think, oh well, we have all this technology now. Yeah, we do, but you'd be surprised the value of all these different mediums. Because we all see things sometimes in different ways. And how you record something, you can record it in different mediums. The type of evidence that is saved really does slightly vary, and there can be nuances that can be really helpful later on. And so drawing and physical drawing and mapping is different than photography, which is different than video, which is different, So it does matter that we continue to use this medium. Because I think it does trigger our memories in different ways. You'd be surprised at the detail you can get that sometimes you can't get in a photograph. It's interesting. Profiling, so it's not just, we also want to know the depth, right? We're going to use our data points, we're going to use our measurements. Not only where is it located, but how deep is the grave. We're going to do a profile of the grave in terms of the remains, what is there, and what other items that we found. Right here you can see 2 different, this is this individual, trowel at the Denman scale. So you can see the individual, boundary. It's a clandestine grave, dug out hurriedly, and you can see the individual was wrapped in a tarp. So the individual was wrapped in a tarp, which does slow down decomposition. And then he's face down, right? So shallow pit dug, body's been wrapped in a tarp, and then thrown into the grave right here. Here you have several individuals in an exposed grave. Decomposition taking place, but you can see his clothing has begun to decompose, not just right. He still has his boots on, has his good work boots on, but his clothing has decomposed, his jeans are ripped apart, and his skeletonized. And he's actually sort of lying on his side. There, it's important to recover everything. That little piece of cranial fragment is really important, right? Because it might be the only one that showed the right morphology of the projectile hitting the skull, right? Or it has the cut mark, or the blunt force perimortem fracture, right? That's really important. But they're all important, right? All the small bones, everything. So that's why if we don't do recovery, we often are like, can you go back? Let's go back and look. Because we want to make sure that we have recovered all the skeletal remains that we can, right? Someone comes at you, what are you going to do? Someone attacks you, what are you going to do? Yeah, you're going to throw your hands up, or your feet. If you're on the ground, you're going to put your feet up, your hands up, everything. Where do you think the knife mark's going to go first? Where do you think the gunshot might go first? And even blunt force trauma, if someone's fighting for their life. It's going to be in those small bones that we tend to sometimes people who are outside of the discipline get very focused on things like the skull. And we are too, But we're very well aware that when it comes to trauma and evidence, it can be anywhere, and we have to have all that evidence. So reminder, 206 bones in an adult skeleton, right? We're going to talk about aging, we'll talk about how we in a child, because it changes during development, but certainly adult skeleton, 206. Children, a lot more. Like there's an oscopy in 3 pieces because it's still developing and hasn't fused. So you might be recovering a lot more in terms of the child. They also are very delicate. So depending on the soil or what the individual has been through during and after death, there may be less because it can also be very delicate. So, we do field assessments. There's a lot of debate on whether some private journals now should be reported. We have our reports and our field notes. But we do make overall observations. We'll give some broad descriptions, and then we'll begin our specific descriptions. But again, an initial field assessment is just tentative, right? Because once you really get bone cleaned and back in the lab, and you have your microscopes and stuff, you may be able to look at it in a different way and say, oh no, this is what really happened. This is what's taking place here on this bone. And so it's tentative, so we try not, that's why we don't talk much. It's just like we're trying not to hear everyone else. They're listening to us. And so it's best not, unless it's said to you're very specific, the person who is asked you to read it, they try not to talk a lot. So here's our gentleman. Found in the late spring. Was kidnapped out of his house in December, 2 days before Christmas. Kidnapped out. His girlfriend was there. Probably could have identified him by his boxers because she gave it to him. But that's not how you do it. It's funny. He was a drug dealer. He was a known drug dealer. Someone knocked on the door. They thought he had money. It was right before Christmas. Thought he had money. And she was in another room. There was a scuffle, and he was screaming, and he was gone. So, obviously they thought he had money. They kidnapped him. And he was never seen alive again until he was found behind the police station in Washington, D.C. And he was there for months. And somebody was cutting across from, it was in the woods behind, not like from on the doorstep. I mean, he was in the woods behind the police station, but I'm not gonna lie. It was, but someone finally cut across from, it had been winter, so it was probably snow and ice, so nobody had been through there. But finally spring's coming about, and someone finally cut across from like parking lot and the police station through the woods over, I think there was a baseball field nearby. And they were probably cutting through now that it was late spring and they discovered it. So he was partially skeletonized, which is why we got the initial call, and then he's still decomposing, so and these people came to aid in the recovery. But, he's partially skeletonized because of how he was killed. Projectile trauma to the skull, which opens it up to insect activity, which means that skeletonization started in that area of the body before everywhere else. We had a short missing persons list, so the position of the body is, again, it felt like he'd been held down and executed point blank, but there were no shell casings. We went back the next day and excavated. It was night, so we were working, the sun went down, and we were working with lights. And so they secured the site and said, okay, well, we've done the recovery, we've removed him, we'll come back tomorrow and we'll finish removing any small fragments that we've missed and actually excavate and see if we can find a projectile on the soil. So we went back the next day, and the police came with us, the detectives came with us with metal detectors, and we excavated, and they looked for shell casings, and we never found anything. So we know he wasn't executed on the spot, and he was killed elsewhere and then thrown deliberately behind the police station. This is common, you know, he's decomposing, so we disarticulated as we began moving. Oh, it's 3:15. Okay, let me show you real quick. Decomp, you will see this again Thursday. We already talked about all that. I'll leave you with more an old school. Assessing leaking components, so looking at sort of what stage it's in terms of this decomposition and fluids itself. So, decomposition, right, it can be affected by room temperature, right? So if an individual dies outside, and think about Chicago, like the Midwest has been a nightmare. Right? People are being affected by the cold and they're dying and they're freezing to death. And then they're frozen, right? So they're finding the bodies frozen. And so obviously cold helps preserve. And I don't know if it really stops, but certainly slows down the decomposition. With temperature in the area, insect infestation, you know, what kind of insect activity is in the area, or if insects can actually get to the remains themselves. Is it really humid? You know, are we looking at a hot, humid climate, a cool, dry climate? You can have, you know, cool and wet too. So humidity certainly does play a factor. When we're in arid climates, you can have a little more of a slowdown in decomposition and maybe more of a likelihood for like ramification to take place. Rainfall. If you're talking about burial, the pH of the soil can speed up or slow down. Trauma, we talked about the other day how the trauma can open the body to insect infestation, right? This can give a door open to the insect infestation and then speed up the decomposition in that area. Burial, again, how deep it is. If you have a very shallow grave, then you might have more access in terms of insects and animal activity versus a very deep grave, which we know actually slows down the decomposition process compared to surface vines. Air movement, right? So are you talking about a locked-in room, a sealed room, or a case or a trunk, things like that, where there's no air movement? Animal activity, so a carnivore and rodent, but any kind of animal activity. Size and body weight of the individual itself. Clothing. What kind of what is material? What are materials made of? Right? Polyester preserves things. I have a friend who had to help. She worked at moving a cemetery, and there was a section of the cemetery they worked in was from the 70s. And all I can say is don't let them bury in polyester. Like, that preserves people, it aids in preservation. Embalming. Embalming is made to, right, slow down the process. And then certainly freezing. We'll talk about that with mummification. I guess I should have given a heads up before I turn the slide. All right, so early decomposition stage 1, bloating. Start to see change of color. We have bloating, gaseous bloating. He isn't necessarily overweight. There's bloating involved. The white that you see all over it are maggots. Collect those from the forensic entomologist, see what stage everybody's in, aids in time since death. So bloating, production of methane as the body begins to break down. Right? During autolysis, the body breaks down. You know, all the chemicals in our body and the acids that we, you know, first when we eat and, you know, breaking down our food, now aids in decomposition because now it's not being mitigated and it begins to break down us. So the production during this process, production of methane, the body begins to change color, requires this green tint, which is why very early on they'll preserve an individual and the morgue, and you may be able to do a identification, in terms of a visual identification. But as you can see, it doesn't really take that much longer before that's not possible, right? Because the process of decomposition itself does things like changes. Bloating so we'll see focus on the abdomen, right? So that's another thing where with it bloats in the abdomen, bloats in the arms, bloats in the genital area, in the legs, right? And so this is another one where it can make it look like the body had been moved, because the bloating process actually kind of moves the body, and then as the gases dissipate, it moves back. But sometimes it can make it look like the body was moved a little bit. So then you can have a displacement of clothing. Early decomposition, stage 2, those gases release, right? They begin to release. We see the skin begin to slack. You can see discoloration is fully set in. So post-bloating, bloating release, sagging of the flesh. Again, that autolysis where our own chemicals are actually aiding in decomposition and breaking the body down. It's part of the process. The skin, what we call slippage, where it can begin to slip off. Sometimes scalps will slip off, which is, hair is pretty sturdy. And so sometimes you can have skeletonized remains and still have hair because it slipped off with the scalp, and then it's actually really, really sturdy. And so we'll have what we call scalp slippage, where it slips off with the skin. Again, continued discoloration, and the beginning of the decompositional fluids being deposited out. So here we can see some changes in terms of just the skin slippage. See here as it begins to slip off the body. That's later stage 2. Advanced decomposition. I mean, clearly at this point, you really can't even do an autopsy. Right? So you can see where there's a point in these different stages where there's a certain point where the medical examiner and the medical pathologist are all a part of the analysis. All along the way, there are different experts in chemical analysis, but then there's a point where if you can't do an autopsy, maybe partially you'll see skeletonization may partly have taken place, but in order to do a full analysis, we finished skeletonizing the individual so that we can get that information, because the soft tissue is no longer helpful. So advanced decomposition, you can see you've got soft tissues, you've got a little bit of bone starting to show through, right? We have the beginning of skeletal exposure, and the runoff of body fluids, right? The decompositional fluids, the body has been breaking down, and they begin to run off, right? So you have this very wet look to everything. Skeletonization taking place. Reminder on our buried bodies decay slower, 3 months at 1 foot equals 1 year at 4 feet. So in other words, the deeper you go, slower. And we talked about this, but certainly things like plastic, how an individual is, 2 things can affect decomposition, right? What was happening in life at that time, and then what took place after death. So how the context of the individual died, and then how the body was dealt with after they died. So if an individual is wrapped in plastic, that can help slow things down. So here you can see advanced decomposition. You've got this wet decompositional fluids. You still have soft tissues, but yet you do have skeletonization taking place. And she actually still has her fake nails, her nails on. Those are actually fake nails, not real nails, but they're still in place because they're attached to her real nail, which is still there. These joint areas, technically hands, feet, knees, those are common that soft tissue will maintain much longer and maybe even mummify because it's just those tight areas. Other examples, here you can see an individual, it's the decompositional fluids are actually kind of held in because they're wrapped in plastic. So this also can affect, even once all the soft tissue has skeletonized, the bones are probably still be kind of wet because those fluids have been held in with that plastic. But certainly advanced decomposition, here you have an individual who's advanced decomposition, but what we call tenting, you're going to see in a second. But the skull is fully skeletonized and the soft tissue is beginning to, the outer layer is sort of beginning to mummify a little bit. Here you have skeletonization with what we call adipocere. So there is soft tissue, but there's also the beginning of adipocere taking place. Adipocere is like fat. So it's this grayish, white, cheesy substance. I think soapy is better. Soapy. This is soapy. And it happens when you get sort of wet and cold during the decomposition process, and it changes the fat. And so you notice it was like in the cheeks, like little cheek pouches. Can remain for years once it's formed. It's not mummification, it's a different process, but it can maintain for years. And there's a famous individual at Smithsonian, where we still have them, we don't put them on display anymore. And everyone called him the soap man. I doubt that was really on the plaque, but being there, they all called him the soap man. But he'd been a larger man, and then buried in a particular cemetery in Baltimore that was, wet and moist and a little bit low. And so it was a historic cemetery. He was from the 1800s, actually it was the 1700s. And when they found him, he was skeletonized, and then he was just all, I think his abdomen, everything was just adipocere. And he still had his socks on, his hand-woven socks. He still had his socks on, he's a gentleman. But you could see where his clothing had been and it had now decomposed, right? You could see the impressions of his waist, of his pants and his clothes and things like that. But he just turned to soap. It was just part of that decomposition and the environmental conditions that he was buried in, this wet, kind of cold, low cemetery. So again, 200 years later, and it was still there. It hadn't decomposed yet. Now we've maintained it, it won't. So here's an example, right? So individuals, found in cooler water, a body found in like a water tank that's, cool, wet, pulled out, been there for a while, and that those conditions causing this adipocere, this fat to change to adipocere, and this preservation. Another example of that here, more skeletonized, is the cheek pouches again. But here also affecting even the skin. Mummification, everybody's favorite. Probably your goal. There's actually a group called the Mummy Congress. They're biological anthropologists who just study mummies. So mummification is a process. It's a natural process. When we think of mummification, we tend to think Egypt, right? We tend to think of cultures, they're not the only ones, cultures, Peruvian culture, that do deliberate processing of the remains to deliberately cause this mummification to take place. But the reality is it's a natural process. And one that was probably witnessed long before they began even deliberately processing the remains, right? Because in mummification, Egyptian mummification, right? The body's processed over a month period, organs are removed, fluids are drained, organs themselves are set aside in the salt and for mummification. The body is oiled down and then also placed in these piles of salt. And it goes on as a process for over a month. But the reality is the conditions can be that way in terms of just natural mummification. So the natural mummies of Peru, they're up on the mountaintops. Those are individuals who were sacrificed and left at the top of the mountain. But those cold, arid, windy conditions, right, allowed for this slowing down in terms of the decomposition process and for mummification to take place. It also takes place in, it can take place just seasonally, partially. When I was at Colorado, we had the Nubian mummy collection, and I wrote my whole dissertation surrounded by mummies. And it was in this humid, climate-controlled room, and there was this one window, and I'd be sitting in this hot, humid-controlled room, and I'd look out, and there'd be like 4 feet of snow in the middle of a blizzard. I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to go home. I've been here for hours. I don't know if I can get home. But these were natural mummies, and they were on loan to the United States. They were actually early Christian mummies, and buried in the desert, and they had just naturally mummified, and they were building the Aswan Dam. And so when they built the Aswan Dam, there was this large area full of archaeological sites from different time periods, and they were going to flood the whole thing and destroy all of them. So not only did they take some of their most famous area sites and actually cut into the stonework and move it above so it wouldn't be ruined when they built the dam, but then they actually put out an international call. They're like, there's no way we can possibly take care of all these sites, but we're moving forward with this project for our people. And so scholars from all over the world went to Egypt, and they excavated sites all over Egypt and recovered this information. And in this case, there's 2 collections in the United States from this particular collection, and they're housed, and they're on permanent loan, right? We don't own them, they're on permanent loan. So it's interesting because they're just these natural moments from this arid, cool, and sometimes, of course, certainly hot, cool at night, sometimes these dramatic changes, but the key there is the actual arid. And you have this rapid loss of moisture, right? It just sucks it out. It's like beef jerky. Mummification in that natural process is just sort of beef jerky. That really rapid loss of moisture, because when that happens, right, if you don't have that humidity and moisture, it's not attracting the insects. So if you have fewer insects anyway, or depending on what time of the year it is, and then you have this rapid loss of moisture, it sort of deters them, and so then that isn't in place to speed up. It has to be kind of the right conditions. But you can have situations where you still have insects coming up from under the ground, and then what we call tinting. So that picture before, here's a closer shot. So where you can see that mummification is taking place on the outer portions of the body, but in that stomach, thorax, abdomen area that was close to the ground, there was insect activity, but they left the rest of it alone and allowed for partial mummification to take place. Bog bodies are also sort of another form of mummification. So it preserves the remains naturally. What's really interesting about mummies is that you can do autopsies on them, because it took that soft tissue and it just sucked the moisture out, but it preserved it. So you can't do an autopsy on a skeleton, right? We can do different kinds of tests. But one of the things we can do is do autopsies. We can CAT scan them, MRI them, and then ultimately we need to actually do autopsies so that they can discover from the soft tissue that's preserved what, especially if it's a disease process, killed that individual. So there's sort of different ways that mummification can take place. This was a case in Oklahoma And you can see that it's a foot, right? Look at the dismemberment. You got this cross section right here. And there's the fibula. Here's the bottom of the tibia going down into the foot. The foot's really well preserved and then mummified. And so there was a family, they bought a farm and they moved in and they were working out in the backyard and this came up in the garden. Like, what? And it's happened so often. I mean, not often, but it happens. And so they called the police and they bring him in and then they brought in the forensic anthropologist and he was like, well, everything's sort of holed up. Like, this is a really good cut. It's a really, really clean cut. So I began to look at it, and it was also like really well preserved. And so I started investigating and said, let's talk to the family again. Let's talk to the family who owned the property. And so the family had lived there before, it actually owned it a long time, like several generations of family had actually owned this property. And they began to, interview everyone, and it turned out that, Uncle so-and-so had gone to dental school. And, during anatomy, and they don't want to do this anymore. So, but he was in, I guess, this area of the body and brought home a foot to work on for the weekend. All right, just brought it home, it's in its jar, and it was in formaldehyde. So it spent decades in formaldehyde. And he came home and it sort of got left at home, and then apparently he ended up leaving dental school and didn't go finish dental school. And regardless, he never returned the foot. So then, decades and decades go by. This is in the 50s. Decades go by, he never returns his foot. It's sitting on the shelf. And finally, his mom was just like, I need to sit on this foot, right? So she didn't know what to do with it. So she was like, that she wanted to be respectful of somebody's foot. So she buried it in the backyard. And then it was never discussed again, really. And, eventually people inherited it and they sold that property. So one of the reasons it's so well preserved, like really well preserved, is that it's not quite as, dehydrated as we would think of in normal mummification. Is because it was literally spent decades in formaldehyde and then ultimately it was buried in the ground. So yes, it's a little bit of historic interest in terms of really they used to let you take a foot home for homework, like bring that back on Monday. I don't even get that, but certainly it's not a situation where it was a homicide. And at first people, I think they were really riled up. A small town, not a lot happens there, rural Oklahoma, and they were all like, oh, and the forensic anthropologist was like, whoa, what the hell is going on here? So non-arid mummification can also take place, right? So even in South Carolina, right? But it also can depend on what time of year the person died, right? So even though it's just painfully hot throughout like 2/3 of the year, there is winter and snow and ice, and so you can have time periods when individuals die, and it's a little bit cooler than normal. And again, you can still have like the beginning of that process. It may still go back into decomposition a little bit sooner, but certainly mummification can set in these other areas as well. So we always have to take into account what kind of year too. It's not just what's the general environment, but also, like this year we actually have changed, right? We have a rainy season for real this year. Other places really do have 4 changes of the year in seasons. So this is a gentleman. You can see mummification has actually set in. Got all his his jumpsuit. He's a sweet old boy. He actually still has an armband on. This is a gentleman who had gone to the hospital, had had a heart attack. He was released from the hospital and he went home. And he lived on, again, had a tract of land, lived on a farm and cornfields. And he wandered out into the cornfields and he was never found again until they found him after the season, following spring. So and you can see he still has his hospital armband on. So clearly, you know, I obviously he had another heart attack after he went for a walk on his farm and probably died where he wanted to be, so that's nice. But you can see mummification. This was, you know, fall at the end of the season, going into winter. You can see that mummification is taking place. I love his. Okay, skeletonization. Right, exposure of most of the skeletal elements. Right, so mostly skeletonized. Again, you might have little joint spots, right? Back to the joint, those tight areas might still have some connective tissue. But, you know, skeletonization may occur in both dry and moist environments. Eventually it's going to happen. Unless mummification has happened, it's eventually going to happen. Bones may stay in the state for many years, right? So while they're sturdy, they will eventually also decompose and break down, right? We'll start to see changes in the bone too. But once skeletonized, actually, it's a pretty sturdy condition, and they can maintain based on the environment for, well, as we know, actually millions of years if it actually is in the kind of environment where actually goes through the process of mineralization and fossilization. But they certainly maintain for a very long time. All right, San Diego is home to some of the oldest remains in the United States. Found in La Jolla, they're 10,000 years old. And there's only, you know, a handful throughout the Americas. Actually, a couple handfuls now. So bones may stay in the state for many years. It's going to happen eventually, no matter where you are, wet or dry, cold, hot. And most of the, you know, you have most of skeletonized. So here you have, you know, skeletonization. And actually, this is one that still has mummification because those tight connective areas. This is one of my favorite pictures because you'll notice that you have in one individual, the same individual, you have mummification on the left leg and skeletonization on the right? So it's not wholesale. And that's why, if you notice, I've given you the stages of decomposition without hard and fast numbers. And I'm sure that's driving some of you crazy, like, what's happening? Well, but it's based on the context, the environment, that list of things that can speed up and slow down the decomposition process, right? We have general gauges of how long it takes, but we know things speed it up, slow it down, and that even in the same individual, depending on the environment, the placement of the body, what happened to the body, how the individual died, you can have this process taking place at the same time in an individual, right? So skeletonization and mummification on the same individual. Again, though, skeletonization will take place in all of these different contexts, right? So here you have an individual wrapped in a tarp, all those natural, even though you probably kept out the insect activity, kept out the outside environment, it still has an internal environment, right? And those natural processes in the body aid in breaking down in decomposition. And so ultimately skeletonized, yet you can see it's wet from being held into the tarp, but the elements are all there, and it's skeletonized. But eventually, even the bone has to, unless it mineralizes. So we had the Nubian mummies, but there was also, actually the collection I worked with was the Mesolithic collection. They were about 14,000 years old. And they had begun to mineralize. All right, if I picked up the bones, they were heavier than other material, other bones. Because they had begun to mineralize before they were excavated and recovered. But ultimately, skeleton decomposition will take place. Things like sun bleaching aid in this, right? Beating down the sun, to break down that cortical bone, weather it like wood, rain, sun, all those things in the environment. Fluctuations in moist and dry. Where I worked in Oaxaca, Mexico, 2,000 years of rainy season, dry season, rainy season, dry season. You imagine what that does to the earth that the people are in. Rainy season, dry season, right? So it shrinks it, sucks it dry, it shrinks it, sucks it dry. And so that affects anything that's in the earth with it, particularly over a long period of time. Abrasion from movement. We live in an earthquake zone. I work in an earthquake zone. My claim to fame is I've slept through like 3 earthquakes. I always wake up and I'm like, oh, come on. And then I really sleep again. But abrasion and movement can cause changes, break it down. And then, of course, anything else in the environment, other living things in the environment, animals, plants, right? All of this affects the bone. It's a part of the overall environment at that point. So here you can see the cortical bone breaking down, right? Here it's a little more solid here. It's all beginning to change color. There's no moisture left, and there's chunks coming out. That's not pathology, it's taphonomy, right? The bone itself is beginning to break apart and break down and decompose. Here you have grass, right? You have grass etching on the outside, you have grass etching on the inside. And that's important because, right, if you don't know what you're looking at, right, you might say, oh, it's a cut mark. Let me get closer to cut mark. Oh, it's pathology. Oh, it's just normal morphology. It's actually not. It's just root etchings, right? Because meningeal grooves are on the inside of the skull. So what you're looking at, oh, these little etchings, that's just from the plants growing around it and on it and slowly over time making its way, burrowing as it grows, right? Leaving marks. This is interesting. That's a perimortem fracture radiating across the skull. But this is just the decomposition of the bone. So scavenging, right? Animal activity. Scavenging can take place. This will cause post-mortem damage to the bones, very common. So candid scavenging, dogs, right? You have, and coyote and feral dogs, but let's be honest, the neighborhood dog can do things too. So when I was at Colorado, there was a missing rock climber. And so one day, because a lot of people, like, you live in town, and other people live out in the countryside, just anywhere else, like anywhere else. And a woman called the police, and she was like, my dog just brought home a bone. And it does not look like a deer bone, I'm pretty sure it's human. And sure enough, it was. And so they, they searched the area, and they didn't find it. So sometime later, the dog brings home another bone, right? And they're like, so now they're like, and so they had a pretty good idea who it was. Because there was a missing person, there was a missing rock climber that they had never been able to find. So they were like, we have an idea who it is, but we can't figure out where this dog is going. And so they tried to let the dog go, and they would try to follow the dog, and they would try to track the dog, and the dog would give them a slip, and then he kept bringing bones home. So finally they were just like, I guess we're gonna have to wait for him to bring out all 206, because we don't know where the dog's going, right? They couldn't track the dog, which is funny, right? Because like one of us would just duct tape our cell phone to the dog now, and we're like, okay, and follow the dog. But apparently in the 90s we couldn't do that. So they eventually, though, they actually were able to keep up with the dog, and they kept narrowing it down, and it was this sort of, he was able to slip into this crevice by a rock face, and they found the missing rock climber. But in that case, where you're gripping it, there's still going to be some kind of animal activity. So you certainly can have animal activity, but we do focus more on like the wild canines. So in terms of, they would go for particular areas in terms of disarticulation. The abdomen, the meaty areas tend to be areas where you're going to see tooth marks essentially. Thighs, rump, abdomen, the thoracic cavity. Crania often shows a little damage. They don't They're just going for the meaty parts. Long bones, right? The ends of the long bones, the epiphyses. Right? You give a dog a bone, what's he going to do? Or she, right? Dog thinks, and they're going to gnaw on the end of the bone, and that's the same thing, just finding any bone. Characterized by puncture marks from the teeth, crushing. You have crushing of the bones, and then segmentation of the remains. I used to do my office hours in the building, and everybody has a dog there. Like, everybody has a dog. Like, dogs come to class. I had both instructor in my class once. I was like, you just keep it in the bag so the other students don't start rioting. They're like, but it's cold outside. But I was doing office hours, and one of the other professors' dog loved me because it knew that I always had a bucket of bones. They would come running, flying down the stairs, like, and I was like, no, they're human, get away. But in terms of what we would find in the wild, it's, natural segmentation, crushing, and puncture marks, right? So here, I just told you they don't focus on the skull. Here's a picture of puncture marks on the skull. And you can see teeth marks here. Here you have on the iliac crest of the occiput. You have tooth gnawing along here. Here you have gnawing on the ends of the bones, just like you would expect to see if you handed a dog a bone, right? They hold on to it and they just go to town. And so that same process takes place when they're scavenging, essentially, and disrupting the remains. But we have to recognize that. Not only does it aid in the decomposition rates, but we have to recognize that we would describe that too in terms of this isn't trauma, this is scavenging. Right? We want to be able to describe it with multiple levels. So other scavengers, bears, pigs. I'm actually really scared of anything. Bears, pigs, things like possums. There's a forensic anthropologist in another state. She posted this whole story about how her dogs were out in the backyard in the middle of the night trying to attack a possum. And she was like, no, they're just playing dead. Like, she was freaking out. So big cats cut like effects. Now, we all, as forensic anthropologists, work in different environments, right? We have ocean here. So I have a friend who is a forensic anthropologist in the mountains up in Montana. And certainly they have things with bears and cats. And so they had what they thought was a crime scene up in the mountains along the trails. And they had a female hiker. And when she was found, she'd been attacked. Her clothes had been torn off of her, and she'd been killed. And so initially, the initial reaction of the investigators who found her, police that found her, and probably another hiker that found her, was that she had been raped and murdered and left out in the field on the mountain. But as they began to investigate, it didn't look right. They're like, this isn't like normal blunt force trauma, and this isn't like normal sharp force trauma, not that we can't have different kinds. But as they began to reconstruct the events, they realized what they were looking at was actually animal activity, right? Because they did have both the soft tissue and bone to look at. And they realized that they were looking at animal activity. She had been stalked by a mountain lion when he attacked. As he attacked her, he, with his claws, shredded her clothes, and she was probably running. And as she was running, he was pulling the clothes off of her, and then he was able to go in for the kill. So it wasn't the situation they thought it was, right? So these assumptions can't just be made. It has to be systematically looked at and defined. Pet damage. People die at home. And sometimes you won't find them right away or realize that they haven't heard from them. So pets can cause damage, right? They tend to start with the face and the throat. This isn't generally like, it's not like, sitting on a couch tonight, your cat's eyeing you. That's not, they're not like waiting. What happens is they're trying to wake up, right? Their owner died, and they're like, hey. And they're just trying to rouse the person. And so what happens, particularly the kids who use it, kind of gets a little frantic, and they tend to cause damage, and then it can open up also. And so it's just can normally happen, depending on, of course, how long before the person is identified, is found. Other things, rodent damage. We talked about the canine damage, rodent damage. This can happen. Rodents love bone. They have a mineral, and it doesn't matter if the bone is 6 months old or 1,000 years old. You can find little nice striations. But they tend to be very even, right next to each other. Mice teeth are very sharp little lines, and they tend to look exactly like that as they scrape away very quickly on the bone. But you want to know the difference, right? You don't want to call something that looks like this a cut mark, right? This is an inferior portion of the mandible. Right? Cut marks tend to be at joints where they're going to disarticulate. They don't tend to be in the middle of the shaft. You hear very tight striations here. This is what we call double stria. All right, they're just looking for minerals. Embalming. Why did we start embalming?
Make sure people will live and live it down.
Bells before. You're close, and it's the same time period. But yeah.
Wasn't it like the Civil War so they could bring people home?
Yeah.
Or bring bodies home?
The official reason is the Civil War. Yeah. Because people were dying very far away from home, and they were trying to return them to their families. And so they began, and people that they knew who they were. There's many a soldier buried on a battlefield that they don't know who they are. But they began embalming individuals and taking them on trains or wagons across the U.S. and returning them to their families. So that is the start of it in terms of how we see it so systematically done in the United States. So it's certainly a process. Trained professionals that remove fluids. Sounds a lot like conversation, but anyway, remove fluids and then put chemicals in. It's made to, again, preserve the body, but not forever, right? Eventually decomposition will take place. And we can see it's changed, just like any technology, it's changed over time, it's gotten better over time. And so the chemicals have changed over time, but it's certainly done to allow for preservation. Now, when there was in the 90s, the Mississippi just went through a huge overflow. Flooded areas that hadn't flooded in 100 years. It was a huge mass disaster on a different kind of level. And all these low-lying areas with low cemeteries. One area in particular, I went in, and overnight, with this deep flooding, it lifted up a cemetery. And all of the graves, the tops, the soil's been washed away over several days, and the cemetery lifted up, and people the next day, they started opening their doors. And people had sort of raised houses, which you have if you live here. A lot of water that would come up every once in a while. And they opened doors, and there were coffins like hitting doorsteps and hitting the porches, and the cemetery lifted up. So they had to send in groups from all over to DMORC to help recover remains. And one of the things that happens, like in terms of when they do the embalming process, at the end, before individuals are buried, but the body itself gets a tag. So it gets labeled with a tag, and the coffins get a tag too. And in a lot of cases, individuals are still in their coffin. Some cases they get tipped, but most of the time they're sealed in their coffin. And so having those numbers and those labels certainly helped, and they couldn't put everything, the headstones were all over the place. They couldn't put people back. So they ultimately almost did, they collected all the coffins, and made sure everybody was where they were supposed to be and who they had, and they identified everybody, and then they did a large trench and lined everybody up and then recovered them. But there were, decades and 100 years of burials in there, and they opened a child's coffin. So I think also like who the embalmer is, the time period, technology, and maybe even like the person and size also affects it, because they opened a coffin. They opened this child's coffin that was 50 years old, and apparently it was quite a shock to everyone, because when they opened the coffin, she looked like she was sleeping, and they all knew that she was at least been there 50 years. And so the embalming job apparently was so good that 50 years later she literally just looked like she was asleep in her coffin. And it was a little bit of a shock, because even forensic anthropologists expect sort of a different stage in terms of that taking place. So it was kind of a surprise, I think, to everyone. So preservation across time periods and allowing people to be able to do it. It's certainly gone kind of past that at this point. So embalming preserves the body. Coffins also seal in moisture, right? So the embalming, the chemical process, preserves the body, but then you have the coffin that they're put in, that seals the moisture. Lead coffins pop up. There was a time period when people would, very wealthy individuals would use lead coffins, and those, like, as you can think, they really seal in everything. And so when lead coffins are found, if they're able to, they often will perform autopsies, because it's in sort of the level of mummification that the individuals still seem to be intact, like they've kept out so much of the external environment, unless the glass plate was broken. Of course, if you have just a wooden coffin, that's different, right? We can see individuals in these early time periods where if there was embalming, right? So embalming does preserve the body, which in fact also means you have delay in the skeletonization process. So you may have a situation where a sort of more of a historic burial, but an older one, is found. And you may have bones that actually sort of have a moisture to them. They look a little bit fresher, but yet as you begin to look at the situation and personal items with the individual, first of all, the coffin wear doesn't match the time period. That's really an older coffin wear. And the clothing the individual, if there is any clothing or any personal items, those date to a different time period. And what you're usually looking at in terms of context is one of these early situations of early embalming. It does delay and allow for preservation for burial, but ultimately decomposition will set in. So you have sort of the situation where it looks like first initial, maybe it is a forensic case, something within that 50 years, but in fact it's 100 years. And it was just sort of delayed in the process, but all the other items with the individual point to an older time period. And then embalming also, right, there's a manipulation of the body, eye caps, hooks, things to hold the individual in a particular place in terms of viewing. Those items will show up. Sure, something later. Okay. All right, guys, I'll have a good weekend. Be careful. There's